What's going on, everybody? Happy Friday night, and welcome to day 2 of the FTN NFL Draft Show here live right here on FTN Network. Chris Meaney, Josh Larky, and Adam Pfeifer here with you this evening. We are going to be with you for round 2 and round 3. We appreciate all the support yesterday, those hanging out with us. We had a lot of fun here, and we're hoping to have a lot of fun here again tonight. We do have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers officially on the clock with the first pick here, pick number 33 in the second round. Those hanging out with us live, if you have any questions throughout, please leave them there in the YouTube section. We'll be giving away some goods here on the show. Larky's got some FTN swag. I want to know the first running back selected today and what team? If you're watching right now, leave that in the YouTube section. Tell me the running back and what team. You get it correct, Fantasy Football Platinum Package headed your way. And what is included in that is all kinds of goodness. Rankings from all of us, content, articles, off-season stuff, best ball, dynasty. I see Larky's already got content on FTN Fantasy. Ratcliffe has his rankings out already. Are you kidding me? That guy not getting any sleep. Larky, I'll throw to you first. I don't know if you got any sleep, dude, but I didn't get too much, but I was just excited.
Yeah, this was one of, if not the best first rounds I can remember. So I think all of us are a touch low in the sleep department and feeling overworked in the best way possible because, I mean, this is the Super Bowl of the offseason. It's draft week. And there were just, I mean, it was a pretty crazy amount of trades that went down. And I mean, if there was ever a first round with no absolute superstar prospects in it that was able to keep me engaged and interested the whole time, it was what happened last night. Trades galore. And I feel like for me, the fantasy analyst, tonight's going to be a great night because there's going to be a lot of receivers going off the board once again. We're going to get the running backs started. The quarterbacks, we're going to start dipping into more than just very low ceiling Kenny Pickett. I'm excited for that. Some mobile quarterbacks on the board. And we're going to get a few tight ends. So I'd say overall, this is going to be a great night, especially for the fantasy community. This is really where those early round rookie picks in Dynasty, we're going to figure it out. Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker, Isaiah Spiller. It's going to be a lot of fun.
It will be. You're right. I mean, we had 6 wide receivers. We had the fun wide receiver run, and then we had the 2 trades with Hollywood Brown going to Arizona to play with apparently his best friend, Kyler. I did forget that they were buds in Oklahoma. Kyler seems pretty ecstatic about that. And then A.J. Brown to the Philadelphia Eagles. Only 1 quarterback selected yesterday. No tight ends, no running backs. Pfeifer, what are you looking for here as officially now the clock is going for Tampa Bay? What are you looking at here today, especially early with these first few picks?
Yeah, I mean, I think there was reports earlier, not that it was like not that it would be a surprise, but we're going to see some running backs early. Multiple teams that could go running back to start the second round. We have the Jets, you have Houston, I believe at 37, you have Seattle. So, obviously everybody's waiting to see where Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker go, but we still have, a handful of really good receivers. And like Larky said, like Trey McBride, like he was so productive in college. So if he slides into the right offense, I think Green Bay is a team to keep an eye on. They haven't drafted a receiver yet, but they were apparently in talks to try to trade for Darren Waller. Maybe he's in play. Then there's still some running backs after Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker, like Larky said, Isaiah Spiller. I think James Cook can be like a PPR type of running back in the right offense. Rashad White, same type of situation. So that, and then all of a sudden, like, after only having 1 quarterback go in the first round, we still have plenty of quarterbacks, which is just kind of new for us and for the NFL draft to have only 1 quarterback go in the first round, and that being, 20th overall. You just don't see that very often.
No, you really don't. So the Bucs are here on the clock. We have Minnesota next, Tennessee, the Giants, Houston, which seems to be a popular landing spot, I suppose, for people projecting where Breece Hall could potentially go. I see some people in the chat giving some of their guesses. Mark Carr says Breece Hall to Tampa Bay right now is his guess. And we do have the Daily Handle checking in with Breece Hall at Houston. The Jets pick at 6, I guess 38. You got Chicago going to make their first pick here in the draft. And then 40 and 41, Seattle, Larky. I feel like that potentially could be a landing spot for Malik Willis. What do you think?
Yeah, I think what's exciting about that is we could have potentially even the double dip with fantasy relevant players, because I don't even think that taking a running back is out of the cards as well. So I fully expect a quarterback there, assuming that none are taken prior to that point. I mean, even if Willis is off the board, they could still go with Ritter. They could go with Matt Corral. So I think there's actually a very decent chance that at least one, potentially both of those picks are fantasy relevant. I mean, that gets me out of bed in the morning. So I'm excited for that. When I had my day 2 players to watch article that was out on FTN Fantasy earlier today, I mentioned it felt like half the players. I was like, Seattle's kind of a landing spot. I feel like outside of receiver, I can see pretty much anyone going there. And then, I mean, let's just say that there is a trade in place to get rid of Metcalf and ship him off to sunnier pastures, or Tyler Lockett. Either could be on the block.
Especially
I
after
mean,
yesterday, I feel like
yeah,
easily could happen.
Right.
Yeah, and if that's the case, and there's these backdoor deals that we don't know about, even receiver can be on the table then. So I think they are one of, if not the most fun teams to watch in terms of how that entire offense is going to be redone. I feel like they're the hardest team for me to project right now because there's pretty much no stability at any position for them right now in terms of who's going to be on that week 1 roster.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think any of us are super excited about their offense with Drew Lock under center. And certainly if you have, Lockett or DK in a dynasty league, you're probably hoping that maybe they do draft a guy like Malik Willis, give him a little bit more upside, or heck, who knows? Pfeifer, you mentioned Green Bay. There's some reports. I know Ian Rappaport was talking about Green Bay really wanting to move back up here into the early part of the second. I guess not feeling like they wanted to do it yesterday, but maybe moving up. Could you imagine if, man, yesterday was just so wild and the offseason was wild as well. Like, I feel like we could see another crazy trade. Like maybe DK, could you imagine DK Metcalf flipped to Green Bay or something like that? I mean, Pfeifer, nothing would surprise me at this point, dude.
No, not like literally, especially not even just after yesterday, but after the past 3 months in the NFL with all the trades and player movement. So, yeah, like it's gonna be one of those situations where like I think it was in like a 15-minute stretch yesterday where it was Hollywood and then AJ Brown. Like we didn't even get it like to fully react to the first trade. So we'll see I think Tampa Bay is gonna go pretty calm here, either offensive or defensive tackle, but maybe they get things started with a running back and everybody loses their. Chris Meaney, are you psychic?
Why? What just happened?
The Packers have traded up to 34.
I'm telling you, man, I did hear that a lot today. I did hear it a lot. I mean, I'm not going to.
They also traded with Minnesota, who had 34, which is pretty surprising.
So they're on the clock. Oh, yeah, Minnesota's second trade back, right? They traded back to 32 yesterday, and then they trade back here. So Tampa takes defensive tackle Logan Hall out of Houston. I mean, yeah, I'm not psychic. I can't take any credit for that. I follow some reports. I take them, I guess, with a grain of salt. But the Packers do seem like a team that should be making some noise, as we said yesterday. They didn't take the wide receiver in the first round, but maybe they're looking to take one here now with that pick. So again, something that we talked about yesterday, I guess, Larky, we were thinking about, Skyy or Pickens and some of those guys that, potentially could have gone to Green Bay or KC towards the end of the first round. So those two guys, you think that's what Green Bay's thinking right now? One of the two, potentially?
Fullback.
Yeah, so I think historically,
that wouldn't surprise me either.
The Packers have always targeted size. If you look at the players they take, this is not a small wide receiver team, just in terms of who they're spending their early draft capital on. And I feel like George Pickens fits the mold. If they did their homework and decide that Pickens, the attitude concerns, you know what, we're going to live with them. We think that he and Rodgers will mesh. He's by far the highest upside receiver left on the board from all my research. This is a true prototypical ex-alpha wide receiver for the NFL. Over 700 receiving yards as a true freshman before back-to-back seasons of attitude and injury concerns. But I do like the freshman production. I feel like I'll always go back to that with these players where some people, they don't like the downward trajectory and they're like, oh, Pickens, highly touted as a freshman, and it went downhill from there. But I kind of look at that the other way and go, well, if he was able to absolutely dominate premier SEC competition as an 18-year-old, this guy could be really good in the NFL, and that we know he has the natural talent. And then I think if they don't go Pickens, it's got to be Skyy Moore. Moore, he's a little smaller. He's 5'10", 195, but if you think about that BMI, 5'10", 195, that is a thick wide receiver. Skyy Moore, a personal favorite of mine. And I think that they could kind of justify that this is the next Randall Cobb for them based on his body type and skill set. So I think those are the two. I think I mentioned it yesterday. I just don't see them going Christian Watson. I understand Christian Watson could be that MVS replacement, but I think that ultimately with an early round pick, they want more than that. And Watson is just still so raw, lacks a lot of polish, and I don't think that he's necessarily helping them win a Super Bowl for this season.
And that's really what it's all about. I mean, the Packers said it yesterday, the first team in NFL history with at least 13 wins in 3 seasons in a row, but 7-9 in the playoffs since their last Super Bowl. They've been very, very disappointing. Losing Adams, losing MVS, certainly need some options for Aaron Rodgers. So we are officially off here. I love it. All the trades, like I love it, man. Pfeifer, what do you think? You're guessing here. Who do you think would be the best fit at wide receiver for Green Bay?
I mean, I think it should be George Pickens, but like they just lost MVS, and Christian Watson has gotten a lot of MVS comps, so it wouldn't surprise me if it was Christian Watson. I think it's we said this yesterday, but I think it literally has to be a receiver. And what so Green Bay went Georgia both first 2 picks right yesterday, so they just complete the trifecta with George Pickens.
Yeah. It's Christian Watson out of North Dakota State. That is who Green Bay has won.
Wow. So that is so
MVS
interesting.
Replacement.
Right. Literally like got so many comps to MVS because crazy size, speed, combination, but he had a 13.3% career drop rate. So the upside is massive, but talk about Aaron Rodgers. He throws a couple balls to Christian Watson that don't get completed and get dropped, and Allen Lazard might have 9 targets the rest of the game. This is interesting because, Larky, you can kind of talk about this, but I don't think there's many players, I should say, that had their pre-draft stock rise as much as Christian Watson. I know he didn't go in the first round, but that pro day and everything and the Senior Bowl was pretty impressive.
Yeah, he seemed like probably the biggest riser, and that was always the shocker to me is that his game looks like Marquez Valdez-Scantling. He's got the build, 6'4", 208. He's got the wheels, sub 4.4. Came from North Dakota State. The production profile was good, but not as good as you hope for the level of competition that he was facing. And I just think that with receiver, I'll keep going back to it. All the research that I've ever done shows you need to value production. You need to value age-adjusted and experience-adjusted production. And Christian Watson is a much older receiver. I believe he's currently 23 already, if not about to turn. Checking this one on the fly. I think he turns 23 next month. There it is. So he's going to be a solid 23 and 4 months when the season starts. That is an old wide receiver prospect.
It is.
And I'm working on some projections right now, and it's hard not to just give him the MVS role. I don't quite understand why else they would have drafted him if not for that. When the guys are they look like 1-for-1. It's like this could be MVS's stunt double for all I care. So not the pick I would have made, but I don't know. I guess this is what Rodgers wanted
too, Larky. That like the MVS comparison's okay, but that's not it's not super exciting, right? Like MVS was just, he had his moments, big A-dot guy, right? He can blow the top off, but not a guy that I think is a huge game changer. And again, it's just comparisons. I wonder if Green Bay's thinking is, as we talked about, they're ready to win now, maybe looking for a more polished receiver, like a guy that has been around. You mentioned the age. That could certainly be in play for Green Bay. Because, again, they're a win now. They don't need a guy that, is going to be a bit of a project. And I'm not saying that he won't be. I think that he does have some flaws. I do agree with both of you guys, actually, as the Tennessee Titans roll in and they take Roger McCreary out at Auburn, cornerback. So another cornerback off the board. Could have used that yesterday, guys. I needed another cornerback in the first round for the props. But, Pfeifer, where would you rank and redraft this wide receiver play for Green Bay compared to what we had yesterday for some of the other guys?
So he'd definitely be behind Drake London, Garrett Wilson, Treylon Burks. Mm-hmm. I think he's probably going to pencil in right around, probably a little bit ahead Jamison Williams for me, which was low wide receiver 50 range. But he's not Jordy Nelson, he's not Devontae Adams, he's not Greg Jennings, but we've seen second round receivers thrive for the Packers. Maybe it's just a coincidence that they've had some awesome receivers. But Christian Watson, again, the ceiling is massive. He has a chance to be the number one on this offense, but he still has things to work on clearly. I agree. I think it made more sense. I think it makes sense because if that's how they view it, if they're kind of replacing Marquez Valdez-Scantling, but at the same time, they need receivers that can just kind of give them a floor and just move the ball consistently, and that could be Christian Watson. I don't think he's a bad route runner, but it'll be interesting. I think the ceiling is massive, but he's well behind some of the receivers that were drafted yesterday still.
You agree with that too, Larky?
I just still struggle with the ceiling. I don't think we've seen someone with this type of prospect profile be highly successful at the NFL level. I mean, I guess Chase Claypool is really the ceiling comparison here. And even he hasn't had necessarily the best fantasy career. Maybe I could talk myself into if Chase Claypool was on the Packers, that is someone I would want in fantasy. But I think at least for year one, I don't think this is much of a redraft pick. I think he'll be fine in redraft and give you some spike weeks, but I think he's more of a best ball pick and then probably someone that in Dynasty you have on your team. You can weather some bye weeks with him if you need in the flex, but this isn't someone that I expect to be highly fantasy relevant, at least not right away.
Okay, which is, heading into the draft, it's all anybody wanted to talk about. Who's that wide receiver going to be, for the Packers, and where are they going to rank? Are they going to be overvalued, overlooked because, he's linked to Aaron Rodgers? I think we were all in agreement that it's just okay, right? This is still a team, in my opinion, that they're going to use both running backs, and they're going to run the ball quite a bit, and both guys can catch some balls out of the backfield. We know about Jones and his involvement through the passing game over the past couple of years as well. We did have a mini trade there between the Jets and the Giants. So the Giants are trading back now. The Jets are on the clock here. I thought they had a really good draft yesterday, Pfeifer. It's something that we talked about. We were highlighting the Jets, the Ravens, the Eagles. What do you think the Jets are thinking here now? Not another skilled player, maybe an offensive lineman. I think that's probably on their checklist today to get a couple offensive linemen, or at least one, to protect their pride and joy, Zach Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, we had the Mekhi Becton thing, earlier this week. They could definitely go tackle here. I still think like a team, especially in that division, we've seen teams just continue to draft cornerbacks. And when you're facing Stephon Diggs twice a year, when you're facing Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill twice a year, I don't think you can have, I don't think there's such thing as having too many cornerbacks. So Andrew Booth is still on the board. There's still some good corners there, but in terms Bernard Raymond's still there at tackle. So, I like Zach Tom at tackle as well, as a player I liked. So I would say tackle or maybe corner. Tackle does make sense, but we will see. They traded up, right? You said they traded with the Giants?
Yeah, and only two spots, really. The Giants are going to have pick 38, and the Jets are pick 36 here. The pick is in, but we just don't know yet officially. Officially, the Giants are on the clock. Things are rolling a little bit quicker here today, right?
They really are.
I'm also following on NFL.com. Jets pick in, Texans pick in, Giants on the clock. So don't know the details. I don't think it was too much, maybe a fifth or something to move up a couple spots. So I wonder when I see this sort of stuff. What are they thinking? Just to leapfrog Houston? Like, what's maybe the Texans? I mean, they could use some help, I suppose, in the offensive line. But Larky, I don't know what they're thinking. But Pfeiffer's not wrong. You can never have too many corners or defensive players. Like, they still have a lot of holes on their squad.
Yeah, I think with this pick, it's probably somewhere on the defense. Although I could still see them going with offensive line. I think. Yeah, defense, not my specialty, but I don't think there's any offensive holes necessarily. The only wild card for fantasy that I could theoretically envision, and I think this would make a lot of people angry, would be Kenneth Walker. And I know that sounds crazy to people at first glance. However, he and Michael Carter, very, very different skill sets. It could be a little thunder and lightning. And they could just say, we're surrounding Zach Wilson with the best talent possible.
Baby.
Whoa.
It is a running back. It's but
Breece.
It's Breece Hall. Yes, our first cutoff music soundboard. Wow. Was this mentioned yesterday on the show? I feel like it was. I feel like maybe kind of sarcastically or loosely it was mentioned. The potential of the potential of Breece Hall going to the Jets and what it would mean for Michael Carter. I swear, man, I have to look back at the tape or something, George, to check that out tomorrow or something. But, man, Breece Hall to the Jets, This is not ideal for Michael Carter at all. Pfeifer, what do you think? What's your initial thoughts?
I don't get it. Like, it's similar to, like, I don't remember exactly how much they moved up, but remember when the Colts drafted Jonathan Taylor, they moved up in the second round to draft Jonathan Taylor. And they had Marlon Mack at the time, and then Marlon Mack obviously got hurt. But, like, I thought Michael Carter was really good last year. And if this is a committee, it obviously sucks. But, like, the Jets' run blocking unit, it was quietly, like, top 10 last year. So it's a great environment. We know Robert Saleh wants to run the football. But if they're both split, like, are we going to get, like, an established 101 rookie drafts Larky? Like, are we going to have that today or at all? Because we thought it would be Breece Hall for a while. I don't know if it is. It might be still. But that landing spot was not, like, it's funny, too, because they traded up one spot ahead of Houston. Houston's like, all right, cool. Like, thanks. We were definitely going to draft him, and now we can't. Damn.
Yeah, this is very strange for rookie draft. So I talked to a few people, and I said, Breece Hall is the obvious 101. And the only landing spot that I thought was even remotely possible, like greater than a 5% chance, where I could consider not taking him 101, is the Jets. And it's purely because I'm not sure if Breece Hall is a better pass catcher than Michael Carter. He very well may be. He's definitely a better runner. He's going to get the carries. But one thing that we know in fantasy, if you want that ceiling, you need to get the carries. And Breece Hall is Nick Chubb if he's not getting those targets. And Nick Chubb, he's fine in fantasy, but Nick Chubb isn't really the type of player that is winning your league for you. And I think that's what the hope was with Breece Hall, is that this is a true league-winning back in fantasy. So I think it takes a hit. So I'm probably still, right now he's still the 101, but I think Drake London is definitely entering that conversation now, since I thought that was a really strong landing spot where he and Pitts look like two absolute alphas in that offense. And I feel like at this point, fantasy gamers are smart enough to realize that two players in one offense can be fantasy relevant at receiver. Running back, much more difficult. That's why Breece Hall, Michael Carter, it's tough to stomach. But I mean, we've seen Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett. There's a lot of duos in the NFL. And I feel like Pitts, London, I just love that combo. So much size. So for me, I am now going to start having that internal conversation. Drake London, Breece Hall at the 101.
Jalen Petrie out of Baylor goes to Houston. You're hoping maybe?
I love that pick because he is a safety, but he can play slot corner, and I wanted Buffalo to draft him because Jordan Poyer wants a new deal, and Micah Hyde's not exactly the youngest player, and we could use another safety. So nice. Yeah, Stingley and Petrie for Houston's pretty nice.
Yeah, that is pretty nice. The Falcons are on the clock. They could be thinking maybe quarterback here, potentially. Again, a lot of holes still in that Falcon squad. Larky, you watch yourself. Nick Chubb can't be a league winner. Come on. I get it. I'd like to see him catch it. He can catch a few balls, but that's clearly not the way they use him. I was live at a game in Cleveland where he had 6 catches and 3 of them were phenomenal grabs. But of course, in that game, we didn't see Kareem Hunt. When Kareem Hunt's on the field, it does kind of tap Nick Chubb's upside there. So Matt Ryan was traded to the Colts. So we do know that the Falcons, as of right now, are rolling out there. Marcus Mariota, 34-46 since losing the Super Bowl and 1 playoff appearance during that span. It has kind of come all downhill since then. I guess since the start of the fourth quarter, I suppose, of that Super Bowl, it's been all downhill for the Atlanta Falcons. I agree with you guys. Well, you guys are kind of maybe on the fence about 101. It's not really for me. I think in dynasty leagues, it's nice to have that young back, but man, I'm more of a wide receiver guy. I like to have the youth at wideout. I like to have that guy who's going to give me maybe double-digit years of production. You see the fall off for these running backs, and Pfeifer mentioned your dynasty league last year. I went pretty young with a guy like Michael Carter. I think I had Travis Etienne. Didn't obviously see a whole lot from him. Got some production from Carter. Now as a Carter owner, I'm feeling like, damn, this kind of stinks, man. It stinks for him, and I think it kind of stinks for Breece Hall. Like, he's obviously much better as a back, Pfeifer, but I think if you have the first pick in a rookie draft, super flex or not, you got to be considering one of these wide receivers.
Yeah, like, I couldn't agree more with what Josh said. Like, coming into the draft process, there was like a 90% chance that Breece Hall was going to be the unquestioned 101. Now, it's not the fact that he's not in consideration. I think I think Larkin, hit the nail on the head. I think it's now, and things can change, but now it's like, okay, now you have to decide between him and London. I think they're the clear 1 and 2 that you choose from. Whereas we thought it would be Breece Hall to Houston, Breece Hall to Buffalo, Breece Hall wherever, and it was the clear 101. Now I think it's a lot closer between he and Drake London. You could still, I still think Breece Hall is very much in play as the 101, but not as exciting because Michael Carter is a good player. Michael Carter played well last year.
Yeah, and Larky, there's just not a lot of true bell cow backs anymore. A lot of these teams are going with a bit of committees, right? Change of pace.
And then you remember who the coaching staff in New York is and where they came from, San Francisco. Exactly. So it makes a lot of sense.
Multiple running backs, man. Multiple running backs. But you know what? This Jets offense, it's kind of shaping up to be a little bit more improved.
Really good.
Yeah, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think this is kind of following in the Broncos and that Javonte Williams footsteps, where what did the Broncos do last year? At the beginning of round 2, they trade up for Javonte Williams. He is time-shared, frustratingly to many of us, with Melvin Gordon. Year 2 comes around, and what do they end up doing? They re-sign Melvin Gordon. I think teams are getting a little bit smarter in terms of real football, and that it's almost like they were playing fantasy football where they're like, oh, let's just give our favorite running back all the touches. But in real football, there's injuries. It's a long, grueling season, and running backs are generally more efficient with fewer touches. They stay healthier. The team is probably going to win more because I feel like we talk a lot about how the running back position isn't the biggest needle mover in real life, and like the running backs don't matter. Movement has kind of come out of this where this position's just not quite as valuable. And I feel like one of the ways to keep running back more valuable per touch is to have them in that timeshare. That's why if you look at some of the most efficient running backs year after year, it's guys like Austin Eckler, Alvin Kamara, the guys that don't get a crazy amount of touches. I mean, Nick Chubb, he's generally under 300 carries with very few targets. And what do you know? He's unbelievably efficient year after year. And I think more teams are starting to follow in that mold. So with Breece Hall, I think there are concerns now just based on the landing spot with Michael Carter there, where I'm just not sure who's a better pass catcher. And like, am I going to project Michael Carter for more than like 1 or 2 touchdowns next year? No. Like Breece Hall is getting all that goal line work. He's much bigger. He's much better.
Yeah.
But it's really tough if you're in a PPR, half PPR format. I don't know. Like, is Breece Hall
be like a Nyheim Hines? Could we compare him to like a Nyheim Hines, Michael Carter now, as a guy who's just like maybe a little bit of more value in a PPR format? Not going to be the lead. Not going to be a guy who's going to get a lot of carries. Not going to be the goal line guy.
Of Michael Carter coming out and makes sense. He went to the same school, but was Gio Bernard. Maybe he's Giovanni Bernard when Gio was on the Bengals. When Gio was really good when he was a starter, but was also just not normally the starting 1A running back when he was there with whoever was there at the time for Cincinnati on multiple of those teams.
I guess the good news, if you're making that comparison with JT and Nyheim Hines, is that there were points last year where Jonathan Taylor was still getting fairly heavily targeted and was rarely leaving the field. So, I mean, Jonathan Taylor was the RB1 last year. I just happen to think that Taylor is better and that he's kind of an anomaly in terms of how good and how efficient he can be. And I mean, Breece Hall, he did demonstrate that long speed at the combine, running in the 4.3s, but when you watch the tape, it doesn't necessarily look like Breece Hall is that guy. So I don't know, maybe he did something different in training for the combine, and we'll see an even more explosive version in the NFL. But I think that at this point, you're really looking at that singular scenario for where Breece Hall can be an absolute monster in fantasy.
I agree. He's clearly, in my opinion, I know a lot of people will say it's a little bit closer between him and Kenneth Walker, and I think we had that conversation with Jeff and with Jake last week, but I think he's clear-cut number one. Jeff has him in his NFL scouting guide, which, by the way, none of you guys won. Nobody had Breece Hall of the Jets. We'll give you another pass. I'd like to know who the next running back is going to be. Actually, you know what? Forget that. As the Seahawks are on the clock, now we'll spread it out here a little bit. Give me the next running back in the team. The next running back in the team. We're going to be giving away some packages here throughout the entire show, and even if you're getting them wrong, I'll just give you multiple chances here. Just start giving them away.
Let me ask you guys this: say Kenneth Walker goes to Buffalo, Houston, Atlanta, one of those three. 101?
If you went to Buffalo, yes.
Absolutely.
Even though Singletary would be around, but I love that offense and the upside of that offense. Even with Josh Allen and the threat of him, rushing it in and leading your Bills in rushing touchdowns for multiple years. But
Josh, you were on the podcast
yes.
with us when we talked about running backs. I forget, did you have Walker or Breece as your RB1? You had Breece, right?
I had Breece. So I think at this point, the only fit where I could see myself pretty much locking in that running back ahead of Breece Hall would have to be Isaiah Spiller to the Bills. And it's just because with Kenneth Walker, him catching passes is such a wild card. He was never asked to do it. I also just don't think Kenneth Walker is going to the Bills because what is Devin Singletary weirdly good at for an undersized, slow running back? Breaking tackles and running the ball up the middle. Singletary's he's one of the better running backs in the NFL at doing that. It's kind of funny. It's like Clyde Edwards-Helaire where it's like, wow, this small, slow running back.
It's funny. I said that for years. Passes. I was like, Singletary's better than Clyde, and nobody's talking about it. This is a year and a half ago. Nobody talks about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's these two slow, undersized running backs where it's like, oh, they're probably like a James White type then. Nope. These are probably best deployed as 2-down grinder backs. And I don't think Kenneth Walker fits there. I feel like Spiller is a very good receiver, and he could be a good enough runner to take most of that rushing work from Singletary. So for me, I could see Spiller taking on the big role, but I just don't even think Walker's in the cards for Buffalo because of his skill set. And with them targeting J.D. McKissick in free agency and nearly having him and then somehow losing him to the Commanders, I just don't think they're going for another 2-down grinder back like a Walker.
Only 26 grabs in 3 years for Walker at Michigan State, and Spiller 37 grabs last year for Texas A&M. Arnold Abigatai it's a Abigatai, I think. I think I butchered that. How do you say that name, Pfeifer? Arnold Abigatai, I believe it is, from Penn State. That was the Atlanta Falcons pick, edge rusher. The Chicago Bears are on the clock. Then we got the back-to-back to Seattle. So we're gonna get into some defensive names. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys that I don't
just call him Arnold E.
About Arnold E. Big. We'll have some nicknames here for some of these guys. We can.
I
call
will
him
say
big,
a lot of
big
people had
AE.
him as a first-round talent, so maybe the Bears got a nice value there. Or sorry, not the Bears. The Bears are on the clock now.
The Bears are on the clock.
Atlanta went with that pick.
I'm gonna
Matt
go
Forte
with,
making the selection. Speaking of fantasy legends.
And I was just about to bring up Matt Forte to you guys because that was the comp for Breece Hall, according to Jeff Ratcliffe. In his notes here in the rookie scouting guide, he says, on the field, he's patient and in rhythm as a runner in a style similar to peak era Matt Forte or Le'Veon Bell. But the Chicago Bears, the pick is in, and it's a cornerback, and it's Kyler Gordon.
No wideout.
From Washington. So no wideout.
Don't help Justin
Pretty
Fields,
thin.
I guess.
Pretty thin at the wide receiver position in Chicago, Larky. With just kind of Mooney there.
Yeah, this is just kind of worst case scenario. If you have Justin Fields in any format, the last thing you want to see them doing is fortifying the defense. What you really want is for them to fortify the offense, to once again have a surprisingly degraded defensive unit and let Justin Fields get into some shootouts. So yeah, it's tough to get excited about anything that's not a receiver right now to Chicago or offensive.
There's still a lot of good ones, though. There's still a lot of good ones out
there.
There
are. And they pick again very soon, which is nice.
They do. They have another pick at 48. So we're waiting here for Seattle back-to-back. Seattle will go with 2. Then we got the Colts. You got the Giants, Browns. I believe that will be their first pick, Cleveland, in this draft, as they did lose their first-round pick to Houston in the Deshaun Watson trade. And then Baltimore back in the clock, and then Detroit, the Commanders. And as you mentioned, Larky, the Bears, another pick coming up. So we'll wait here what Seattle does. But I'll ask you guys, quarterback? Pfeifer? Yes? No? Willis?
I think it very well could be, and
I think it's going to be.
It very well would be really fun. I think Seattle is another team that could. I mean, we've seen a little bit of a run at corner here. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw a corner go. Like, Seattle's in that same boat as like Houston almost, where it's like they have holes everywhere all of a sudden, right? Outside of receiver, in safety, they have holes everywhere.
Yeah, I was looking at the Seahawks roster, and I think top to bottom, there is a case that this is the absolute worst unit in the entire NFL. So it's commendable
Their best pass rusher is Jamal Adams. Like,
yeah, it's commendable that Pete Carroll still has his we're playoff bound face on at this point. So yeah, I think it's going to be Malik Willis, and the reason that I think they'll go Willis is that this type of quarterback prospect falling into their lap in round 2, I think that's going to be really tempting. Malik Willis is mobile. Russell Wilson was mobile. Malik Willis throws, you know what? He has some accuracy issues. He has some decision-making issues, but he throws pretty damn good deep ball. That was Russell Wilson's calling card, was better deep than between the numbers. So I think there's just too many similarities there, and that there's too much quote-unquote upside with Malik Willis for him to slip through both of their picks right here.
I do believe we have Thomas, who is Viola, who's hanging out maybe down in Vegas. We'll check in with him pretty soon, I believe. Anytime, George, if Thomas is hanging around. Oh, boom, just like that. You do got him. Look at this guy, right? The sun is shining. You were looking good. In Las Vegas. What is that, a Jets jersey? I did not know you were a Jets guy. What's happening down there? You're a little frozen, but we do hear you. What's up, sir? You hear us?
Yep, I hear you guys loud and clear. Do I sound okay?
Yes, you sound great. What's happening down there? What's the vibe
Perfect.
like? I'm super jelly. I would like to be there.
I mean, I'll tell you, a lot of Jets fans have been high-fiving me. Everybody's
I don't believe
really
it.
happy with the Jets picks for sure. I can't wait for them to all be busts. So we've got to enjoy this high right now because it's all downhill from here.
Dude, a great draft yesterday, I thought, from the Jets, right? With Sauce and Jermaine Johnson. They get themselves Garrett Wilson, and then they take arguably the best running back off the board in Breece Hall. In your opinion, surprise, what do you make of the potential duo now with Breece Hall and Michael Carter? How do you think that's going to play out?
I'm excited about it. I think that now you just have a really nice, young, cheap backfield. I feel like Michael Carter is better as a complementary piece. Like, you look at some guys like Josh Jacobs on the Raiders. They just didn't extend his fifth-year option because there aren't that many bell cow backs, and it's not like Michael Carter is going to be one of those guys. I like picking up another one. I like where they did it. They didn't give up a lot of draft capital to get there. Every pick so far has both been a fantastic player and addressing a need for the team. So I've been really happy.
What do you think are some of the other needs here for the Jets? Like, what do you think they're thinking next? Offensive line seems to come to mind.
I'm going to guess linebacker or offensive line. They could really use some extra depth on that O-line. I mean, there was all of the pre-draft buzz about Mekhi Becton never playing another snap for this team. I think that's a little overzealous in an estimation, but still, I think there are a lot of question marks on that O-line. I agree with you. I could see them going there. I could also see them going with a linebacker. They could use a little more speed, especially as C.J. Mosley gets older.
Boye Mafe is the first pick for Seattle here out of Minnesota. So another edge rusher off the board, and Seattle is up on the clock now. Larky, what do you think of cool guy Thomas Viola living it up in Vegas right now?
You know, I'm a little bit jealous. No offense, Chris and Adam. Looks like a pretty good time. And yeah, I think the Jets, I feel like we kind of agreed yesterday, and I mean, it's still continuing today. They're having the best draft. I feel like we were talking, I was like, you know what? Maybe an impact defensive player, maybe offensive line, or dare I say it, a running back. And I thought it would be Kenneth Walker, but Breece Hall, and I mean, you can't hate surrounding your young quarterback with more weapons. I just think that that's always a good decision. And while, like, yes, it's a running back fairly early, I think for Breece Hall, this is the right fit. If you think this will substantially make a difference with Zach Wilson and his confidence and giving him that year 2 lead, you do everything in your power to give him that. And it seems like the Jets, their sole focus at this point is making sure that Zach Wilson is much more comfortable after what was kind of a disastrous year 1.
Thomas, give us a view. Come on, flip as sharp as you look. Give us a little view here. Tell me what else is going on down there. What's the vibe like? Talk to us.
I'm honestly a little surprised. I think it's a little more low key than I expected. It's just kind of everybody standing around, just having a good time, but it's not been maybe the amp and the buzz that you would expect, especially from day one.
It's still fairly early, I guess, there, Pfeifer, and we know the Raiders don't have a pick for a little bit. Maybe that has something to do with it.
Yeah.
That's definitely part of it.
Seattle's second pick is in.
And it's Kenneth Walker. Wow.
Pete Carroll.
My goodness. All right. Any final words there from you, Thomas? We'll let you go and enjoy yourself. But anything else that you're looking forward to? Anything you want to share with us?
I mean, I am definitely looking forward to getting some water. I made the mistake of walking 1.5 miles over from where I parked to get here, so I'm very excited for that. But it's a fun time. The city has been absolutely hopping the last couple of days. It's awesome. I'm loving seeing Vegas transform into a true sports mecca.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Vegas is great. Clearly, they got the football team there. Allegiant Stadium is. I haven't had a chance to walk in. I was outside of it just a couple months ago, and it just looked absolutely amazing. And of course, the atmosphere for Golden Knights games down there is great. And it's nice to see the draft there, Thomas, as it was supposed to be there a couple years ago, and I'm sure that they're going to have it there again in the future. So we do appreciate you, dude. If anything if anything happens again that's pretty crazy, maybe we'll hit you back up. Maybe the Jets will do something, trade up again, and who knows? Maybe take another running back. Right? They could use one.
Sounds good to me. Thank you guys so much.
All right, take care.
So I'm going to put this in before
live in Vegas.
Before the pick comes in. I'm going to say it. The Colts could go quarterback here. Matt Ryan, probably not the Colts quarterback of the future. And I think if you're the Colts right now, and again, just like with the Seahawks, the quarterback is falling into your lap. I think that's very tempting for them where I just can't really see them thinking that Matt Ryan is the future. I also see this team being good enough to not be able to get a high pick for next year and be in the quarterback conversation. I think this is probably their best shot for some type of legitimate quarterback prospect for the next couple seasons. Matt Ryan, probably not there after this year. So I think they pulled the trigger here.
I could see that. I wouldn't hate it either. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said, right? Matt Ryan near the end, he's there as a team to win now, and he can play behind a veteran, Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan could show him the ropes, right? I mean, he's had a really good career. As much as it's kind of hard on him for that Super Bowl loss, it wasn't all him. It looks like there is a actual. Was that a no? I don't think that was a trade. I think maybe just fake news. But man, Kenneth Walker to Seattle. Yeah, Pete Carroll, right? I mean, he's known to take some running backs a little bit early. Rashad Penny, one of those guys who finally showed up towards the end of last season and won people fantasy football championships. The guy looked absolutely phenomenal. You hear people all the time, let Russ cook. You're not going to hear let Drew Lock cook. It's going to be a lot of running, but what do you make your initial thoughts? I guess we could squash that talk of Kenneth Walker pick 101. I've no chance I'm going there, Pfeifer.
Yeah. So they bring back Rashad Penny on a 1-year deal. I wonder how healthy Chris Carson's going to be. Like, they might just, he might not just be, not ready to play football. The fit makes sense for Kenneth Walker as a player on this offense. Love Kenneth Walker as a player, but Rashad Penny's going to get the ball, and they still have they're still going to run the football, but you have Kenneth Walker, Rashad Penny, Chris Carson if he's healthy, Noah Fant, and the two receivers. I don't even know if Kenneth Walker has a massive role in the passing game because we haven't seen his team throw to the running backs in forever. So it's the way the first part of the second round has started has really not been great for fantasy. And Larky, you might be right still at quarterback, but it won't be the Colts because the Vikings are just trading for every round and every pick apparently because they are now on the clock.
Oh, wow, they've been very active here. And
I think they could go Malik, by the way.
I was just gonna say that I feel like they could. I was thinking about that towards the end of the first round for them yesterday, potentially that they could maybe go quarterback there. Larky, what do you think? I mean, you were talking about the Colts potentially quarterback. Do you think this is a spot where Minnesota's like, you know what, maybe we'll do it?
I don't think so. They had Kellen
No?
Mond last year. Cousins got extended. He's now pretty much locked in there for the next 2 seasons. So there must have been some non-quarterback on their board that they thought really highly of and thought, you know what, enough is enough. We've done our 2 trade backs. It's time to get our guy. So there must have been someone they thought was going to go to Seattle that is now available. So I'm curious who it's going to be, but after Kellen Mond, after the Cousins extension, I find it really difficult to understand why they would go back to the well on quarterback.
Yeah, Minnesota receives 42nd overall, 4th-round pick, and the Colts get 53, a 3rd-round pick, and a 6th-round pick. Yeah, Kirk Cousins extended through 2023, so a couple more years there. The Daily Handle checks in. He thinks that Willis is going to go to the Browns to back up and learn from Watson. I don't know. We've seen crazier things happen, though, for sure. Who knows there? I agree, Pfeifer. Not an exciting first part here with some of these skilled players. Breece Hall to the Jets, Kenneth Walker to Seattle, Christian Watson to Green Bay. Still plenty of intriguing wide receiver names out there. Still just one quarterback off the board, and still plenty of running backs, as only 2 have been off the board here. So the pick is, it's in. We don't know it just yet. The Giants on the clock, the Browns, the Ravens, Detroit, the Commanders, and then Chicago is up again, followed by the Saints, the Chiefs, the Eagles, and the Steelers here. So who's on your short list, Larky? I mean, you wrote the article. It's free to check out over at ftnfantasy.com. Players to watch for here today. A couple of them already off the board for you. Of course, we've talked a lot about Skyy Moore. Got Isaiah Spiller in here, George Pickens, a quarterback play, Desmond Ridder. You got John Mitchie in there, Alabama. And the tight end, of course, Trey McBride. I think we will see him officially get drafted today. I don't know if it's going to be here in the 2nd, maybe in the 3rd, as the Vikings are just about to make their pick. Who are a couple guys in your short list that you're really looking to see go here and potential landing spots?
So before the pick comes in, 2 quick names. Skyy Moore, I think that's just a great fit. You've got Thielen and Jefferson. Thielen's getting I don't know. I thought a Seattle pick flashed for a second. I got excited. I was like, oh, what? Yeah. So I think that you've got Jefferson, Thielen getting pretty up there in age. Skyy Moore plays a very different role from Jefferson, so I could see that one. And I think Skyy Moore's just a very good talent. And then I think the fun one is I have never been a believer in Irv Smith. He has done nothing but either get injured or get very few targets. I understand he's young. He's not even that athletic. I think Trey McBride could go here. And I'm wrong.
George is all over it. I don't even see it on the TV yet. This guy is absolutely balling out for us. We do love that. Hopefully you're correct here, George. And
dressing that secondary.
So it looks like Booth, I thought he was going to go round 1. He has the injury concerns. It looks like they decided this guy was just too talented and they couldn't let him slip. So another piece in that secondary that used to be their strong suit. Looks like they're trying to build that back on defense.
Yeah, I mean, I think 3 cornerbacks selected from them in the first round over the last 5 years, and none of them on the squad. So this isn't a first-round pick, but pretty close to it. You're right. Some injuries there for Booth, but they get themselves, I think, some much-needed help there. Long, disruptive. I do believe he's a bit of a ball hawk, so I like the pick. I think it's a position of need, Pfeifer.
Yeah, I've talked about it. I wanted the Bills to draft Booth, but Buffalo had Kyer Elam higher on their board. But yeah, like Andrew Booth, first round talent pretty easily. I guess a lot of the teams were a little bit worried about the medicals, but I mean, the reason I loved Andrew Booth too is because the Bills lost Levi Wallace, who's like at best an average corner in the NFL, but he's like an above average tackler. And Andrew Booth is an outstanding tackler at the cornerback position. So between his ability to cover and be physical, he can step up and stop the run. And you're facing teams in that division where you have a Green Bay team we think is going to run the football a lot with their 2 running backs. Detroit's a run-heavy team with their 2 running backs and that elite offensive line. And the Bears are going to run the football with Dave Montgomery. So, I love the spot for Andrew Booth. Can learn from one of the best cornerbacks of the last decade in Patrick Peterson. And I like what Minnesota's done. They've obviously acquired a lot of picks in the trades, but they trade back up and get in my opinion, a first-round player.
Yeah, I think so too. I had him going in the first as well. So it's officially Booth. He is the guy. Some people are checking in our chat. Brennan Gilden, who was a big winner yesterday in our fantasy football draft guide, as well as the rookie scouting guide, courtesy of Jeff Ratcliffe. He says Walker's about to get 30 carries a game for 40 yards in Seattle is something that we've seen. I think that Chris Carson is probably near the end. That seems like a significant injury, Larky, a neck injury that held him out last year. And I don't know, is that what you're thinking as well? Like this pick and then getting Penny again, extending him. I mean, they could add him cheaper. They declined the 5th-year option. He balled out, and then they got him back. But now it does seem like a bit of a crowded backfield. But it could, and we're just speculating, but it could be near the end for Chris Carson. It kind of seems like maybe writing on the wall.
Yeah, I think this probably signals the end. I think that if they truly thought that they had Chris Carson, who was an above average starting running back throughout his career, if they thought they were getting that guy back this season, then there's really no reason to take him if you already brought back Penny. So I think that signals Carson the neck injury. It's pretty much over. And I also think this could potentially be indicating we're going to get almost one of those college style offenses from the Seahawks this year. We could have the nice 60 to 65% run rate, regardless of situation, leading, trailing. I think this could just be an absolutely ugly offense. And I also think that when you're bringing in someone like Walker, I think one of the receivers could go and that they're just going to fully commit to the run here. It's just, this is going to be one of, if not the most unwatchable offenses in the NFL. I think unless they end up getting Baker Mayfield, you will not be able to stomach if you're a Seahawks fan, you won't be able to stomach watching this team on offense because you're going to have Drew Lock behind a terrible offensive line. Remember, they have no tackles right now. There's not a starting caliber tackle on the roster. It's not like they've been fortifying the offensive line that much either.
Yeah, they got Charles Cross. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, this team has no plan. We're going to have one good tackle. We're going to have, I don't even know, a practice squad guy there. It's not even like the interior offensive line is all that great. This is going to be a rough season.
And it was their first, that was the first time they picked inside the top 10 in over a decade yesterday. And they only got it because they traded Russell Wilson away to Denver. So they had the Broncos pick there. I feel like they may trade one of those wide receivers. I feel like they should rebuild. And that's why I don't like the Walker pick either. Like, I just felt like there were so many holes, like rebuild. Maybe, I know it's tough to trade a DK or to trade a Tyler, but you traded Russell, right? Like what what's realistic expectations for this squad heading into this season? I know the NFC's got a lot of holes, but that's it. The pick is in for the Giants. It's a wide receiver. I don't know if you guys have seen it yet.
Yeah, I don't like it.
You don't like it? It's Wan'Dale Robinson.
Unless you're trading Kadarius Toney tomorrow, I hate this pick.
And he's been rumored to go, Pfeifer. It's a possibility, I guess.
Right, but then he was back with the facility, and like, if they're not trading Kadarius Toney, I think this is an awful selection. If they are and they're working on it now, I get it.
What do you make?
Yeah, one thing that I wrote up in terms of my players to watch. I mean, I have to say, Wan'Dale Robinson, he was being mocked in round 3. I thought he was going to go in round 3, and my initial issue with Wan'Dale Robinson, at least for fantasy, and I guess this kind of applies to real life too, because fantasy often translates, is that players of his size and stature, he's 5'8", about 180.
Isaiah McKenzie.
It is really difficult for these guys to be more than a gadget player. I mean, Rondale Moore had the most crystal clear, bulletproof prospect profile you could potentially want in a guy of this size. Rondale Moore with like the 1,600 scrimmage yards as a true freshman. What more can you want than the freak athlete? And Rondale Moore had the very disappointing rookie year. They bring in Marquise Brown now. It's looking cloudy for him. Wan'Dale Robinson, there's just not many comps for a guy like this being fantasy relevant, being an every down player in the NFL. So I'm kind of with Adam. I guess they're solidifying that this could be a Kadarius Toney type replacement, but this feels like a downgrade based on how efficient and productive Toney was when healthy last year. And yeah, it's a bit of a strange pick. So that I liked what the Giants did yesterday. And I think that the new regime is putting them on the right path. This one, a bit of a head scratcher, at least early on.
The only thing I can say is you look at the new regime, both from Buffalo, Brian Daboll, Joe Sheehan, They saw Isaiah McKenzie in that role, really played well. Maybe that's what they have in store for Wan'Dale Robinson. But when Skyy Moore is on the board still and a lot of these other receivers, and like
Right.
the Giants have holes, I don't think receiver's one of them if Kadarius Toney's on your team. So it'll be interesting. I think this could be Skyy Moore coming up. Houston just traded up after seeing receiver go. They need a receiver out opposite Brandon Cooks. This could be Skyy Moore, and I think it'd be a really nice landing spot for him, actually.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Mills is okay as a quarterback. I really do. I was impressed with him last year. The offensive line is okay. I agree, Pfeifer. They need another guy. Nico Collins, I don't think is the answer. They definitely need another guy next to Cooks. I was just seeing where Ratcliffe had Robinson ranked in his wide receiver rankings. He had him at 13. He does talk about how he can play all over the formation, not the biggest player, but certainly the ability to make things happen with the football. It kind of does sound like Kadarius Toney. And, you know, a lot of people rip the Giants for the Kadarius Toney pick. You said, Larky, maybe a third-round pick. A lot of people were saying maybe the Giants could have gotten Kadarius Toney last year in the second or the third-round pick. But
I love Toney coming out, too.
Right?
First round, even I was like, whoa.
Whoa, little steep. But he was impressive when he was on the field last year. He was really good. I think a lot of people were kind of stepping back a little bit with some of their comments. Health was a concern, but when he was on the field, he was very productive. Now, there's a lot of just checkdowns from Danny Nichols, is what some people are calling him in the chat here today. But I think that I'm a little surprised with the pick. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little surprised not just that they went with Moore or went with a wide receiver, but the wide receiver that they picked in Wan'Dale Robinson. And everybody agrees here in the chat as well. Giants, what you doing, baby, from Zach W. Kevin Wheeler, Giants must be drunk already. What is happening here? They took a wide receiver. Oh, my goodness. So we'll see what happens. And another wide receiver off the board. Pfeifer, you're right that it's a wide receiver, but you're wrong on the wideout. It's John Mechie from Alabama. Larky goes.
All right,
to
so Baltimore now. Baltimore's on the clock. They need a receiver. Somebody please draft Skyy Moore before Josh loses.
I didn't realize that Hollywood Brown had been requesting a trade for a couple of years now, like multiple years, to get the heck out of Baltimore. Obviously, he didn't like the way that he was used. If a wide receiver goes to Baltimore here, we're just going to be a little bit bummed about Bateman, aren't we? Like they can only have so many wide receivers in this type of offense that they have in Baltimore, Larky, to be productive, that is.
So I'm actually not particularly concerned for Bateman with who they take. And it's because Marquise Brown was one of 5 wide receivers in the NFL the past 2 years to have a 25% or higher target share in back-to-back seasons. Marquise Brown's pretty good at football. And I don't think that anyone that you're taking at this stage of the draft, at least not for this season, 2022, is going to be someone that's taking over 20% of the team's targets in that offense. So I actually think with Bateman, he's totally fine. And I hope they add another receiver. That way defenses can't key in quite as much on him and Andrews. Because if Devin Duvernay is the starting receiver in 2 receiver sets, you don't even have to worry about him very much. It's pretty much just Bateman and Andrews. So I actually hope for Bateman's sake that they do add a receiver
another
here.
wideout.
So yeah, I'm actually, in terms of Bateman, I don't think there's any receiver where I'd go, oh, now I have to adjust projections. Bateman's toast. I don't think that's in the cards right now.
No, and let me backtrack, and that's not what I meant. I think Bateman is a top 20 wide receiver. I think he's lock and loaded. Like, the sky is the limit. We got the rocket emoji all the time here at FTN. Like, put it next to Bateman. I think he's an absolute stud. He's a baller. But I mean, if they were to go a wide receiver here, I wouldn't be super excited about this wide receiver in this offense. Yeah, I mean, it'd be like, whatever. Like, they need a wideout, another guy out there, but it's Bateman and it's Andrews, and that's really it, no matter what. So we'll see what they do here, and then the Lions in Washington and Chicago as well. What do you think that the Ravens are doing, Pfeifer? And they had a really good day yesterday.
Yeah, they got possibly 2 top 15 players in Kyle Hamilton, Tyler Linderbaum. Yeah, and it always happens at Baltimore. They do this every year. I mean, receiver, obviously, like, I love Bateman as well, but and I know Andrews is a huge part of their offense. I don't know how comfortable you feel walking into the season with Rashad Bateman and then, like Josh said, like Devin Duvernay. So, Skyy Moore is absolutely in play here. again, like I thought they could have went corner in the first round, but Hamilton was there for them, and Linderbaum kind of fell to them. So this could be corner as well. This could also be addressed in defensive line. We know they were really high on Jordan Davis coming into the draft. He went right before them when the Eagles traded up. So interior defensive line, and I mean David Ojabo, they're showing it on the broadcast right now. He's still on the board. He had that awful injury, but like David Ojabo was probably a top 15 pick, top 12 pick if the injury doesn't happen. So I think Baltimore could go a couple different directions here.
Daniel Jeremiah had him like as a top 17 or top 20 pick in his prospects and the best available as of today heading into the draft here. So it'll be interesting to see what the Ravens do. Lions up here next, Washington, Chicago. Man, I'm still, as much as we talked about the quarterback class being super weak, I'm still like, it is very appealing and just trying to figure out who it could be. And the Saints are coming up here pretty soon. Like, I know they didn't do it yesterday. They got Jameis. So I think, that's something that they may consider as well, Larky.
Yeah, as you were saying that, I was like, when did the pendulum swing where I went from, oh, this is a bad quarterback class, my goodness, to, you know what? For where we're at in the draft, those quarterbacks looking pretty tasty. I mean, if you don't have a locked-in top-tier starter, you have to be thinking at this point about taking a shot on one of these guys in round 2. Yes, it's still substantive draft capital. However, the bar that this type of quarterback has to clear to be productive and to help your team, it's not that high. Jalen Hurts was not a great quarterback last year. And you know what? The team made the playoffs. And part of that is because when you have a quarterback making second-round pick money, there is a crazy amount of flexibility that you have for your roster. It's like with Davis Mills and the Texans. The Texans, in no way are they going to take a quarterback this year? Why would they? Let's see if Davis Mills can be the guy. Because if so, you're getting a third-round price for this quarterback. It's like with the Cowboys and Dak Prescott. An absolute steal. He was a 4th-round pick. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I don't know when the pendulum shifted. Maybe it's that it's day 2. But suddenly, all these quarterbacks look really good to me. And I'm still surprised that only one quarterback is off the board through 45 picks. Has this happened before? We need someone to start throw up the Sports Reference play index or something, or the draft index, start looking. But I can't remember the last time this has happened.
And the one quarterback is Pickett, who you know what I mean? Like, it just seems like, okay, Jabo is the guy for a Baltimore defensive end out of Michigan.
The Ravens every year.
Every
year they crush.
Great.
They're winning that division, by the way.
Great pick. Really?
I've been on it for since free agency, man. They bring in
Definitely
Marcus
like him
Williams.
more than Cleveland and
They bring in Marcus Williams. They get Calais Campbell back. You have Owe on the opposite side, who was really good last year as a rookie. Yeah. You have now you have David Ojabo. Kyle Hamilton and Linderbaum are both really good players. Lamar Jackson's going to be the other thing is they're going to be healthy. That was the concern last year. They just Gus Edwards, J.K. Dobbins, Marcus Peters all got hurt in the preseason. The rest of secondary was banged up all last season. I think the Ravens are the best team in the division, and that's saying something because the division's all of a sudden loaded.
It is loaded. Do you think the Bengals take a step back, or you just think that the Ravens are that good and they'll have some? No,
you're right. I think the Bengals have done great. Yeah, I think the Bengals have done a great job shoring up the offensive line. Bringing in Lyle Collins and everybody, and you still have one of the top 7 offenses in football. I just think the Ravens, what they've done, and the players they're getting back from injury, I give them an edge. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be fun every week watching those teams go at it.
Yeah, the AFC is absolutely loaded. My goodness, it is. There's just so many really good teams over there.
So I just updated some New York Jets projections, and my God, it's loaded because I still am not sure. The Jets could very well be the worst team in their division still. I'm not sure, but I will say that I think they're going to be at least if they end up getting last place, or if the Dolphins or the Patriots, whichever one of those 3 ends up in 4th place, I think it's going to be a competitive 4th place team. So right now, I just crunched some numbers. I've got Breece Hall for his rookie season coming in, early projections. I have him at around 270 carries. I've got him at 28 catches and 1,459 total yards. Wow. With Michael Carter getting the slight receptions edge, I've got him at 41 receptions compared to Breece Hall's 28. But unlike Breece Hall and his 1,459 total yards, I've got Carter at 774. So I don't think it's total bell cow season for Breece Hall, but I think that when I do round one of projections and Breece Hall's coming in at 13.5 fantasy points, and we haven't had any type of reports yet on his role, I think that is a very solid start. So I think there's still a case 101 for Breece Hall. I mean, Drake London was not getting the 13 fantasy points a game projection right out the gate. So I think at the very least, Michael Carter's season was literally a season, and it is Breece Hall time. So I'm pretty excited about it. I mean, just to recap, we have Zach Wilson with Breece Hall on first and second down. Maybe he even mixes in on third down. Michael Carter's there on third down. Elijah Moore, Garrett Wilson, Corey Davis. They also have the tight end
too, right?
The tight end tandem of Uzama and Tyler Conklin, who's a personal favorite of mine. They even have Braxton Berrios. I don't know if this guy's going to get any playing time, but he's not even half bad in the slot. And the offensive line should be even better as some of their guys take a step forward, like Verrett Tucker. There's just a lot of youth there. We'll see what happens with Becton, if he's traded or not. But this is going to be a much more watchable offense than what Jets fans had to suffer through last year. I can tell you that. It's going to take half a dozen injuries to start knocking out this offense.
Yeah, Jets fans need to be. I'm sure they're excited. Right? We just heard from Thomas; he's excited. But Benny's in the chat. Jets. Yeah, it's exciting times for the Jets. It's been a rough go for quite some time, and they're getting some offensive pieces, some exciting pieces as well. Josh Paschal, defensive end in Kentucky, goes to the Detroit Lions. So we're waiting on the Commanders in Chicago, followed by the Saints, Chiefs, Eagles, and Steelers. You said 1,400 total yards. You didn't say rushing. I mean, 1,400 rushing yards would have been second last year. Did you say 1,400
No,
total?
so I've got him just over 1,200 rushing yards, a little over
Which
200
would have been
receiving yards.
fourth in the NFL last year. That's pretty significant.
So what I will say to that is, yes, that would have been fourth. However, I try not to play God mode with the injuries. So unless I know that a guy's not going to start the season healthy, like a Chris Godwin, where the ACL tear early or really late in the season, he's not going to play week one. I don't play God mode, so I'm giving these guys 17 games. So I think that's a caveat, is that, yes, a lot of these guys, their actual totals will look pretty good because I'm assuming full health at the start of the season, unless there's a known injury. That's why I also, when I post these graphics on Twitter, I include the fantasy points per game, because to me, that is the most descriptive. And it's like, if the New York Jets played a game tomorrow, I would have Breece Hall projected for 13.5 fantasy points.
And 13.5 fantasy points. Let me just bring this up. That's in a half-point setting?
This is full PPR.
That's full PPR. So 13.5 last season, just to kind of give you an idea here, would be RB 21, 22. Again, that's points per game. Of course, we do have some guys in there like CMC only played 7 games last year. Elijah Mitchell only played 11. But, CMC, 18.2 fantasy points per game. So RB2.
Yeah, I think
solid
right now
RB2.
I would give him high-end RB2, since I think there's upside for more. And I think if Michael Carter goes down, we'll see basically what that Javonte Williams game was last year, where Michael Carter goes down, Breece Hall is a top 3 running back any week that happens. And I mean, he does have the long speed. He ran sub 4.4. He could break off some long runs and have some spike weeks. So I would say that the 13.5, that's just kind of taking into account. I still don't think this is going to be an elite offense. I think this offense will now be average, maybe a touch above average at times. And I just don't think Michael Carter will fully go away in the passing game. But I mean, if it's like a JT Naheem Hines thing from last year, we did see Hines relegated. I just think that that's pretty rare historically with a round 2 running back to just completely overtake the guy that was the starter before. I know Dwayne McFarland at PFF has done some really good analysis on this. And basically, if you're a round 2 running back and you show up and there's already an established guy there who's done something outside of injury, it is really difficult to become an RB1 for that season. So I think Breece Hall, mid to high end RB2 for 2022.
I think, and we saw a couple of years ago, I think it was Miles Sanders' rookie season, and then it was the season where Cam Akers, J.K. Dobbins, they all started to break out in the second half. So this might be a situation where, Breece Hall won't be maybe like at his ceiling for redraft. It's like third round. but it'll probably go a little bit later than that. And you like trading for Breece Hall midseason is going to be very like if he doesn't just come out of the gates and get 20 touches a game. That's something I'm probably going to be looking to do because we see it every year with these rookie running backs. Miles Sanders, J.K. Dobbins, Cam Akers. I know Jonathan Taylor.
A little bit of Javonte last year too.
Right, Javonte.
And Jonathan Taylor especially, yeah.
Yeah, so it'll happen, especially when you trade up early second round to draft Breece Hall, who's the consensus RB1 in this class and like is clearly a better prospect than Michael Carter was coming out. So, yeah, like I'm starting to warm up to not only Breece, the more we kind of talk about it and break it down. But same with Kenneth Walker, maybe more so for Dynasty because this time next season, Rashad Penny might not be on the team. He's on a 1-year deal. Chris Carson, we don't know if he's going to play. And you could be looking at Kenneth Walker as 18 to 20 touches a game on a team that wants to run the football probably until, 2060. They're going to run the football forever. So, yeah, the Breece Hall is very interesting. And the other thing, the Jets offensive line, really good in run blocking last year. And we know this offense and this scheme wants to run the football.
Yeah, those hanging out with us live here in the chat, we'd love to know what your thoughts, where you would rank Breece Hall and redraft or maybe put him into a tier. Let's kind of continue this conversation as Washington takes Phildarian Mathis, defensive tackle out of Alabama, and we're just waiting on Chicago, who's on the clock, followed by the Saints, Chiefs, and Eagles, and then Steelers. So tier, and this is just kind of me kind of talking this out with you guys, like a tier for me, looking at my rankings, Taylor, Henry, Eckler. You got Cook, then maybe in the next tier for me. I mean, CMC, you can put him there if you want, but it's close. Like Cook, CMC, Mixon, Harris, Chubb, Javonte. I mean, maybe with Melvin, I still like Javonte. Then another tier potentially with Kamara, Gibson, Swift, Fournette, Jones, James Conner, Cam Akers. Would you put Breece in that tier with those guys, Larky? Or would he belong in the next tier with maybe Elijah Mitchell and Montgomery? I think you could put the older guys in there like Zeke and Saquon have fallen down a couple tiers.
I think he's probably at the high end of that tier with like Mitchell, Montgomery. Although I will push back and say I've got Swift and Fournette in the upper tier.
So do I.
Fournette was pretty much a super back
he was
from the second half of last year onward.
back.
And I think if they don't take a running back today, if they just only fortify with a day 3 guy, I think Fournette is a top 5 locked and loaded running back who I think the only guy I would clearly take Fournette or who I would clearly take over Fournette would only be Jonathan Taylor. And I think with Swift, it would basically be Taylor, Fournette, and then potentially Swift. So I actually have concerns with Dalvin Cook. He's really getting up there in age. The injury track record's not great. And there's a reason that we generally don't see league winners when they're age 27. It's because there's often a lot of wear and tear on the tires. Dalvin Cook actually only one season above I think it was only one season above 1,200 total yards because of those injuries. And then with Derrick Henry, I think he's another concerning one. He's 28. He has a metal plate in his foot. And I actually don't like A.J. Brown leaving. I know some people are like, oh, it's Derrick Henry season. How many freaking carries are we giving Derrick Henry? The guy already had a historic amount of carries. If anything, he's just going to have a historic amount of inefficient carries. I don't care about Derrick Henry getting between the 20s touches. I want Derrick Henry near the goal line because Derrick Henry is the best goal line back in the NFL, and he gets 100% of the running back goal line touches. That is what I want. I want him near the red zone. And the Treylon Burks post ACL tear, Robert Woods, Nick Westbrook, Austin Hooper offense with Ryan Tannehill does not strike me as a team that's going to have an above average amount of red zone opportunities. So right now, Derrick Henry, Dalvin Cook, they are on the fade list. And I think it's actually pretty wide open where it's Jonathan Taylor. And I think that next tier is, what is it? It's probably, for me at least, I think Eckler, Swift, Fournette, Najee Harris.
Mixon.
I think that is, maybe Mixon. Is that kind of that next tier?
Yeah.
I actually think I'd have Cook and Henry the tier below that even.
Yeah, so you won't have any shares then because guys will take
No,
those
I
guys
don't.
before. I don't think that I'll have any. I love Cook, but I've been concerned even from right off the hop with the injuries that he had right away, and he's had a couple of them, and Madison's filled in pretty nicely. I wonder if maybe his role grows a little bit. I do agree with the Henry. I mean, I'm not going to spend that first capital. I'm more of a. I do like to take my bell cows early in the first round, but I'll be looking elsewhere at a running back. And we say bell cow with Henry. I mean, his catches and his targets have gone up in each of the past 3 or 4 seasons, but only by a sliver. I like Leonard Fournette too. You guys both seem to be on Fournette. I just don't know if I don't. You may not need to take him. Pfeifer is a top 5 running back. You know, he's probably a guy that maybe you can take in the second as a
you
guy
won't,
that's
but
just
if
like, no.
Yeah, you won't, but if he like I think Larky and I are in agreement. Like, I think a lot of like traditional, redrafts, family leagues, whatever, like people aren't going to realize exactly how good and how involved he was. Like, he led all running backs in first read targets last year. He was 5 to 8 receptions in his sleep. Like, if you took him the early second round, late first, I don't think you're crazy. And by the way, if you guys are wondering, I actually just penciled in Breece Hall at RB20 right now. That can change. Like, if I have Singletary one spot ahead of him, if Buffalo goes running back today, I will move him down. But I moved him ahead of, like, I was struggling between like him and Antonio Gibson, but kind of in similar situations though. And I think Breece Hall is a better running back.
Yes. Leonard Fournette, 18.3 fantasy points per game in a full point setting. That was number 4 in football. An absolute steal last year. Had a lot of shares of that guy. I think Ronald Jones was gone ahead of him in early drafts. People were worried about Giovanni Bernard. For me, I was thinking that it would fade the entire backfield altogether with those 3 guys, but take a flyer here and there, and round 9 or 10, and you get a guy Leonard Fournette who finished inside the top 4 in receptions and receiving yards last year among running backs. 69 catches for Leonard Fournette last year and 454 receiving yards. Eckler, Cordero Patterson, Najee Harris.
And he missed the last 3 games of the season?
Fournette? He did. He did. He missed the last 3 games of the season. And the touchdowns really piled up towards the end. He had the 8 rushing touchdowns, 10 total. I know he had a big 3 or 4 touchdown game last year against the Saints. So, yeah, I'm with you guys on Fournette. If they don't draft another back here this week, but it's possible that they would.
I think to make the comparison with Fournette and Dalvin Cook, I think right now they probably project for a similar amount of total touches per game. But Fournette will skew more heavily to the pass game, which in half PPR and full PPR platforms, a target is worth about 2 times what a carry is worth in half PPR and about 2.5 times what a carry is worth in full PPR. And Fournette's on a much better offense. I think the Vikings are going to be average to slightly above average. The Buccaneers are going to be top 3 to top 5. And I think that's kind of where the difference lies for me, is that Fournette and Cook, similar age, similar types of roles, but Fournette just the slight edge with the receiving and then the slight edge with the offense. So for me, I just won't be able to take Dalvin Cook, knowing that probably at least a round later, I'm able to get someone I think has better upside and better per game production in Fournette.
I feel like when we get closer to the season, we will see, Cook and Henry. Maybe not so much Henry. People are kind of, I think last year people were waiting for there's a lot of articles and a lot of content, people talking about Derrick Henry, like the fall off being last year. And I guess we could say it happened because of the injury, but it really, he was still a lock and loaded RB1, top 5 running back for the first few weeks of the season before that injury happened. But yeah, man, he's getting a little bit older. He's carried the ball so much into the playoffs and over the past 3 seasons that I want to be out before the drop off does officially happen, and it does happen in a hurry for some of these running backs. Jaquan Brisker was the pick for Chicago
Bears,
safety out of Penn State.
What are we doing?
And, there's another guy on your short list there, Pfeifer?
No, I want the Bears to draft a receiver.
Yeah, it's not happening, dude. It's not happening. They're just gonna it's gonna be Meaney and Komet show. It's gonna be the Komet show in Chicago this year. Yeah? Where do you got him in your tight end rankings?
Just outside
he seems like
the top 10.
The lock and loaded breakout, right? I think everyone is gonna peg him for the breakout tight end season. There's always 1 or 2 every year.
I mean, he didn't score last year despite having like a 17% target share. Now there's no Allen Robinson, and the Bears clearly don't care about adding receivers. So, yeah. We talked about this on the pod too, Larky. Like, bring talented receivers and talented playmakers to your young quarterback, and the Bears are just not doing that at all. So,
How are you supposed to evaluate Justin Fields?
Right.
I mean, let's say that he's terrible. I don't know. Like, you really think that Meaney and Kmet and Byron Pringle, that's how you're going to know that his terribleness was because he was terrible versus the supporting cast? This is a nightmare for everyone that has Fields and Dynasty. I feel like this is kind of what happened to Daniel Jones. I'm not saying that Fields is Daniel Jones. I think he's better. But with Daniel Jones, I mean, the reason he's still here right now in year 4 is it's like, well, we didn't always get him talent. Sometimes we got him talent, but then they got injured. The offensive line has always been bad. And this is not what you want. You want to know, ideally, within 2 seasons, is this our franchise quarterback or not? And I think with Fields, they're just, unless Fields takes some miraculous step forward with this supporting cast, then it's like, well, at this point, we're now pretty much halfway through the rookie deal. We're going to be going into year 3, and it's like, all right, can we now get him someone aside from just Meaney and Kmet? It's not even like I hate Meaney and Kmet. I just think that Meaney is probably a great 2. Kmet's probably a perfectly fine number 3. He needs a number 1 option in this offense to throw to. And right now he doesn't have that.
And he's not going to get it in this draft. They're not, unless a trade happens with Chicago and Seattle. He's not getting himself a wide receiver 1. I don't see it. I'm just looking at their depth chart. I mean, I forgot about Pringle. Obviously, Darnell Mooney. Equanimous St. Brown's on that roster. David Moore, Isaiah Coulter. It is rough. I don't expect that step forward here, Pfeifer, from Fields with this roster that they have. And I'm a big Mooney fan, and I like Cole Kmet. I think Cole Kmet is a good guy as well. They bring in James O'Shaughnessy, got Ryan Griffin on the roster. I just don't see it, man, with this roster here, this Bears team being competitive offensively.
I love Darnell Mooney. Like, absolutely love him. I think he's legitimately like a top 35 receiver in the NFL. But I agree with Larky. He should be your 2 in a good offense. Not sure. It's not even the fact that Darnell Mooney's their 1. He's like their 30% target share 1. Like, he's the clear number 1 alpha receiver. And like, as much as I love Mooney, like, he should be your 2. So yeah, I don't get it for Chicago. Like, we saw Trevor Lawrence, the number 1 pick last year, was in a bad situation, and what did they do? They pay Christian Kirk a ton of money. They bring in Evan Ingram. They bring in other players. They help the offensive line. They bring in Brandon Scherf. Like, the Bears have done nothing even close to resembling that.
And I think that's, part of Buffalo too, where Josh Allen may be the outlier after that first year with the accuracy jump, especially from year 2 to year 3. But I thought they did a great job of bringing in wide receivers like Diggs, like Beasley, good route runners to help out a guy like Josh Allen, and that doesn't seem to be the case here so far with Chicago. The Saints went corner, Alontae Taylor out of Tennessee. I do believe there's a trade here. Yep. The Pats have moved up, so that's another team I think could use a wide receiver here, Larky, on that squad.
They desperately need speed.
They're going to go linebacker.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to go receiver. But
Kobe Dean is still on the board. They're going linebacker.
How is that guy still on the board?
The Patriots will draft a linebacker in the draft forever. They have to be drafting a linebacker.
With Dean, it's his surgery. He's getting, was it a back surgery, if I remember correctly?
Kobe Dean.
Yes.
That's why he's still on the board, right? I think it's that he's getting a 3 to 4 month back surgery where he should be able to go week 1. But that he's going to miss a lot of training camp, if I remember correctly. I think that's more the reason for the fall.
Yeah, they're just showing Daniel Jeremiah's top 200 on the board, and he's got Dean at 17, Willis at 26, Jones 37, Harris at 38, Corral at 40. Still only 1 quarterback taken here, as we are just about to get pick 50 in the NFL draft. You see there, George's all over. Kansas City Chiefs traded away the 50th overall pick to the New England Patriots. Bit of a step forward from New England, right? It was weird. Their first year without Tom Brady, not making the playoffs, piling up all those losses, but a lot of their players came back from just opting out due to COVID, and they spent money. They set an NFL record with the amount of money that they spent. But they didn't really use Jonnu Smith all that much, which is like, that was their big signing. And then Hunter Henry was a guy who caught like 2 or 3 passes a game, and one of them was basically a touchdown. But man, the Jonnu Smith signing was a little just kind of a head scratcher the way they used him last year, Larky. Hardly a factor at all last year.
Yeah, I think with Jonnu Smith, this was just the classic case of figuring out by week 4, oh shit, this is not the player that we thought we were getting. Because he and Henry were in some type of committee the first few weeks. And then all of a sudden they went, wow, you know what? Jonnu Smith, we gave him that huge contract. He's being paid like a top 5 tight end. He is actually a situational blocking tight end. And I don't expect that much to change. I mean, if anything, I think his role probably shrinks further because they added Devontae Parker. I think they will add another wide receiver in this draft. And it just seems like any type of fantasy relevance for Jonnu Smith, or even in real life, just seeing him on the field, I think those opportunities are declining. And yep, I mean,
Tyquan Thornton, wide receiver.
This is, wow, not who I expected. They want the speed. They're having one of the more questionable drafts. So, I mean, first we get the guard that might have been a round 3 pick. And now they're,
according to Sean McVay.
Now they're going with the guy that ran a 4.28. Dude, not too many good things to say other than, man, he fast.
Ratcliffe's got him. The comp is Denzel Mims for Thornton. He has him as wide receiver 20. It is a quote here. By this point, you likely know Thornton's name from his blazing speed, fast 40-yard dash time that he ran at the combine. For a brief moment, it looked like he topped John Ross's record, but regardless, he still went sub 4.3. And he says, that's FU fast, the quote here. And it isn't just track speed. It translates to the field, as he can create separation at will on vertical routes as well. Limited route tree, though, and Baylor, and just really a speed guy here. Interesting. Again, we said this yesterday, Pfeifer can never figure out what the Pats are doing and what they want to do. And what, at the end, I'm always kind of like, okay, maybe they just, they're smarter than me. If you're feeling it, Bill, you're feeling it. But this is one that's, again, out in left field. Yeah,
pretty surprised they didn't go linebacker. When we were talking yesterday, we were talking about how those receivers went so early and we still went under, 6.5 in the first round?
Yeah.
There was a report that the Packers tried to trade up to 32 yesterday to take Christian Watson, and that was the Vikings in that spot. So we could have got 7, but the Vikings weren't willing to trade that spot.
I don't like to hear that. I needed that 7th. The Birds are on the clock here, and then we do have the Steelers, the Colts, the Chiefs, the Cardinals. Pfeiffer, when you were talking about your running back rankings and you penciled in Breece Hall, not to kind of, just to go back to him again, it's a little bit more fun to talk about some of these skilled players. Who are some backs that you had after him? You said you had Singletary 1 spot. Who are some guys that you had after that you'd be willing to draft Hall over?
The one that really was tough was him and Antonio Gibson. I have Gibson 1 spot. Okay. Who knows what Washington does? We saw them visit with so many running backs. Josh Jacobs below, Elijah Mitchell below, Damian Harris, Miles Sanders, Dobbins. Those are some of the running backs right behind Breece Hall.
Kevin Wheeler says, someone check Bill and Bob for dementia. Jeez. Who's on your short list here? Larky, we'll go to you.
Sorry, come back to me. I'm going through Radcliffe's Kenneth Walker projection right now that he just posted.
What does he got there?
I mean, it's rough, as I think we all probably would have expected. He's got him at 167 carries, 692 rushing yards, 5 touchdowns, 21 catches, 161 yards, and a touchdown. If you're struggling to do the math at home, this is under 900 total yards and 6 touchdowns. And I have to say, I haven't finished my Walker projection yet. I think we're going to be pretty similar. This is this is not the landing spot you wanted to see. I don't think Rashad Penny is going anywhere after how he ended last year.
I agree.
I think it means it's Penny and Walker in a gross non-pass catching duo where they're in a terrible offense. So between the 20 touches split between 2 running backs and a run-heavy offense, I'm going to stay away from both of these guys.
Yeah, but at least
completely.
Kenneth Walker is gonna, transform into a pass catcher on a team that throws the running backs a lot. Oh wait,
Oh wait, yeah.
they don't throw the running back.
Drew Lock checkdowns all day. It's possible. I still think that they leave this draft with a quarterback. As we sit here waiting for Malik Willis to go off the board, there's a couple potential landing spots, I guess, with teams coming up, and maybe the Indianapolis Colts, somebody that we talked about, the Colts, the Falcons, maybe at 58 again. If he's still kind of hanging around there, do they just pull the trigger on him? Yeah, the Kenneth Walker projections are absolutely atrocious. And this isn't a shot on Jeff Ratcliffe. I agree with the projections, but it's absolutely ugly.
It's so
like,
bad.
that's not even a guy that just draft on your bench and have him there in case anything happens to Penny. Maybe he falls into more of a bigger workload there. But 21 catches for 161 and quick math, that's just shy of 830 yards. So not great. Actually 760 some odd total yards there. The Eagles, offensive lineman. Okay, well, center, all right. Their offensive line is pretty good. Kelsey's not going to play forever. You're not wrong. And he did kind of flirt with retirement here this summer, but he decided to come back. So building for the future there. And I'm seeing Ratcliffe's projections for Breece Hall. Did you see those ones, Larky? You guys are kind of similar. They're on the same page, just shy of 1,200 yards there, 910 rushing yards, 6 rushing touchdowns, 210 carries, 27 grabs, 219 yards through the air, and 1 touchdown. So only 7 scores in that Jets offense. And I think he's, Ratcliffe will tell you he's always a little conservative there. We know the Jets offense isn't going to be spectacular, but if they get inside the red zone, as we talked about earlier, Larky, he's going to be the guy there. It's not going to be Michael Carter. It's going to be Breece Hall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've got Breece Hall with a little bit more work, though. I'm not quite sure if this is a 17-game projection or if he's giving everyone 15 or 16 games. But
I think he's probably 17.
In terms of efficiency and stuff, I have it very similar in terms of like the carry to catch ratio, very similar. I've got him with 9 touchdowns with a bit more work, so pretty similar touchdown rate. I think we're kind of in agreement. It's going to be just an average offense still, but like the pieces look good for the future. But I think this year it's going to be a very watchable offense, but I don't expect this to be a quote unquote very strong offense.
Were you able to get any crunch the numbers for Christian Walker, or Watson, when it comes to maybe his projections? And we can kind of play this out here together, guys. I think this is somebody who could flirt with 100 targets inside this Green Bay offense.
Yeah, I had him with 94.
94.
So very similar to that 100 range. I have him, honestly, the MVS efficiency feels like a pretty good starting spot. I have him at 55 catches, 821 yards. So pretty good yards per reception. Catch rate, not quite as good. I don't quite think he's going to be used like Marquez Valdes-Scantling, but I think he's going to be, if there's anyone on the team that's used as the vertical field stretcher, I think Watson is going to be that. So I think he's probably going to get a mix of some manufactured touches along with some of those MVS. Just go long and let Rodgers throw deep type routes. And I've got him for 6 touchdowns, which is more than a few of the rookies so far. I mean, Rodgers is a very good quarterback. And I think this is truly best case scenario landing spot for Watson.
Yeah, I mean, I think so too. I think it's pretty good. I don't know how George is getting those picks so early, but we do appreciate it. He's crunching the numbers. He's got the inside sources. I'm seeing now the Eagles are just officially making the pick. We already know it's Jurgens of Nebraska, and there it is, officially done. So the Steelers, the Colts, the Chiefs, Arizona. Guys, still we're getting a little bit of excitement here. It's not quite the same sort of feel as yesterday, but I think it's just because of some of the landing spots with some of these players. And then we did have Mechie and Thornton as guys that have gone ahead of Pickens and Skyy here. So those 2 guys are still available, wide receivers that we like. I mean, I like both of those guys for sure. And then we still have all those quarterbacks in play as well. What are you looking for here with the Chiefs, the Colts, the Chiefs, Arizona? I guess Arizona, they won't be looking for a wide receiver, Pfeifer, now that they got Hollywood Brown.
Yeah, I still think we could see a receiver run to an extent, though, with the Colts, who I've been pounding the table for Skyy Moore to the Colts. I think it is a perfect fit.
They need a receiver.
Yeah, and I think absolutely. I think we talk about receivers and how they kind of, compare with each other. I think he works really well with Michael Pittman. You have the Chiefs there. I think Buffalo, we talked about, could be a destination for receivers. So I think we could see some receivers go in these next couple of selections. But yeah, like there's still a lot of good players on the board. Like I don't think any of us expected Wan'Dale Robinson and Thornton and a lot of these receivers to go over Skyy Moore.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of those where we look back. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the Cardinals when they went Andy Isabella with guys like DK Metcalf on the board. And you look back 1 year later and just chuckle. I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to look back and go, wow, Tyquan Thornton over Skyy Moore, over George Pickens. Head scratcher at the time. And I think this one's going to age like milk.
I think we got an exciting one. George, let's play the draft music. We got an exciting George Pickens. Okay.
I like it.
I do too.
I wrote in my article earlier today, I said that Steelers they're a receiver destination. I've talked a few times about how I don't think they're letting Juju leave and then just hanging out with whoever their next receiver is, because James Washington no longer there. Ray McLeod is also no longer there. There was pretty much nothing after Deontay and Claypool. So I think this is good. I think this was needed. And it's kind of like what we've been saying, where you have a young quarterback, you need to surround him with talent. They drafted Kenny Pickett yesterday. Let's get him one more bona fide stud wide receiver. So I like this.
Me too. I think this is, I don't want to say it's a steal, but with some of the other wide receivers that have gone here earlier, man, I like him more than Thornton. I like him more than Mechie. I like him more than Robinson too. I think Pickens is a pretty good athlete, man. He's a pretty good player. And so another wide receiver for the Steelers, and this offense is going to look a little bit different this year, Pfeifer.
Yeah, sorry, we just got a crazy NBA. I don't want to talk about NBA on the NFL stream.
Let's hear it. What happened?
Joel Embiid, according to Shams, suffered a right orbital fracture and mild concussion in series-clinching Game 6 win last night. He will be listed as out, and there is no timetable for his return.
Wow.
Yikes. That's insane.
76ers were done anyways, right? We only expect them to win one round. No?
I didn't expect him to win. But Alec Pierce to the Colts.
Alec Pierce to the Colts. So they did go wide receiver. This is something they've needed for quite some time. I remember the Colts, like they've been a team over the years that I've kind of just laughed at with their drafts. Like when they had Andrew Luck and they weren't drafting offensive linemen, and they're like, we'll just take Philip Dorsett in the first round. It's like, wait, what? What are you doing there? In the past couple of years, with Paris Campbell, clearly can't stay on the field. T.Y. Hilton can't stay on the field. Great season from Michael Pittman last year was great. So Alec Pierce now added to the Colts. This is another wide receiver. Initial thoughts, Larky? Get the wide receiver run that Pfeifer was talking about.
Yeah, here's the receiver run. I just don't know what's going on with my guy Skyy Moore at this point. Alec Pierce is fine. I wrote him up earlier today. And Alec Pierce, he's a very good athlete. He's got good size. He played all 4 years at Cincinnati with Desmond Ridder, but the production profile lacks. It wasn't until this past year as a senior that he crested over a 17% target share. And what does that tell me? It tells me that he was not able to dominate until he was physically bigger and more developed than the competition. If you need to be 22 years old in order to win against college cornerbacks when playing for Cincinnati, I think it could be a rough transition to the NFL. So it's not that I'm saying that Pierce is guaranteed to be a bad player or that he is necessarily a bad player, but the track record for this type of player, there are not very many success stories. So I think what this means to me, I mean, gut reactions, obviously like Michael Pittman's going to have just an absolute shitload of targets, but also Paris Campbell, if he is healthy come training camp, he's not dead yet. I think he's going to be back. We might, many of us Paris Campbell truthers, I'm one of them. There might be some hope because Pierce does not project like the kind of guy that's going to soak up 100 targets as a rookie.
I agree with that. I'm not a big Campbell fan. I didn't understand the the debate last year between him and Michael Pittman. I just thought Michael Pittman was just a much better wide receiver than Paris Campbell. I do agree with Benny checking in here in the chat. What's up, sir? He said, good pick by the Steelers. Red flags on personality kept him down, but the dude can ball. Also the injury too last year. He only played a handful of games and came back towards the end of last season, and looked pretty good and just, getting 9 targets and 5 grabs, over 100 yards. And he did have a decent showing at the combine, 4.4s in there. He does remind me a little bit of Mike Williams, and that's actually the comp that Jeff does have for him. Just a bit of a big body there, vertical routes. And some,
I was waiting for it.
There you go. Wow.
I was waiting for it.
I mean, he gets the
Skyy
nuts
more to
landing
the Chiefs.
spot.
We thought maybe this could happen yesterday towards the end of the first round. Good on the Chiefs. Wow, if they were considering Skyy Moore at the end of the first and decided to go another way, and then now having him available to them at pick 54, this is officially the wide receiver run. Pickens, Pierce, Moore. Go ahead, Larky. I know you've been waiting for a while for this guy.
Oh, this is good news. I mean, I'm a Charger fan, so I don't like that the Chiefs got the guy I thought they were going to get in round 1 in pretty much the middle of round 2. However, Skyy Moore, for those that weren't listening last night and need the Cliff Notes, Skyy Moore was brought in to Western Michigan to play cornerback on a scholarship, and he had over 800 receiving yards as a true freshman. They didn't know what position to play him at. They tried him at receiver, and they never looked back. This guy was insanely productive all 3 seasons. Dwayne Eskridge was taken by the Seahawks last year in round 2. And senior year Dwayne Eskridge, year 4 Eskridge, was on the team when Skyy Moore was transitioning to receiver as a true freshman. Moore had several times the receiving yards per game as Dwayne Eskridge. And they both went round 2. Something doesn't add up here. Sounds like a bad pick by the Seahawks and a great pick by the Chiefs.
We can play the tape back a couple times. Sounds like a bad pick by the Seahawks. Yeah, it was a bad pick by the Seahawks. At the time, I think we all laughed on the show. I remember Debro was here with, I think it was Brad Evans. We were like, what? Like, they only had 3 picks, and they used one of them on Eskridge. Man, people are going to really talk about this pick. I do love the landing spot. Of course, we know that Tyreek Hill is no longer there. Skyy Moore, KC, Pfeifer. Initial thoughts? And also, let's talk about how the fantasy environment will pump this guy's tires. He will be one of the highest wide receivers off the board in terms of rookies in redraft leagues.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a, like Larky said, it's the nuts landing spot, and I don't understand. I'd be interested to see why he's fallen to where he's fallen, getting drafted after Alec Pierce, who I like, but after Alec Pierce and Tyquan Thornton and Wan'Dale Robinson. But yeah, Juju and Kelsey are still there getting a lot of targets, but Juju's on a 1-year deal. And Skyy Moore is going to be involved anyway. It's really, really, really good hands. Great after the catch. I think it wouldn't be surprising if Skyy Moore was his team's number 1 receiver this time next year, and he could be very, very, very relevant this year. So where would you pencil him in, Larky, among all the rookie receivers that have been drafted already?
Oh, that's a tough one. I think I'd still have him.
He's top 5.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, he's definitely up there. I think there's already a couple of guys I can think of where, I mean, I loved Garrett Wilson, but I think just right now in the Jets' crowded offense, we still have question marks about Zach Wilson. I think I'm taking him over Wilson. I think I'm taking him over Chris Olave. There's just questions about Olave's ceiling. We don't know if Jameis will be fully healthy. Going through him, I think London, I probably still want Drake London. There's just such a target vacuum, and he's definitely a far superior prospect. But I don't know, Drake London's the only one that comes to mind where I go immediately, yeah, I think I'm still going to have London ahead of him for redraft. But I mean, Skyy Moore is going to project really well because Marquez Valdes-Scantling has never been a big target hog. Juju Smith-Schuster has been pretty much in free fall after that 1,400-yard season in year 2. And I feel like it came out sort of later on that a lot of it, according to Antonio Brown, who I know is also salty that he wasn't named the offensive MVP of his team that year, was that Antonio Brown was routinely getting double coverage, and it helped Juju have that outrageous year 2. But the guy can't win against man coverage. He's very limited. And I think Skyy Moore can. Skyy Moore's going to be able to win against man coverage. And right now they don't really have a guy that's going to command targets in those scenarios outside of Travis Kelce. So wheels up for Skyy Moore.
I remember trading Juju for 2 first-round picks in my Dynasty League after that year. That was my big thinking as well. Spot on. Jake Ciely and I talked about it. I was with The Athletic at the time, and I took a lot of heat from Steelers fans and how I just thought that he couldn't handle top coverage, and things would change for him quite a bit when Antonio Brown left that team. I still like Juju as a player. I mean, last year was a bit of a write-off for him with the injuries, but I believe he had like 90-some-odd catches the year before that, but everything is short and immediate with him. And it'll be interesting to see what kind of role he does have with KC. There are some moving pieces. You mentioned MBS in there. Of course, Kelsey's going to be the number 1 target for this team. But Skyy Moore, in my opinion, and I'll throw to you, Pfeifer, to see what you think when it comes to wide receivers. But London for sure. I think I'd give the benefit of the doubt to Burks, and even though obviously I don't like the offense as much, it's just clearly with him being the number 1, probably the number 1 passing option for the. Cut off. Must be a good one. Oh, wow. McBride, Arizona. Okay. All right. Another weapon for Kyler.
Kind of like that.
Ertz near the end. Yeah. They're trying to make Kyler happy here this weekend. I think they're doing a good job of that, Pfeifer.
Yeah. Josh is about to say something, so go ahead, Josh. I was just saying I like the deal, or I like the selection.
So I like the selection. I should have to say, I mean, what a stupid franchise. They gave out a lot of money to Zach Ertz and James Conner, which clearly hamstrung them because then they had to pull off this pretty large Marquise Brown deal. Now you're taking Trey McBride. I mean, what the heck is this team doing? This is just a mismanaged franchise, and they've pretty much wasted away the Kyler Murray rookie deal for the most part. I mean, this past season, was that the highlight of what they're going to get on the Kyler Murray rookie contract? The defense has a lot of holes, and it looks like this offense just doesn't have a plan. I mean, yeah, I like the McBride pick in terms of in a vacuum. That's, I think, a good pick for Kyler. They can grow together, but you just gave Zach Ertz the multi-year extension, and he's expensive. You just gave James Conner I think it was a 3-year deal where if you look at the guaranteed money, it's basically a 2-year deal. You're stuck with some aging veterans on this team that you can't really cut. And now you have Marquise Brown, who needs to get paid after this season. I just don't know what's going on here. Like, Hopkins isn't going anywhere. This is going to be a very bloated offense, and I'm not even sure if it's going to be that good a year, 2 years from now. I think it's kind of like they went all in on this season without recognizing that, like, you want to extend Kyler. Kyler's going to be here for the long term, and you're going to have Hopkins, just so everyone can think about it. Hopkins will be 30 before the season starts. Like, there's a clear window of this year with not much foresight for the future. So the McBride pick, foresight for the future. The Ertz Conner extensions, no foresight. Do not like what this team is doing overall.
I don't like it either, what they're doing. I think they're kind of panicking a little bit just with Kyler. I think that they're trying to surround him with some weapons and kind of keep him happy. But I like McBride as a player, to your point, Pfeifer. Like, I do like the fit. I like him, even though they extended Zach Ertz. I thought that he would go late second, and here we are, I guess, pick 24, pick 23 in the second. Sam Williams, edge to the Dallas Cowboys as your Bills are on the clock here. Yeah, I mean, he's clearly the number 1 tight end. I think we can all agree, right? In this class, I think he's certainly up top, the number 1 tight end. Obviously, nowhere close to Kyle Pitts in last year, and another tight end who has a basketball background, at a guy who can go up and get it. And I wonder how involved he will be from a fantasy standpoint. I can't, like, running the numbers and picturing it. I can't picture him, Pfeifer, as a guy that I'm going to rank as like a top 15 tight end this year. He's just a guy that's just going to be hanging around the waiver wire probably all year.
Yeah, and Buffalo's not on the clock, so that's
they made
fun.
a move?
They traded back.
Tampa
Bay's up.
Okay. Just a couple spots, though. It looks like they're at pick 60 now.
Yeah,
so Tampa on the clock, Atlanta, Minnesota, Buffalo. So
I think
just a couple spots there.
I think with Trey McBride, the fantasy implications of this are just that Zach Ertz will probably have a tough time doing what he did last year, because Zach Ertz was a weapon, especially if you were in tight end premium leagues. Zach Ertz was getting you 10 targets, 6-7 catches a game. I mean, you don't draft McBride to sit him all year. He's going to be out there, and what you just generally see is that it's hard for 2 tight ends to both be fantasy relevant in the same offense. usually either one greatly exceeds expectation or they cannibalize each other. This feels like one where they cannibalize each other, and that I do think Ertz is probably still the guy for this year, but I don't think there's any world where a healthy McBride is watching Ertz get 20% of the team's targets. So I think it's probably going to be one of those gross splits where it's like Ertz getting like 12% of the targets, McBride getting like 8 or 9%. This could get ugly.
Kev Wheeler checks in. He says, crap, I have a ton of Ertz in best ball. I had a little bit of Ertz in best ball too. I had some shares of him. And a lot of those targets came when towards the end of the season, like Pfeifer mentioned with Hopkins, like Hopkins was out of the lineup. AJ Green kind of took a bit of a step back there. Kirk was, kind of phased out of the offense a little bit. So it was a lot of Zach Ertz towards the end. And you're talking about tight ends eating into each other. And we saw that in Philadelphia with Zach Ertz and Dallas Goedert. And when those two were separated, you really saw a boost in production from both of those guys. I want to go back to Skyy more here for a second. I'm just kind of filling this out for myself and kind of running some projections or rankings. I think, London again, back to Burks. I think I would have Skyy more at 3. I think I would put him there. And I like Wilson more, clearly, but a crowded wide receiver core with the Jets. Olave, we're going to get Michael Thomas back. I don't know if we're going to get 80% of Michael Thomas or 75% of Michael Thomas would be still really, really good and really, really productive, but I would imagine he'd be the one. Jameson Williams, we talked about his landing spot. Dotson, don't love it. And then some of these other wide receivers then went earlier today. I mean, there's no chance I'm putting Robinson, Mechie, Thornton, even Pierce. I don't think I'm putting Pierce over a guy like Skyy. I think we could lock and load at top 5, maybe top 3. Is that pushing a little bit too much here, Pfeifer?
No, I think I would have him 4. I think I would slightly still lean Garrett Wilson just based off draft capital, him being a better player. And I think the Jets offense could surprise us. But yeah, I mean, if you had Skyy more ahead of him, I don't think you're crazy at all. I mean, it's an immensely talented player on still one of the better offenses in football with, arguably the best quarterback in football. But I would probably pencil him in at 4 behind Wilson, London, and Treylon Burks.
I see Larky shaking his head. I think he agrees with you there.
Yeah.
All right, so we're just waiting on the Bucs. We got the Falcons, the Vikings, the Buffalo Bills as we are pushing the 2-hour mark here for the 10 o'clock my time. We're 9 o'clock Eastern time, but yeah, 2 hours here. We're rolling through, guys, as we're almost near the end of the first round. Pfeiffer's going to hang out with us until the end of the first, and then Larky and I will be with you towards the latter part of the draft. I see some guys that are hanging out. We do appreciate you guys. Kev, Gildan, Stuart, Dust in the house. Oh, round 2 show. I respect that. We do respect you guys taking the time here to hang out with us. And Larky, you got some giveaways as well. I don't know when you want to get to that. The Bucs do select an offensive lineman here to help them out.
Let's do the giveaways in like 2 minutes. I've got the Seahawks projections dialed in. Double check them. Let me throw those onto Twitter. Let the people chuckle at what looks like the NFL's worst offense for 2022. And then let's give away some FTN swag.
It does stink to hear that, and I agree, but like DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett on this team and the NFL's worst offense in Seattle. Yeah, it's going to be a rough go for the Seahawks. However, do you think that one of those two guys will be traded, or they're just going to roll out DK and Tyler, just going to continue? I think they should go full rebuild, man. Just trade one of these guys. Look forward.
Like Pete Carroll says they're not trading him, but they said they weren't trading Russell Wilson. So like, right. I don't know. I just realized that I have to change my channel because the draft is now off ESPN because basketball's on. So I have to change my station real fast.
Yeah, we'll take a break and then we'll get you back in. You should put that on the NFL Network, dude. NFL Network will take care of you throughout the entire draft. So just Larky and I here hanging out with us for a little bit. So we're waiting on the Falcons. Quarterback could potentially be in play here. I keep saying it. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for Malik Willis to go. We're almost 60 picks in, and this guy has not gone yet. Gildan says, if Seattle trades for Baker, is it still the worst offense? I say no. I think people are a little hard on Baker. I think he's okay. I think he's serviceable. And last year, I believe, was a bit of a write-off. He battled through some injuries. He was hurt. Go back to a couple years before that. He led them to the playoffs. He was really good against the Steelers in that opening round. I thought he held his own against the Chiefs in the second game of the playoffs. And even to start last year, week 1 against Kansas City, I thought he was pretty decent there. So, no, I think if Seattle does make a trade for Baker, I think that would be great news for the Seahawks. I think that would be good news for Tyler Lockett and good news for DK Metcalf. Certainly an upgrade, because right now when I have my rankings, I don't have either of those wide receivers as top 25 wide receivers. I don't think I'm interested in any of them. Continue to let you run the numbers there when it comes to the Seahawks there, Larky. So a couple teams here that I think could take a quarterback. Yeah, Daily handle checks in. Baker's solid. Baker is solid, and I think we'll see him traded at some point here. Atlanta could take a quarterback. The Vikings could potentially take a quarterback, but we talked about that. Maybe not. We know the Bills aren't. San Fran's not going to do it. KC won't do it. Cincy won't do it. Denver. So we're still looking. If it's not going to happen here, we could go 2 full rounds, Pfeifer, and it's not happening here. Is Falcons take linebacker Troy Anderson out of Montana State. Man, we could go 2 full rounds here with just one quarterback. It does seem strange. We need to find out if this is an NFL record, Pfeifer. It might be.
I feel like it has to be. Yeah, like it's just unheard of. We know how important the position is, and we've seen situations where teams just trade up, and it's not even the fact that like teams aren't trading up. It's just teams aren't even. Like, the quarterbacks are clearly falling, and teams just don't seem to care. It's bizarre.
We need to hear from the people. Where is Malik Willis going? What is happening here as Minnesota's on the clock? What do you think the Bills are? What do you got on your list over there for the Bills? Some needs? You got some players there you got circled? What do you think, Pfeifer?
There's been, when Josh Allen's making the money he is and Stephon Diggs just got paid, like there's been talks about like they're going to have to choose, whether they're going to be able to keep players like Tremaine Edmonds and Jordan Poyer. So I think linebackers in play, that, Dean is still on the board. I think safety's in play. And I think interior defensive line, they added to it a little bit, or interior offensive line, I should say. Both are actually in play too, but with Brandon Beane, you don't really ever know. Like, could they go receiver here? Sure. Could they go Isaiah Spiller? I think it's in play. So I think Buffalo, if I had to put it number 1, probably linebacker, but I think they could legitimately go like 4 to 5 different ways.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of holes in that roster, as you know. There are a couple of ways that they could go. I don't think running back's the play for them. I don't know. I think something to me feels like they're fine with Singletary. And clearly, Zach Moss is. I don't know. I see you're like, maybe get another running back in there. They should be
fine with Singletary. He's good.
Yeah, he is good. And Zach Moss hasn't shown too much.
They literally scored at will against Kansas City with Gabriel Davis just dominating that. Like their offense is gonna score points. It's just, can they get a couple stops in the playoffs against these elite teams? And they've done things to help that, obviously. And Minnesota just went guard, so Buffalo's on the clock.
Ed Ingram, yeah. So Buffalo's on the clock. Guard there out of LSU. So Larky, you got that tweeted out. I'm looking forward to hearing all the Seattle fans kind of. I guess they wouldn't trash. They know it's going to be a rough go.
What's the Seahawks hashtag? I like to put the hashtags and just get the fan base riled up. I can't.
You gotta look it up. I'll look it up.
I'm trying to find it. I can't find it. What is their hashtag? Someone throw it in the chat or something. What do these Seahawks fans like to tweet? Is it hashtag Go Hawks?
It might be. I usually look at it's hashtag Go Hawks, and they don't even have a logo next to the hashtag. What is that all about? Yeah, hashtag Go Hawks. Tyler Lockett likes it. He tweeted, Ken Walker, let's go, bro. Let's get it. So he's excited with the addition. I'm sure
that's because he knows Kenneth Walker's not going to take any receptions from him.
Oh, man. Rough go. I don't think that they start week 1 with Drew Lock. I'm still convinced it's not it. If they're not going to rebuild, they're not going to, officially do the rebuild, then go and get Baker, because the NFC it is a bad roster, but the NFC is completely wide open. There's going to be some mediocre teams that make the playoffs this year in the NFC that would not sniff the playoffs in the AFC, and you're going to have some good teams in the AFC that won't get in to the playoffs because of how loaded it is. So we're still waiting on these Bills to get in and make a pick. We got San Fran, KC, Cincy, and Denver, and then we may take a little bit of a timeout here. Just maybe we get some bathroom breaks, but we do have some swag. Do you want to start with the swag? Do we want to give one thing away here? Or what?
We'll start with the swag. So I got those Seahawks projections out there. I just wanted to get a round out there while Drew Lock is on the roster. It's just hilariously bad. If you're assuming that is their starting quarterback, his track record is terrible. I know Metcalf, Lockett, but I mean, he's killed a lot of games with what he does. He had a couple games as a rookie where it was like, oh, this isn't half bad at times. And then after that early stretch, he's been pretty much unwatchable. You're looking at probably like 200 passing yards a game, maybe less, run heavy, low pace. So let's get to something much happier, which is the FTN swag giveaway.
Pfeiffer's not going to see the Bills. Sorry to cut you off. Pfeiffer's not going to be able to see a Bills pick here tonight. Again. They traded back again. Cincinnati is now on the clock. But go ahead, Larky. Sorry to cut you off there. Take it away, sir.
No, totally fine. That's a heartbreaker. All right. So what I'm giving away is FTN swag packs. You're going to get FTN shirts, hat, some I think it was some coasters. You're going to get a couple FTN bets pens, which
get a golf ball in there, which I'm super jealous
you got
about.
A golf ball. I mean, I love these pens.
I have that pen.
Yeah,
I have that.
I should have been wearing the hat. I don't wear too many hats on stream because I already have the weird lighting with my window and the natural light. So the hat usually creates a little too much shadow. But you know what? I'll probably grab it for later in the show. That way people can see what this looks like. So we're giving out these swag packs. I've got 4 people that engaged on Twitter. They retweeted the tweet, followed FTN Fantasy, which you should all do. There's going to be a ton of content coming on all of those handles: FTN Network, FTN Fantasy, FTN Bets, FTN Daily, and FTN Data. So first, we have, he looks like a Falcons fan based on his banner, Joseph Griffin at DynastyGriff_FF. Come on down. I will be tweeting out and tagging the winners as well. So congrats to Joseph, the Falcons fan. He's probably happy with the London pick. Next, we have D-Ritos, D-Ritos, and the handle is at DunRitos1. He's a Dolphins fan. The caption on his bio is, life is 10% what happens and 90% how you respond to it. Well, you know what? Congrats, sir. This is that 10% of what happens. You now have a swag pack. D-Ritos, come on down. Number 3, we've got Michael Semaniuk at msemaniuk on Twitter. His location on his bio is Massachusetts. Maybe he's a Patriots fan. I am sorry about the Thornton pick. It's not what I would have taken either. But congrats, you got some free swag to cope with it. And then the last is Clint Followell at Fantasy Pastor. Now that is a fun handle.
That is.
He does some of the Scott Fishbowl Avies. So
nice.
Seems like a really good guy in the community. And you, sir, have earned yourself some FTN swag. So congrats to the 4 of them. I'll post that on Twitter as well. And you can check out my Twitter at JLarkyTweets. If you want to see what that swag looks like and what you missed out on, you should have been playing along. And if you played along, you know what? I noticed. Congrats. You are in the running for whatever the next giveaway is, because there is a lot of FTN swag that will be given away throughout the summer. So congrats to the 4 of them. And I think next break, I'll grab the hat. That way people can kind of see just how clean this merchandise is.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Congratulations to those. And those that are hanging out with us live, I want to give you guys something as well, just for, being great sports and chilling with us here through the entire weekend. We do appreciate that, like I always say. But yeah, there it is, the trade, 60th overall. The Bills move back a couple spots. Maybe you'll get a pick here before the end of the second. They got pick 63 there from the Cincinnati, and they also got another pick in that trade, 6th round pick from the Bengals. So what is this? Is this 3 times they've traded back here yesterday and today?
They traded
Twice
up
today.
yesterday. They traded back
Traded
twice
up.
today.
Back
It was-
twice today and up yesterday.
They were going for Skyy Moore. They saw him go to the Chiefs, and they're like,
They
darn it.
probably were, honestly.
I mean, Jameson Crowder is not their long-term answer. Gabe Davis has potential, but he's still pretty unproven outside of that blow-up playoff game. I think they need someone else there that's going to be a bona fide stud for years to come, along with Diggs. Davis has that potential. Crowder, I do not believe is that guy. No. So it'd be nice for them to get one more body in there that we know is very capable. Since McKenzie he's probably best as a gadget player. He's fun to watch, but I think
he is fun to watch.
He's one of those small doses.
Cam Taylor-Britt out of Nebraska, cornerback for Cincinnati is the pick.
So
there.
wait,
what's
okay? They have him listed as safety, but he's a corner. Yeah, I was going to say I'm pretty sure he's a corner because they went safety the first round. Yeah, so that makes sense.
Corner.
I thought they'd address the secondary again.
Yeah, it does make sense. If you're looking, I don't see a lot of holes in this Bengals team. I liked their offseason last year, right? Signed some guys, of course, they can afford to spend a little bit of money. They had some cap space with, Burrow and some of these wide receivers. But it will be interesting when they have to sign Jamar Chase and T. Higgins with some of these wide receivers that are getting paid. I don't know if they can afford to ante up with both of those guys. I'm sure they'll want to. But looking at Cincinnati, that's what I have them pegged down here is corner, safety help. Wazier, Eli Apple, I don't believe those guys are extended after this season. So maybe a pick there for the future in Cam Taylor-Britt. The Niners are up, and then we have the Chiefs, your Bills,
maybe.
And then the Broncos.
Maybe
they'll
be up.
Maybe. And then the Broncos at the end there with the pick from the LA Rams in, I believe, was the Von Miller trade. And then we will get into round number 3. So as I said, those that are hanging out with us live, Gilden says, after this, pulling an Ozark all-nighter, who needs sleep? I actually want to do the same thing. I realized today that Ozark, they're going to wrap it up. I'll probably have to binge watch that here over the weekend. But I'd like to hear from you guys. Again, I'll go back to Malik Willis. Let me know, Malik Willis, what team is going to draft this guy? Leave it there in the chat. You get it right. A fantasy football platinum package headed your way, as well as the NFL rookie scouting guide, which Ratcliffe will go over after all of these rookies are indeed drafted. He'll have the landing spots and what it does mean. He'll have rankings in there as well. And as I said off the top, the fantasy football platinum package has got projections, rankings in season, preseason rankings, best ball, dynasty stuff. We're going to be doing a lot of best ball drafts courtesy of Underdog. You can use the promo code FTN, and we will have absolutely everything. And throughout the season, there's cool start and sit tools, wide receiver cornerback matchup stuff, split tools, absolutely everything that hopefully will help you be a better fantasy football player. Obviously access to the Discord channels and all that good stuff as well. So let's hear it, guys. And I want to hear it from you guys. I want to hear here we are into pick 61. I want to hear, Larky, where does Malik Willis go? The team that drafts him tonight? I'm assuming he goes tonight. Who's the team?
Yeah. So if I'm looking at the back of this round, I mean, there's just not a lot of suitors left. I think at this point we're going to have to get some kind of trade up, in which case any of these teams are on the board.
It doesn't have to happen in this round. It could be in the next one.
Yeah, I'd be so shocked if a guy with his tools went round 3. So I think it's probably, so before I say the teams, I think I'll just preface with, in terms of if you're at home wondering, how could someone that has a running style that's a cross between Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts, who has an absolute cannon of an arm, fall this far? It's because he took a ton of sacks in college, and people that charted his college games, very, very concerningly high percent of his throws were interception worthy or danger plays. So he is clearly a long-term project. In terms of teams that I think could still take the swing, I think the Falcons could consider it at this point. I know a lot of people keep linking him to the Lions. I just don't quite see it because I don't think it fits their timeline. And I think they're planning to be bad again and take one next year, which is kind of what I think with the Falcons too. But I could also see that new management going, you know what? We didn't expect this guy to fall this far. We need someone to get the ball to Drake London and Kyle Pitts. And I think Marcus Mariota is just so obviously not the answer. Whereas Jared Goff is he's at least capable enough. So I think the Falcons, they feel like the real one to me. The other one that I still think could happen is the Saints, where they go, you know what? We can set ourselves up to win now and win later with Jameis this year and Malik Willis next year. Just because if you look at the Jameis contract, it's not that different from the Trubisky contract. And we just saw the Steelers take Pickett last night. So those are a couple names where I think he could go. I do not believe I still think the Texans do not pull the trigger, but I think those are kind of the first names that float to mind for me. I mean, there's just not that many teams. I think the last one would be the Commanders, where I could see the Commanders going, you know what? It's not like we want Wentz here long term. And we already spent some pretty premium draft capital trading up, or I guess trading back, but then trading back in to get Jahan Dotson. And I could see them going, you know what? We've got a receiver of the future. We don't know what's going on with McLaurin. Hopefully we get McLaurin extended. And someone like Malik Willis is probably more likely for him to agree to be extended than if they're like, hey, you've got this corpse of Carson Wentz just lying around on the team. So those are three names for you. That final answer would be Falcons, the Saints. Took me a second. And then the Commanders.
It's taken a lot of teams a second to kind of figure it out, what they maybe want to do if they want this quarterback. I'll throw to you, Pfeifer, as I fix my earpiece. So you go ahead, you take it away. And if I'm not back in a second, Larky, you jump in there as well. I want to hear from you, Pfeifer, the quarterback, Malik Willis. What team? Give me a guess.
Yeah, so I think unless there's a trade up here, I do think he'll go in the again, could easily be wrong. I think he'll go in the first 10 selections of the third round. Teams that select in that range in the third round: Minnesota at number 2, the Titans at number 5, and Seattle once again at number 8, and Atlanta at number 10. I think Tennessee suddenly makes sense because they all of a sudden, like, losing A.J. Brown might have taken them, with how good the AFC is, out of that Super Bowl kind of window where they had been the last 2 years. 2 or 3 years. So I think Tennessee would be a good spot for him. Atlanta's obviously he's been linked to them for a little bit now. And then, I think Minnesota's still an outside shot. And Seattle, I mean, I just feel like we would have seen Seattle draft him by now. But those are some teams I think. I do think I'd be, again, we didn't think he'd be out of the first round, but I think he'll go within the first 10 spots of the third round.
Oh, yeah,
and hopefully now Buffalo's on the clock.
And I think another reason for ammunition for the Falcons is that we already, unlike some of these other teams where it's like, another thing with the Lions is I'm like, because everyone was like, oh, at pick 2 or pick 32, they're taking Willis. I was like, well, they weren't even making offers on any of these quarterbacks. I didn't hear about anything. The Falcons for a period of like 4 hours had Deshaun Watson. I think we all remember that there was like a 4-hour period where they became the betting favorites, and it was pretty much, it was guaranteed he was going there. And then at the last second, he looked at the roster and was like, Cleveland, don't necessarily love that city, but I love that landing spot in terms of what I'm surrounded by. So it seemed like that kind of swayed him, was not necessarily the city, but the real football implications. So we know that the Falcons are looking at the hyper athlete Watson, who has a very good arm. And I feel like Willis can fit the bill for, if that's the type of quarterback that they were going for. I mean, obviously, Willis is not a Deshaun Watson, but it's not like Marcus Mariota is either. And I think at this point, here's the other scenario why I like him to Atlanta. So I think right now Atlanta is clearly in the running for the 101 or the 102, and they can get Young or Stroud at quarterback. Here's the best part of taking Malik Willis, if you're the Falcons at the end of round 2 or early round 3, is Malik Willis is most likely going to be terrible. This is not someone who looks like he'll have a great transition to the NFL. If for some reason he transitions well to the NFL, congrats, you got your franchise quarterback in round 2 or round 3. If he does not transition well, he is the reason that you can now take Stroud or Wilson or Bryce Young with the 101, because your team is going to be so laughably bad with the lack of awareness turnover machine that's going to be Malik Willis, that your third round pick locks in your franchise quarterback of the future. And at that cost, it no longer sounds silly to double dip with quarterback. It's just it's a late round 2, early round 3 pick. So right there's just multiple avenues for the Falcons ultimately pulling the trigger on a Malik Willis.
We do have some people that are hanging out in the chat that is like, hey, is Mariota that bad? I don't feel like he's that bad. Everyone hates on him. And then we have Excel_N says, man, the Malik hate is wild. I don't feel like you're talking about us saying the Malik hate is wild or just actual NFL teams as we're getting into the third round and he's not selected just yet. So, I mean, you could say both, maybe us
I mean,
hating
there's
on
teams
Malik
that are
Willis
legitimately
and
starting
teams.
Drew Lock at quarterback this
Right.
year, and they're like passing on Malik Willis's upside. I don't understand it.
I feel like the best landing spot for him would be Seattle. I don't hate the Saints spot either. On my short list, it's Atlanta, Seattle, and New Orleans. I mean, people that are hanging out with us live, that's not breaking any news. Those are the quarterback needy teams. They don't have a quarterback for the future. I think that Mariota is okay. I think he's all right. I mean, we haven't seen him in quite some time in Tennessee. In his first few seasons, I think his first 3 years, he had a different offensive coordinator in each of those 3 years. He showed some flashes. I mean, heck, he won a playoff, or I don't think he won. Did he win a playoff game? Did they beat the Pats? No, they lost to the Pats and they played the Chiefs the following year. But he did have a little bit of success, with the Titans. My guess I'm still going to go to Seattle. I know what you said, Pfeifer. I agree. They had the opportunity with those 2 picks. They didn't do it then. But if this guy continues to fall here, maybe they decide that they're going to go that route. But again, maybe that's just me thinking selfishly that I would like to see him on that squad because I do believe it would be a win for those. The Bills made a pick.
This
is
makes
James
sense.
Cook. There you go. I got a little bit of smile on your face. You like this one?
I mean, it makes perfect sense. Like we were talking about, the Bills need a pass-catching running back, and that's James Cook. He line him up against linebackers. It's a mismatch. And I think people are going to start seeing this and go, oh, Devin Singletary's like, this is good news for Devin Singletary. Like, James Cook is not going to be anything close to a featured running back. He's going to be a pass. I think he's going to have like a James White career. And that's what Buffalo needs. They need more explosiveness, more reliability as from the running back position as a pass catcher. So I like this for the Bills. Obviously, Larky talked about it. They were they had J.D. McKissick. They were about to have him, and then it fell through. James Cook is going to give them that kind of player in their backfield, but at the same time, Devin Singletary is still the starting running back. So yeah, Devin Singletary, I'm hyped. The Bills didn't go running back in the first round. Singletary is still the number 1 running back, and they upgraded their third down running back with James Cook.
But you're going to move him away from where you had him at roughly 19-20, though, right? Singletary, you'll have to probably bump him down.
I might. I mean, like,
spots.
I'll probably move him below Antonio Gibson, but Gibson, what's the difference between Gibson and Singletary right now? I think Gibson probably gets more carries, but better offense for Buffalo. Singletary,
I think they're similar.
Yeah, and Singletary down the stretch last year was fantastic. Got goal-line carries. Let's not forget that. He got goal-line carries down the stretch last year and converted. So it's not like he can't do it. And I don't firmly believe it, but we keep seeing reports that Josh Allen, we want him to run less. Like, Devin
kind of in
Singletary's
his nature
good.
to run.
Yeah, he's going to. But, like personally, I don't think I'm going to move Singletary much at all after this. Like, I think this is the one running back where, like, if this was Isaiah Spiller or even Rashad White, I'd probably be lower on Singletary. But James Cook is going to be the the third down running back. I don't like this hurts Singletary's upside to catch passes because he did catch a lot of passes down the stretch, but he's a starter, clear as day.
Yeah, 30 targets, 27 receptions last year with Georgia. The comp here is Tony Pollard, according to Jeff Ratcliffe. He had him as RB9. He's the third running back off the board. Are you a little bit surprised that he's the third running back off the board, Larky?
So when I was nodding in agreement, it's kind of with Ratcliffe's ranking. Cook is not someone that for fantasy or real life that I'd really be targeting if I was the GM. But I think in terms of where he went, I thought he was going to go early third, but I had read enough of draft media to know that James Cook was going to go much earlier than I think any of us kind of would have expected on paper, just looking at his profile. I wonder if part of it is the lineage because he is the younger brother of Dalvin Cook.
Right.
Though I don't think their play styles are even remotely close.
No.
James Cook is much smaller. I think the one thing is I don't think James Cook's a great back overall. I think he's fine as a receiver, but I will, to give him credit, his receiving stats sell him short a little bit because Georgia really likes the committee back. James Cook's, I think it was 27 receptions that he had as a senior.
Yep.
That is in a part-time role, not a full snap share. So I think that there could have been upside for more there if he were with a different program. So I think kind of positively for him, that's going on. And it feels like they basically got their JD McKissick. Remember, they had McKissick and then they lost him after it seemed like it was going through. So I think they got their McKissick. It's what they wanted. It seems like they never really wanted the Breece Hall type. They're confident in Singletary. And yeah, I don't think this hurts Singletary, but I don't think it hurts him that much just because it's not like even when he was playing well for fantasy last year, he still wasn't catching that many passes. I don't think that's ever going to be his game. And I don't even know, is this really that good of a landing spot for James Cook? It's not like Josh Allen is that much of a check down quarterback to begin with. The guy's really mobile. And I mean, maybe they'll have Cook lining up out wide at times, but just top of my head, I don't see there being that much of a receiving pie. I mean, we didn't see it the last 2 years with Singletary or Moss. And like, I get Cook's a better receiver, but also QB tendencies are pretty strong in terms of how often they target the running back. And generally the mobile quarterbacks like Josh Allen, hey, you going to check it down to the running back for 7 yards, or are you going to guaranteed scramble for 7 yards? There's a chance the pass gets dropped or you throw it incomplete. If you see the first down marker and run 7 yards, there is no way that you're not going to get to that marker unless, what is he going to trip over his own feet? So that's why I think with Allen, I don't quite think this isn't a bad landing spot for fantasy. It's not a good offense. There's touchdown equity there. But I think in terms of like the best landing spot, the best landing spot would have been like Buffalo or the Buccaneers, where it's like, but the other the Buccaneers, where it's like, hey, you're on a really good offense with a stationary quarterback.
Yeah. But then we would be talking about Fournette. We'd have to bump down Fournette a little bit in those projections as like a ball hog through the air. I think it's a good real life move.
Exactly. I was literally about to say that, Meaney. I think it's a better real life because we know the Bills were trying to upgrade at pass catching running back. Especially we've seen the last couple of seasons. What are these defenses, what have they been doing against the Chiefs and the Bills? They're playing that too high safety, and they're forcing Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes to stay patient and just check it down. And James Cook as a check down is a lot better than what they had. And not to mention, he's going to be a mismatch against linebackers. We saw it throughout his college career. So I think it's a better move for the Bills, and it's something Brandon Beane and company clearly were trying to do. We've seen it for a year and a half now. I don't think it crushes Devin Singletary. I think you can move him down a little bit. It's still a second-round running back. But James Cook has not carried a full, massive workload in college. I don't think he's going to, profile as that in the NFL either. So I don't think Singletary, I moved him down a little bit, but if anybody's out there saying Singletary, it's over for him as a fantasy running back, I think you're really mistaken.
Yeah, I think he could be a low end RB2, obviously a little bit upside. Ideally a great flex on your roster. I'll say that about Singletary. I agree with you, Pfeifer. I don't think he's going to go anywhere. And for Cook, only 109 carries in 3 years at Georgia, and he had 59 receptions. And yeah, you're spot on. Larky was 27 grabs on 30 targets.
Sean McDermott also loves Devin Singletary. He was hyping him up all offseason last year, talking about how much better he looks, how much he got faster in the offseason. And then we saw it. There were a couple games where Zach Moss played a little bit more. Then it was just we saw more often than not Zach Moss was a healthy scratch and Matt Breida was active. So Singletary, I think, is still clearly the running back in this offense. But James Cook, I think, better real life ad. I like it as a Bills fan. He'll have some weeks where he catches passes, but I think it's just another move to add more dimensions to an already really good offense.
The Jags, as we're officially into round 3 there, you see Luke Fortner is the 65th pick and the first in the 3rd round offensive lineman there for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Rookie draft, there's going to be some other running backs that go here that I think, I can say with confidence I'm going to like their landing spot a little bit more. A rookie-only draft, I think that Cook is probably a 2nd round pick maybe in a rookie draft. There was a question to you, Pfeifer, from the Daily Handle. If you preferred Spiller over Cook, would you rather have Spiller on this roster? Obviously, you're not going to get him.
I don't think I would. But I'm also higher on Singletary than almost anybody on the planet. So I'm probably the wrong person. I don't know. Like Josh, from just looking at the Bills, would you think it'd make more sense for them to have Isaiah Spiller or James Cook?
So I think Spiller's the better overall running back, but
Right.
I think factoring in that Singletary's there, the Cook pick makes sense. So I think this is the right pick in terms of clearly what they wanted is that they haven't had a good pass catching running back the last few years. Singletary and Moss have both been inefficient. Their targets per route run have been really low. These are just below average receiving backs ultimately. So it makes sense. Like it's not the sexiest fantasy landing spot for James Cook because I don't think Singletary's going anywhere. And this just doesn't feel like the Michael Carter situation where it's like, oh, undersized pass catching running back becomes a semi bell cow as a rookie. Like I don't think that's happening with James Cook. But for real life, I think this is the right move for what they were trying to do.
And the last thing, Buffalo last year, 32nd in yards after catch per reception. They don't have a lot of they have really good offensive players, but the players they have on offense aren't making crazy, 50-yard plays, catch and run, stuff like that. Like that's not Steph's game. That's not Gabriel Davis's game, really. It's not Jamison Crowder's game. That's why Isaiah McKenzie played more down the stretch. James Cook gives them that. Like they need that in their offense, which is I think another huge part of the selection. So I'm if you're worried about Devin Singletary, trade him to me. I'll take him.
I wish I had him in that dynasty at full team in a second, man. I think I could probably get a good package in return. Arizona out of Oklahoma goes to the Vikings, a linebacker. I like him, man. He's a guy that can get after the quarterback. I think he's a very aggressive player. I had him on my short list for the Eagles. That's not going to happen there. To your point about Allen, we see that with Allen. You see that with Lamar Jackson too, right? Those 6-7 yards, or just a scramble. I'm going to get it myself, and it's just in his nature to do that sort of stuff. Okay, so Jags, Vikings, we have the Giants on the clock. We have the Texans to follow the Titans, and then the Jags are back on the clock. We'll get the Bears in here, and then another pick from Seattle. So we're still got a few more running backs. Since we've been talking about them, Larky, what do you think of some of these teams that are coming up on the board? You got Isaiah Spiller, you got White in here, two Whites, right? Ricciardi and Zamir White on the board, Brian Robinson Jr. Spiller's got to be the next one coming up, right? You got to think that he's potentially going to be the next RB off the board, and maybe it's the Texans.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Spiller. I think Texans makes a lot of sense. Right now it's Marlon Mack and Rex Burkhead and the always fun to say Dario Gumbawale, which basically is code for they need another running back. So I think Isaiah Spiller would make a lot of sense there. In terms of the wild cards, I don't think they're going to go in round 3 based on the mock drafts I'd seen. But I mentioned a few times, I like Rachaad White and Brian Robinson. I think each in their own way. They just feel like the two kind of running backs, at least for fantasy, that have a lot of upside. And I think they'd be fine real life NFL running backs as well. But two guys that have a varied enough skill set that they could play all 3 downs and function as a bell cow. But unfortunately, it does seem like those two favorites of mine in these later rounds will probably be starters when the other committee back gets injured in terms of like full on game on mode for fantasy. So generally once you hit round 4, it's pretty difficult to just walk in as a starter. So I think Spiller will probably be the only running back I can think of wherever he goes in most likely round 3 that he's probably gonna be the starter, probably the Texans. But we're running out of spots at this point. I guess Atlanta, though, I mean, maybe they're going to be happy with what is the average age of Cordero Patterson and Mike Davis? Is like 29. This has to be the oldest running back room in the last 10 years, if not longer. So I have to think they're going to add youth at some point.
Yeah, well, you would think. You would think that would be an option for them at some point here. Pfeifer, you say you're going to hang out here into the Atlanta selection. So you got a few more picks. What, you thinking that's going to be a big one, right? You're thinking that
I just want to see Malik Willis get drafted. I really do. It's ridiculous. So, but yeah, I'll be here until that spot, and then I'll unfortunately have to hop out. But I know you guys are going to continue to crush, so.
We will. Daily Handle says, to answer your QB draft question, means Larky and Pfeiffer. Even in a down year, this is a stunner. Only one QB taken through the 2 rounds of the NFL draft for the first time since 2000, when Chad Pennington went number 18 to the Jets. And then the next was, Camarzi. Wow, that's a name in the past I haven't heard. Giovanni Camarzi to the 49ers at pick 65, and some guy named Brady in the 6th. That was tweeted out by Tom Pelissero. We do appreciate that, Daily Handle, for
That's good.
That information. So, wow, first time in
22 years.
20 years. We have only seen one quarterback taken so far. And again, just looking ahead, Cleveland's on the clock. Tennessee, Jacksonville, Chicago, I guess Seattle, again, another time around. If he's hanging there, maybe they pull the trigger. You got the Colts there. So we do have some potential teams, right, that could maybe take him. We've talked before on the show about the Titans. You got the Seahawks, you got the Colts, you got the Falcons. And then we're going to say goodbye to Pfeiffer, but maybe we say goodbye on a high note. Yeah, I mean, we've already had the conversation so many times, just kind of guessing in the landing spot, but I think we'll see it here soon, Larky, as the Browns select corner Martin Emerson.
Are we surprised Cleveland hasn't gone receiver yet? Because after Amari Cooper, it's Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Yes.
I think they're going to re-sign Landry, is my guess.
There's been some buzz to that.
Yeah.
Does he want him? I guess he probably would.
I read some stuff that once they got Watson, that he was back in. So I have to think that either he goes to Cleveland or Will Fuller. Reunites with Deshaun Watson. I think that for real football and fantasy football, Will Fuller is most valuable with Watson, where Fuller has a very particular skill set, and we know that Watson has unlocked that skill set. So I think that just makes a lot of sense, where I think a lot of teams are going to be scared off based on this phantom finger injury that somehow kept him out longer than Cam Akers' Achilles tear. So it must have been this finger must have just been mangled. I don't know what happened to his finger, but I think that's going to scare teams away just in terms of does he want to play football? What's going on? Was there a lack of motivation with the recovery? So I think Will Fuller or I think it could be both. I think or Landry will end up in Cleveland.
Yeah, part of me was thinking, what you said, I think, does he want to play football, right? There was some stuff and some reports, maybe some off-field issues with him last season. Maybe just get his head straight, and maybe his old buddy Deshaun Watson's giving him a call, because they did have some really, really significant games a few years back as members of the Houston Texans. Kevin says, so keep an eye on those quarterbacks taken in the 6th round, right? We don't know who will be the 6th round quarterback. I don't know if he's going to be a guy like Tom, but Rap Sheet just jumped on NFL Network and said that Carolina is looking to trade up here in the 3rd. I didn't think that they had a 3rd, and no, they don't. So they're just looking to maybe get into the 3rd. So maybe they're considering, Malik Willis is some people had him mocked to Carolina at 6. I think we were all in agreement yesterday on the show that would be a bad move. But at this point in the draft, I don't think that it would be a bad move for them to move up. But the Titans are on the clock. Gildan, it's going to be hilarious when the next QB taken isn't Malik Willis. And it's not even a lock that it would be. You're right.
No, it's not. There's still Ritter, Corral. Also, I am going to take that bathroom break's going to happen, but I'm going to do it after the Titans pick, just in case they go quarterback. I don't think the Jaguars are going to do anything too spicy. So
Tennessee was linked to Desmond Ritter. So.
They were, yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, we will see. I'm anxious, guys. This has been waiting here forever, these quarterbacks. I knew that we all knew it wasn't going to be a great quarterback class. And, we talked at length about the over and the under 2.5. And, man, Gilles came on with the under. So if you tailed him there, that's pretty good. But I just didn't think it was going to be to this extent, Larky. Yeah,
it's historic. Also, what the heck was the NFL doing? They invited Malik Willis to the round 1 draft party. Remember, he was invited to go out there live and hang out, pop champagne, be a 1st round draft pick. Now we are in round 3. And yeah, it's like the Titans were the one that were more linked to Ritter, if anything. So what is he going to be the third quarterback taken in sometime in round 3? This is.
Yeah, I mean the conversation is happening in our chat here on the show that there's a couple average quarterbacks here. It's not a lock that it's going to be Willis. I mean, we're sitting here thinking that it potentially could be, and we like this guy. I think we all like him the most, but here we are in pick 70, and we've only seen one, and it could be Desmond Ridder. He could be that second quarterback, certainly off the board. We're just waiting here on the Titans to make this selection. Then Jacksonville, Chicago, Seattle, Indy. So we'll take a break after this Jacksonville pick for a little bit of a bathroom break. Those hanging out with us, maybe a time to reload, get a little pop, maybe hit the vape. I don't know, whatever floats your boat. And then you can come back and maybe we'll have some excitement here to wrap up round 3.
Mm-hmm. All right, everyone. I'll be right back.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll take a quick break now.
Here we go.
As we got the offensive lineman pick. Now's the time to take a break. We know that Jacksonville and Chicago are not going to take quarterbacks. We'll take a quick break. You're watching the 2022 NFL Draft Show live here. Chris Meaney, Josh Larky, and Adam Pfeifer here with you for the next little bit. Keep her locked. All right, welcome back, guys. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Just a little bit of a TV timeout for the three of us. And while we were gone, the Chicago Bears took Velus Jones, and I think we had similar reactions. I don't know. I missed yours. I'm excited to hear yours, but mine was a little taken back, a little puzzled, a little bit of an older wide receiver, and we knew that Chicago needed somebody. They've been passing on all these other great wide receivers, and they decide to go with Jones. What do you think, Larky?
So the Bears decided that to help Justin Fields' development, we're going to go with the 6-year player who turns 25 next month. I mean, I don't even know what we're doing here. Like, we were talking about Dwayne Eskridge earlier on the show. At least Eskridge was 24 and played 5 years in college. Velus Jones, the guy technically appeared in one game for USC back in 2016. That feels like an eternity ago. 2016. This guy was in college at USC in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and at Tennessee in 2020 and 2021. I am pretty sure if he was good enough to be an actual NFL caliber starter, he would have come out 3 years ago. This is how bad franchises stay bad, is when early round 3 of the draft, with legitimate NFL players still on the board, take Velus Jones. I truly cannot believe it.
Velus Jones is, I thought I saw him ranked in late 20s, and I just double checked for Ratcliffe. I did not even think he would go tonight. I have other wide receivers on my list to talk about that I thought would go ahead of this guy. And yeah, Ratcliffe had him as wide receiver 26 in tier 5. There's not even a guy selected yet in tier 4 from Ratcliffe, and a boatload of players still on the board at tier 3. I didn't realize that we took a quick break at pick 69. The guys in the chat are having some fun with that. It just randomly happened. It's oh so nice that we took that break at 69. So yeah, Jones to the Bears, waiting on the Seahawks. We get the Colts, Falcons, Denver, and Baltimore in here. Yeah, Jones, I agree with Kev. I was just about to say it. Seems just like a return guy in this offense. Not the pick that I don't think we were expecting, Pfeifer, with the Chicago made here.
I mean, Darnell Mooney is already
Mooney through the roof.
Yeah, like Darnell Mooney's already a player I love just in general and for fantasy this season.
Yeah.
But like, I thought they would draft someone with some of their earlier picks in that second round, right? They were like 39th and they were up there, and I thought they would go any direction at receiver other than this. But like Darnell Mooney last season, like, he was up there in first read targets. He was up there in terms, he had 119 first read targets, out of his 140 overall targets. Like, he was clearly the wide receiver one, even when Allen Robinson was there. Like, the market share numbers were really favorable for him as well. Like, there is nobody else there to stop him from getting at least, and I mean at least, a 25% market share of the targets. So, again, I don't like the moves the Bears have made. We have pretty much been, ad nauseum talking about how they need to do more for Justin Fields, but what it does impact is the fact that Darnell Mooney should be really good this year because he's good at football and he's going to see a ton of targets again.
Yeah, Jones, 81 targets, 62 grabs, 807 yards, 7 touchdowns last season. And the quote here from our guy Ratcliffe: Jones is a bit older as he transferred from USC to Tennessee. While he never had a massive receiving year at the college level, he does possess top shelf speed and can effectively turn into a returner with the ball in his hands. His upside gives him deep appeal. That's not super exciting, in my opinion, and I think spot on, Mr. Ratcliffe. As the Seahawks take Abraham Lucas, offensive tackle. So we're still waiting.
So I think a player we're allowed to talk about is, I mean, as of right now, I think Byron Pringle is not the worst late round pick in redraft, or if you're in Dynasty and you see Byron Pringle on the waiver wire, it's not you could do worse than picking him up as a bye week fill-in, because right now, I mean, 60, 70, 75 targets are probably in play for Byron Pringle. Fields could take a step forward. That could help. He's probably not going to when you're taking Velus Jones, but we've seen stranger things from these talented year 2 quarterbacks. But this is really just, it's how bad teams stay bad. There's other receivers out there that are not Velus Jones.
Right. I mean, the Bears I haven't been impressed with that organization over the past few years and some of those selections, right? I mean, moving up and getting Mitch Trubisky. And then, I mean, I like them being aggressive with Fields, certainly. But now, like, this is what we talked about earlier. This is how you're going to try to get the step forward for Fields. You're not going to get some weapons in around him. I actually like Byron Pringle. I like the call by you. I think he's a good little wide receiver. I know that, he had some moments last year with the Chiefs. Certainly when Tyreek Hill missed a little bit of time, and linked to a quarterback like Mahomes, he did have, had that going for him. But I think he's a sneaky little player. We get our second tight end off the board. Jelani Woods out of Virginia goes to the Colts.
Oh, my.
So
him and
a pass catcher there.
Dude, he and Mo Alley Cox. Got 6'7", 269 Jelani Woods, and then 6'4", 260 Mo Alley Cox.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Woods is
fun.
I think according to RAS, I believe Woods is the most athletic tight end of the last 20 years, because when you're moving at like 4.6 speed and you're 6'7", 260 with strong performance in the other drills as well. Yeah, this is a guy that he's very, very raw, but I mean, if he puts it together, this guy's going to be damn near impossible to cover. So I think this is kind of a fun pick. I still think the Colts need to do something else at receiver still. I don't think you want to roll into the season with Pittman, Paris Campbell, and Alec Pierce. Because remember, they lost Zach Pascal, which can't believe I'm even saying that. Like, oh, they lost Zach Pascal. Like, that is the state of their depth chart, is that they lost Zach Pascal. So yeah, Mo Alley Cox. We got Woods there. I like Branson. Woods. Like, it's an interesting tight end room. It's a fairly inexperienced one, but like they have some athletes.
I like Woods. He wasn't my second favorite tight end off the board, but I do like the landing spot. To your point, Pfeifer, he is a beast. He's getting quarterback too, I do believe, converted. But yeah, he's a big body, can go catch the rock. I like that. I think we're going to get the Falcons taking a quarterback. And it is. Boom. There it is. And it's not Malik Willis. It is Desmond Ridder out of Cincinnati to the Atlanta Falcons. Finally, a second quarterback taken here. What do you think? Larky, initial thoughts?
So Ridder he's definitely a little more pro ready than Malik Willis, but I really thought they were probably just going to go Willis, but I mean, Ridder is competent. He does have some upside. He ran in the 4.5s, which is very, very good for a quarterback. He was a 4-year starter at Cincinnati. Very few turnovers. The guy that I comped him to statistically is Tyrod Taylor, which, I mean, that's not a bad thing. Like, Tyrod Taylor was a mobile quarterback who was a game manager. he had some fantasy relevance. He took the Bills to the surprise playoff appearance, as I'm sure Adam remembers fondly. Like
I also
Tyrod,
remember the playoff game that was like 9-6 against Jacksonville. But Tyrod,
Like,
I love Tyrod.
yeah, Tyrod was a fine NFL quarterback. Like he didn't have he hasn't had the longest or best career, but like he's been fine. I mean, if you're getting someone that looks similar to Tyrod on paper in the third round, I think that's a good job.
What do you make of it? Pfeifer, as you see there, Desmond Ridder out of Cincinnati. Yeah, I think he's more ready to than Malik Willis. Do you think he's the week 1 starter for the Falcons, Pfeifer?
I think it'll be a situation where he will definitely push Marcus Mariota. If I had to guess right now, I would lean Mariota. But yeah, like I think the experience he has playing all 4 seasons in college is definitely going to help him. And like, I like this pick too because like I like the whole idea of Atlanta going quarterback. Like if Ridder, they like Ridder and he plays well if he has to start a couple games, and you want to build around him next year and see what you have in him. You're gonna have Drake London, Kyle Pitts, and then Calvin Ridley. That's a pretty good group of pass catchers for a potentially, like, it's very possible that even next season Desmond Ridder will be viewed as a rookie if he doesn't play much or if at all this season. So
right.
Yeah, I like it.
There's a good question here, and I this is something that we talked about, Larky, when you joined Mean Streets last, or I guess, man, it feels like forever ago with some of these shows that have gone on here long over yesterday and today. Excellent XL_int hanging out with us said, did the Falcons just take themselves out of the 2023 quarterback sweepstakes? I think maybe, potentially, but this is a team that I think is going to have a top pick next year. And if they get, a good look at Ridder, I don't think that they'll feel like, they wasted a 70 pick here, 74. They could get an answer. They could know pretty well this year. And then to Pfeiffer's point, some of the weapons that they have, if they do have a top 10 pick next year, I think that they could go quarterback again. What do you think? Did they take themselves out of the sweepstakes for next year?
No, they're still in the sweepstakes. I think
Definitely.
this is good. That's why I was saying with the Falcons, I was like, you know what? I really like a quarterback here for them because you start him early in the season, maybe after the first 3, 4, 5 weeks, and then you have 12 games or so to evaluate him. And you will know after those 12 games, because you have London and Pitts there, you have Cordero Patterson. Like, there's enough playmakers out there for you to be able to say after that season, yes, we clearly see QB1 traits out of this guy and the flashes were there. Or you go, wow, thank you for your services. You can be our backup starting next season. You helped us lock in a perennial Pro Bowl caliber quarterback. So I think it's pretty much win-win. I don't think there's a scenario where Ridder is good enough that he is fully taking them out of the QB1 sweepstakes next year, where they also go, wow, we're annoyed that you took us out of these sweepstakes because you yourself were terrible. I mean, I think if Ridder can get this team to win 7-8 games next year, that means he's pretty good because this is a bad roster overall. So that's why I really like it. It's like, if for some reason Ridder is good enough to help them win 8 games, it's like, you know what? Clearly this is the guy. Great. Our third round quarterback is our future, but this defense is terrible. This is most likely going to be a 4-6 win team next season, if not worse.
Yeah, if they won 7 games and with Ridder under center for, I don't know, a good 12 to 14 games or something like that, and he was a big part of maybe those 7 wins, I mean, yeah, I think that they would be very satisfied with what they have. This is a roster that I think is one of the worst rosters in all of football, but I do believe Ridder is the most ready. I think he is pro ready. I like the arm strength and accuracy that he does bring to the table. Pfeiffer, we say goodbye to you. Any final words before we get you out of here, as the Texans just selected Christian Harris, linebacker, with pick 75. We're waiting on Baltimore.
No, I appreciate, everybody's hard work, including both of you guys, all the guests we've had on, George, everybody, Quan, Fox, everybody behind the scenes, Thomas, the production quality. This has been a lot of fun. I'm glad we did it, and I appreciate you guys. I'm excited to do some more content, the rest of the offseason into the season. It's been a crazy, couple hours, or I guess 24, 48 hours, but that's the NFL nowadays. So appreciate you guys and have a great rest of your show.
All right, we love it. Adam Pfeifer is going to be a big part of the fantasy
Thanks, Adam.
football
Absolutely.
package. Yeah, take care, Adam Pfeifer, right there on the Twitter machine. Give him a follow, apfeifer24. He is going to be a big part of the fantasy football package, season-long package throughout the season and leading up to all your fantasy football drafts. So, Larky, it is just you and I together, hanging out, finishing strong here.
We're going to hold down the fort. You have my undivided attention. At this point, I mean, maybe something changes, but we haven't had a pick where I'm like, oh, I need to race to the projections. I think I'll just throw a few more of those out tomorrow, maybe a few Sunday, some Monday. I'm going to start stringing these along a little more because at this point, there's just, I mean, it's what am I going to, if I reproject the Bears with Velos Jones right now, it's going to look like the Bears without Velos Jones. So there is, I mean, there were a couple interesting ones. Like I think John Mechie on the Texans can be interesting, but again, he had the ACL tear. We're probably not going to get a full season out of him. Like Tyquan Thornton on the Patriots. I don't even know what's going on there. Like I think the most fantasy relevant out of the ones that I haven't projected yet, maybe Alec Pierce on the Colts. I think he's a decent enough player and there's a target void there. And then I think we could always project Ritter on the Falcons. I think that's a fun one. So if I'm going to sneak in one final one during this show, it'd be Ritter on the Falcons. But right now I'm just hanging out. I'm relaxed. And the FTN has on. So for those that want the swag pack, it looks good.
Look at this. Yes, it's sharp. I like the blue.
The blue is very nice.
We got a lot of FTN swag on our website if you're looking for some swag, but we are giving some away. Yeah, you were looking sharp, dude. With that blue FTN hat. Yeah, I think there's a couple guys that I think are interesting. I mean, George Pickens is somebody that I do like, but, you know, we're dealing with potential rookie quarterback there or Trubisky, and he's not going to be the number one. He's probably not going to be the two. You still got Pat Freiermuth on the roster as well.
Yeah, he could be the four this year.
Yeah, he really could be the four there. Skyy Moore, we talked about at length. We do like him. I like the call by you, Alec Pierce, right? There's an opportunity there for some targets, maybe potentially to be the number two there in Indianapolis. I agree with you on Thornton. Mechie could be interesting. And then, I mean, Robinson to the Giants, don't really love that one too. And then even Cook to Buffalo. And I know Pfeifer is a big Bills guy, and you know, it's something that they certainly needed, maybe a better real-life move, but he doesn't really move the needle for me either. So we had Hall to the Jets, Walker to Seattle. Not ideal landing spots, but I have come around a little bit on this Jets pick, and I know you talked about them earlier, being an upgraded. They're going to have a much better offense. I think we can agree that they are going to have a much better offense. Zach Wilson's going to need to stay healthy. I still would like to see them take some offensive line, get some help there, because we did see Wilson miss a little bit of time last year and not play a full season. So it would be important, I think, for him to have a full season. I am looking at your projections for Seattle. Again, I just wanted to kind of bring this up. You got Walker at 8.8 points per game. What I wanted to look at was just the difference, you know, with Drew Lock here and Russell Wilson, and clearly it's significant. You got DK Metcalf for 11.6 points per game, Tyler Lockett at 9.9. Last year, Tyler Lockett 15.1 and DK Metcalf 14.4. How far do these guys have to fall in drafts for you to take a shot on one, and which one would it be for you?
So for me, it would just be Metcalf. I like to bet on the younger talent when possible, especially in these situations. Generally, you don't see the crafty veteran like a Lockett sneaking up and suddenly becoming highly fantasy relevant. It would be someone like a Metcalf. And let me just run a couple Drew Lock stats by everyone. So you can let me know what you think if this sounds appealing, because at this point we have a sample size of 21 games started for Drew Lock. And in his career, he has 25 passing touchdowns in 21 starts and 20 interceptions. So he's averaging about 1 touchdown and 1 interception per game up to this point, which means the touchdown rate is about 3.5%. The interception rate's about 3%, 6.7 yards per attempt for his career. Drew Lock, I think at this point, is certified one of the 2 or 3 worst quarterbacks you could potentially give a spot start to. So that is why I just absolutely hate this Seahawks offense currently, and why I think Baker Mayfield's a big upgrade. Jake, what do you think about this Seahawks offense? Is this
Mr. Jake Ciely coming in hot?
The worst offense in the NFL?
Worst? No, I would go it's in the bottom 5, potentially.
Yeah.
I think you could definitely still say the Bears are in this conversation. The fact that they waited as long as they did for a wide receiver who I'd say Jones is a fine fit alongside Darnell Mooney, but I think that you're talking about Jones for next year, and I would still say Pringle. And if Pringle's your number 2 and Mooney's your number 1, or Pringle's your number 1 and Mooney's your number 2, whatever way, I would have to say they're down there for sure. And I was trying to think. There was Houston, I think, still is in this conversation. Houston didn't even get Breece Hall like we had hoped. So, their backfield right now, and Brandon Cooks, and what they're looking at for that Texans offense. I mean, they added Mechie, which also a good fit, I think, for what you bring alongside Cooks, and maybe Nico Collins shows up this year. But I say those two. I would take those two as worse, and then the C. I think the wide receivers. I'll put it this way, Larky. I actually got a conversation with somebody who I respect that I've known for a long time, and he was saying Drew Lock was just purely misused with the Broncos. And I'm not a Drew Lock fan, but I trust him, and he's somebody that I've respected his opinion for a long time. I don't like Lock. I didn't like Lock when he was coming out of college. He said he was misused. I'd say maybe, put it this way, if we said Baker Mayfield was what Drew Lock could be this year, then I would say their offense is significantly better than what we expect it to be.
Mm-hmm.
That's a conversation that we did have earlier when it comes to Baker. Since we're just on this, you would take, and I asked Larky this, which guy he would rather have, DK or Lockett. We're both DK. I think, as a guy, just throw it up to him. We saw Geno Smith get in there and just kind of throw it up to him. As a guy like Lockett is a terrific route runner, and you saw a lot of the connections that he had last season with Russell Wilson. Just the ball placement was certainly on point. Either of these guys going to be a target for you, and how far do they have to fall, Jake, for you to be like, yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll take a shot here on DK. How far?
Well, so one of the things, like, to get back to like the lead that I think you're bearing, is I was trying to hope that I was going to come on and like shit was about to break again.
I'm hoping.
I like Malik Willis coming off the board. Somebody traded. Like, we finally get Baker Mayfield on the move. Like, just like I'm just waiting for that to happen. But that being said, I'm 100% DK Metcalf. Let's also remember Lockett's going to be 30 by the time the season rolls around in September. Not that that's a death knell to wide receivers, but we know 31, 32, he's getting up there. And I think we all agree, Tyler Lockett with most other quarterbacks, even good quarterbacks, just he doesn't have that rapport where Lockett knows where to be when Russ is extending the plays, and Russ knows where Lockett's going to be when he's extending the play. So I just don't think we're going to see that. Metcalf can get away with more of what Lockett... And Lock, for all we want to hate on, let's just even say he doesn't improve. He is an aggressive deep ball thrower. He is. And I know some people will say, well, that's Lockett, but Lockett's more about... His with the deep ball is more of once he's slipping those broken plays. Like, his route isn't taking him there inherently a lot of times. And so that's why I'm with Metcalf. I'd say Metcalf in the third, I'd still go in on him. Just because it's that range of, I'm not going to take him as a wide receiver 1. I'm trying to think 15 wide receivers off the board, probably by the third round. And that's where I'm thinking about Metcalf. Lockett, I'd probably have to go like 6th. I want to be my wide receiver 3 at this point.
Yeah, I think we were in
fair.
agreement that it's Metcalf. I think I'd probably want to wait till the 4th on Metcalf, but I could maybe come around. Cortland Sutton did put up a nice little season with Drew Lock 3 years ago. I do believe that Metcalf is better than Sutton. I just more worry that this offensive line is still not fully put together. I mean, I just don't have a whole lot of faith in Drew Lock. I feel like these reclamation projects, they generally don't work out, and Drew Lock could theoretically be worse in this Seattle offense than he was with Denver.
No question about it.
So I think there's some concerns there, but I think that what's nice about Metcalf is that the profile of the guy that kind of sneaks out of nowhere against all odds and is fantasy relevant is a Metcalf, where it's a young, super talented receiver. So I think that he does have that going for him. Whereas with Lockett, like there's not many avenues where the 30-year-old veteran suddenly sneaks out of nowhere and it's like, Tyler Lockett is a must start. That's just very, very hard.
Especially with a change.
Yeah, like I just feel like wouldn't you rather just take a shot on a rookie wide receiver at that point over a Lockett where sure, Lockett might be a little more flex worthy than some of these rookies, but it's hard to imagine that come the fantasy playoffs that you're probably going to have Lockett on your bench. Whereas like a Drake London, a Garrett Wilson, these are guys where Treylon Burks, where you could theoretically go, this is my must start receiver come the fantasy playoffs. And I feel like that's sort of what you want to work towards once you hit like round 6, 7, 8, is that ideally your first 4, 5, 6 picks have all hit, or at least most of them did. And now like who's giving me the extra push come playoff time?
100%.
Hey,
yeah.
maybe Pete Carroll will throw us a curveball and he'll just let Drew Lock cook right off the hop. He'll just be throwing 40-plus passes every single
are you kidding?
single game.
They drafted Kenneth Walker. They're running it 75 times a game. Are you kidding me?
Let's talk about some of these running backs. Yes, Jake, you're not coming in as hot as yesterday with some of these picks. Alex, right.
Oh well, that's because I wasn't able to strip and run around my living room because the Giants didn't take Malik Willis. Instead, they took a freaking 2-foot tall wide receiver when they still already have.
Yeah,
what
the heck was that?
They took They took short Kadarius Toney. Like, what are you doing? Like, why? And the best part about it too is like, I mean, I get it, and I'm not saying he's good, like great as the 4th wide receiver, but if you saw what Dable said in the conference afterwards when they were asking him, he said, "Yeah, we gotta see what we have in KG, Shepard, KT, and the rookies and how it's good." And Slayton. I was like, whoa, have to assume he's probably not there next year. Yeah. But that being said, let me see if you agree with this, Larky. What I said about the Wan'Dale Robinson is he feels like Schwartz for the Browns last year, as he's a player/weapon, but why? Why in the 3rd round? And then for what we're talking about fantasy-wise, I could not care less.
Yeah, I just don't understand why you're taking these situational players so early in the draft. I mean, day 2, you can get real quality starters.
Yeah.
Oh, 2nd round. Yeah, it wasn't even the 3rd round. Yeah, you're right. It was the 2nd.
I had to correct myself. This is
right. Yeah, it was the 2nd round. And I think the thought experiment that I did is I was like, all right, let's think about like the absolute best prospect we could think of that's this size. It was Rondale Moore last year. To me, I thought Rondale Moore, like if anyone was going to break the mold of the tiny receiver, it'd be the guy that had like 1,500 or 1,600 scrimmage yards as a true freshman. Where it's like, all right, this guy tested like an absolute maniac. And then we still saw like what happens. These guys, they are not full-time players in the NFL. It is just so hard to survive an NFL season running 30-plus routes a game at that size. It's punishing. And the NFL is so much different from college, especially for these small receivers. Wan'Dale Robinson has such an uphill path to even running 20 routes a game.
And I saw somebody say that Dable got his Cole Beasley / Isaiah McKenzie. I was like, okay, that's cool.
Who cares?
If it was the 6th round. Like, why are we doing this in the second?
In the second?
Again. And even if they got rid of Kadarius Toney, again, you just mentioned it. Like the fact is like, okay, if he's Toney for this offense, still like the success rate of somebody this, like, I want to like him. I even said it in my pre-draft profile. I like what we saw, talent. And if, again, you just can't deny that somebody that small in the NFL has, 1 out of 50 times hits? This is the Tavon Austin. Okay, so we might get one good year when he runs for 600 and catches 600 yards. We're all excited for 1 year, and then that's it.
Well, you better hope as a Giants guy he does not like Tavon at all. But yeah, I mean, interesting wide receiver selections here, like Thornton in New England. We talked a little bit about Mechie, maybe not this year, but long term. Houston there. Robinson is one we kind of shook our head with the Giants.
I will say the Giants were 2 picks away from it. Could still happen. You might get Malik? A live. I wish somebody was here to turn my camera so you could see if I have to like run around my living room and.
Is that what you want as a Giants guy?
I'm still
here?
hoping for Malik. Hell, if you could,
yeah.
I mean, there's going to be zero pressure if you take him in the 3rd round to force out Daniel Jones, and you have your bridge quarterback in Daniel Jones, like you and I talked about this morning. He's basically Mitchell Trubisky bridging to somebody else. Why not? Like, if the Giants are thinking quarterback next year, why not even in the 3rd round just take the flyer on Malik Willis? And if it doesn't work out, you still go get Stroud or Young or Van Dyke or somebody.
So that was kind of my theory with why I like the Ritter pick to the Falcons and why I think Willis to the Giants is good is I think you put them in early. You want to know what you have in them. And I think what's nice is because it's the 3rd round, it's not that precious of draft capital. And what's the most likely scenario? Malik Willis is absolutely horrible. And you get, he is your bridge to getting a top 5 pick next year. And then you take a truly elite quarterback prospect. And if for some reason Malik Willis's learning curve is faster than expected, wonderful. You have a really cheap third round quarterback that you're now going to build around, and you have a lot of draft capital to do so. So I don't think there's any negative at this point in spending. It's just a third. I mean, if you're willing to spend a second round pick on Wan'Dale Robinson, then what is a third round pick to you? Malik Willis to the Giants. I hope it happens.
It's not. It's not. They just announced. It is.
Oh.
Hold on. I'm erasing something for you, Meaney, live on the show. So here you go. Here, because I'm upset now. Not.
Dolchich to the Broncos. Tight
No,
end.
the Giants took a corner. Here you go. I'm changing my T-shirt. No, it's not NYG.
Not NYG.
I'm upset.
Not happening. Yeah, you're upset.
I still love the first two. I feel like the Giants was like, wow, we could not have asked for
start.
better with our first two picks. Now let's just F it. Let's just play the lottery 6 more times because we already won the lottery.
Yeah, we didn't understand the Robinson pick. We had similar conversations and thoughts that you had with Tony, and even if they decide to move on from Tony, it still just didn't. It seemed like a slight reach, but there are a couple appealing spots here, like maybe a Alec Pierce to the Colts, Skyy Moore to Kansas City. What do you make of the Skyy Moore pick? I know Jake, you and I chatted a couple weeks ago that maybe potentially that could be a pick near the end of the first. We were kind of expecting that maybe to happen yesterday with either Green Bay or KC. They waited out, and I think they got him at pick 54 roughly. So Skyy Moore to KC, what do you think from a redraft standpoint? Where does he kind of fit into your early rankings?
Yeah, so you know what I said a few weeks ago is I felt like Skyy Moore was the fantasy Twitter steam getter. I did not have Skyy Moore as high as most everybody else, and I felt like he was the one that everybody got enamored with, and then fantasy Twitter went bananas for, and then here's the good news if you're playing fantasy, is where did he just land? What have we also talked about, Chris, and pulling Larky into this conversation is that whoever the Chiefs drafted, take him in Dynasty and immediately flip him. Because, yes, Skyy Moore, great potential landing spot. I do like him as a player. I don't like him as much as everybody else. I didn't have him inside my top 5, 6, 7 wide receivers in this draft, but he's inside my top 10. But Juju Smith-Schuster is still there. They brought him in. They still have, I think he steps in front of Mecole Hardman, but you still have Travis Kelce. It's Travis Kelce and Juju Smith-Schuster. Maybe it's not the Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce that command 51% of the target share, but even if it's 45%, you're still asking a lot for Moore to come in and contend with the veterans who are there and immediately walk into even 15, 18%. Now, if Juju doesn't come back next year, of course, but that's best case scenario. So why I'm saying to sell high immediately is because all people are going to say is Skyy Moore. He got the hype before the draft. Skyy Moore is now on the Chiefs. Let's get excited. It's happening. The third option, how many times have we chased in the Chiefs for fantasy purposes? Has not happened. It just doesn't happen in fantasy. So immediately sell high. But that being said, I wouldn't go crazy. Like I say, sell high. He's not a must sell.
I actually view it a little bit differently just because Juju Smith-Schuster only signed for, I think it was $3.5 million guaranteed. He's
Right.
been on the decline. If you look at, I understand that the Steelers offense has been terrible, but still, if you're just looking at like his target rate, and if you're looking at his yards per route run, it's declined fairly precipitously the last few seasons. So I don't necessarily know that he is the guaranteed stumbling block that I believe Travis Kelce is. So I think for Skyy Moore, I think there is a path to him becoming the number 2 fairly quickly, because I think at this point we know what MVS is. MVS is a great field stretcher who's going to get, I don't know, like 12 to 15% of the targets on any given week. And he's going to be pretty disappointing in fantasy at times. Other times he'll be exciting. Don't think he's anything consistent. And I think that Juju, I mean, yeah, he's there for this year making like 3.5 base salary. And I just don't know. Like if they viewed him as a true foundational piece, they would have given him more money most likely. It's just hard to imagine that Juju couldn't have. I'm just not quite sure why this contract's so prohibitive for Skyy Moore in year one. I do like Skyy Moore, so like I'll admit that I'm trying to get excited about him. But I will give you, as someone who loves Skyy Moore, in Dynasty, the second he has a big game, I'm flipping him immediately.
See, right.
So
See,
I will say I will.
Well, we're all on
concede
the
that,
same page.
even though
Like,
I love Skyy Moore. I think it's just the quintessential like, oh, you know what? He didn't get the round 1 draft capital. The NFL doesn't quite think he's that good. and he's on the Chiefs. Let's flip him because he's going to have more value than some of those first round wide receivers with better profiles. So yeah, that
Absolutely.
first 80, 90-yard game with a touchdown. Sorry, Skyy Moore. Like it was, you were
And
great
you
on the
know what
squad.
happens-
Let me collect that future first.
Yeah, and you know, I guess you could have done it a couple years ago with CEH after that first monster game, and that would certainly happen. I think we all
First monster
agree.
game. You could have done CEH before the season started. Like, you remember as soon as Williams opted out because of the COVID situation,
It was like a top 10 RB.
He was he was the number 1 dynasty pick if drafts hadn't happened yet. People were making the number 1 pick.
Yeah, because he was a
Alec
top
Pierce-
5
in
redraft
drafts with
pick.
really good backs like Jonathan Taylor,
Yes.
there, Cam Akers there. Yeah,
Yes,
good
that
running
was that was complete insanity. So on Alec Pierce, I do like him. I don't think it's a guarantee. So well, there's two things here. Like I think he is the favorite in my opinion to be 1 and 2 with Michael Pittman. I think he gets past Paris Campbell, but I think that if Paris Campbell can salvage his career, and I say salvage because we haven't seen him healthy at this point, but let's not forget who Paris Campbell could be. But purely in my opinion, slot option. But I bring that up to say, like, I could see Alec Pierce, and if Paris Campbell is healthy and what he used to be, that they have similar target shares and opportunities. In that case, I think Alec Pierce is just a wide receiver 4. But if Pierce can get past him and immediately step in as the number 2, then I think we're looking at a wide receiver 3, even as a rookie. It really comes down to how quickly does he cement himself as the number 2 there? Does he battle with Campbell, or does he just take over? And as of today, if my betting, I would say he just takes over.
I think he takes over too, but we do know Larky's. I learned this from him today. He's a Paris Campbell truther, which there's nothing wrong with that. I think we
love
can all
some
agree the
Paris
skill set
Campbell.
is there. The skill set is definitely there, Larky. It's just like what Jake said. It's a matter of him, staying healthy and being on the football field.
Yeah, I think Alec Pierce is probably the guy. What I like about Paris Campbell is that he has had games where he commands a surprising amount of targets and limited action. So I think that there's stuff to cling to, where it's like, you know what, he's been fine when out on the field. But I think what's most likely is that, hey, we've got the shiny new toy. While I don't love Alec Pierce's prospect profile, I do love the draft capital in terms of how he's going to be competing with Paris Campbell. I mean, we're going, what is this? Is this year 3 or year 4? This is year 3, right? No, year 4. This is going to be,
it's
I'm wrong.
just
This is going to be year 4 of the Paris Campbell.
That's how much time he's missed the injury.
Yeah, I forgot about a year. Yeah, year 4 of the Paris Campbell experiment. It's very unlikely that guys like this truly do hit. So I think Paris Campbell, if healthy, he'll be something. But yeah, I think this pick probably signals like Alec Pierce is our starting number 2 receiver, and I think they're going to run a lot of 12 personnel. I mean, we have 3 quality tight ends in there at this point. I know Wood's kind of a project, but I think it's probably going to be 12 personnel with Pittman
Granson?
and Pierce out on the field. Yeah, that's going to be some combination of probably Cox and Granson, and then depending on Wood's development, that he's going to rotate in there. Since
Yeah, I see a lot of people talking about Woods and like forgetting that they just drafted Granson last year, and like let's not forget that he's still hanging around. Chris, you never to take over your lead of the show. You said we were going to talk to the running backs, and we kind of just like walked right past them. we
did. We did. There hasn't been a lot of excitement, honestly, tonight as
deservedly
yesterday.
so.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to top yesterday for sure. The Eagles finally, Nakobe Dean is off the board. We were talking earlier about some of his medicals
did he go
and
to
him
the Eagles?
falling down. Yeah, the Eagles just took a shot at him. I don't mind taking a shot at him at this point in the draft.
No,
like
the interesting thing is he
83.
refused the surgery, and I tweeted this out earlier. Don't you? Let me ask you guys. Don't you think it's weird that we always get this information like rounds into the like plural, like the 3rd, 4th round, 5th round? We get this news. Like, why isn't this news out 2 days ago if everybody apparently knew it?
I know. And even Daniel Jeremiah, like this morning, just was saying how he still had him on his board. Like he was 17 on his board, and he felt like he was going to be like gone within the first couple picks here to start.
How
and
are 32 teams and 32 front offices and 32,000 beat writers? Nobody knows about this.
I don't know, man. Don't get me on a rant about beat writers. Like I see it all the time, and more so in the NHL. Like these beat writers are not following the teams and giving us the news that some of us are seeking. But nonetheless, Dean is finally off the board. 2021 first team last year. Another Georgia guy off of the board. It's been a heavy Georgia draft, man. It's been a lot of great players there.
God. Yeah. Speaking of hockey.
Oh my God, what just happened?
Flipping Vegas Knights is 6-4 tonight. Like I hate that team so
they
much.
won? Do you bet against them?
I mean, it's three. No, I mean, but I thankfully didn't touch that game. I hate them so much. I hate the Vegas Knights. They ruined so many of my bets this year.
Listen, I'm going to save myself a lot of cash from them not being in the playoffs because, like a sucker, I would have probably taken them against the Avs.
Oh, there's no way on earth. In future
Calgary.
years, Chris, you'll remember that in 2022-23 season, anytime you see a bet of the Vegas Knights and you say, I'm going to call you out on Twitter. Like, don't do it.
Look, they were really good to us for the first 3 years, but
show.
this year was complete. And then we're fine. We're all right to hijack. It's all good. We'll take it here.
Screw them.
It's been a loose show. Yeah, they had they lost a lot of people, I think, some cash this year for sure. But they were good to us the first couple of years. We do have Mike Omelon in the house. So speaking of this, is a Vegas guy, a Raiders guy. He says the draft is finally about to start here, boys. Can't wait. Who are we thinking Mastermind McDaniels is going to take here? We do know the Steelers on the clock and the Pats and then the Raiders. But one thing we know is that the Raiders are not going to go wide receiver.
Tweet talking about Desmond Ridder. I texted Malik Willis and I'm like, what's going on? Do they not like us or what?
Oh, he tweeted that?
Yeah.
Wow. He texted Malik Willis. Do they not like us or what? Okay. All right.
I mean,
Jordan Davis tweets, got my boy, Nakobe Dean with me.
Yeah. So Malik Willis is another one where why was he invited to the draft for round 1? If it's round 3 and he's still on the board, how did nobody know? Because I feel like he's a young kid. It's embarrassing to show up for round 1 of the draft, and then it's round 3, and it's not like medicals are emerging. It's purely just that teams don't want to take a shot on the project quarterback.
I mean, did we not watch everything and like all the? I mean, I'm with you. I'm baffled. A friend of mine actually tweeted and said, "Was that video backwards?" And we were actually watching in reverse. He was actually stealing the T-shirts from the homeless lady. Yeah. Like that's the only explanation we have at this point.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. You got me checking hockey scores, and I can't believe what I'm seeing that the Habs won 10-2. Nobody gives a crap.
Oh no, yeah. The Raiders traded out.
Goodness, wow.
We will not get a Raiders pick. The Raiders traded out. The Titans have now traded into that pick apparently. So
feel it, Omelon. Feel it. The draft hasn't started yet because the Raiders are not going to make the pick. Let's talk some running backs here.
Nobody cares about the 5th round picks. They're just like, hey, we'll move up 4 spots. Here's a 5th rounder.
I know. I mean,
that should tell you the hit rate of these players.
I know. We've seen that. We've seen that a couple times here today. Just moving up or moving back like 3
or 4
spots.
spots. The
Bills
Giants picked up one to move back with the Jets.
A couple
2 spots. 2.
Yeah.
Anyway,
was that the wide receiver pick?
That was the Jets. There was the Jets.
Oh, it was the Jets. Yeah,
they took Breece Hall. That was the Breece Hall pick. They traded up 2 spots to take Breece Hall.
That's right. Let's talk about it.
Look, that was your segue. I just gave you your segue.
Beautiful. It's almost like you're a host. Breece Hall.
Yes.
R.I.P. Michael Carter.
Oh my God.
Sucks.
Do I have water left in this bottle?
I like Carter.
I do have water left in this bottle. Can I get on camera here?
You're pouring it out?
You're
going to pour it on your
I was like, I can't get
Maybe you shouldn't, but pour it out, yeah.
The interesting thing here is this is bad for both of them because Breece Hall could have been a bell cow. And we would have taken him fine on Houston because he would have been out there getting 20 touches a game. Michael Carter, you know how I feel about Michael Carter, and see if Larky agrees because we've never talked. You and I have never talked until yesterday. But Meaney knows, as I always said, Austin Eckler-like. He doesn't need to touch the ball 20 times. He shouldn't touch the ball 20 times a game, but he could have fringe RB1 value touching the ball 13 to 15 to 16 times a game. And I was so set and so excited for Michael Carter this year. He's now pretty much very similar to, I would say, the Seahawks situation. Breece Hall is going to be the early down back, probably get some passing game work more than I expect Walker to get. But that Carter's now down in the pass catching role. Best case scenario is we're wrong, and it's a Javonte Williams, Melvin Gordon situation, but I don't see trading up, even though it was only 2 picks. I don't see trading up to make sure you got Breece Hall and then not give him at least 15 touches a game. So, and then the Kenneth Walker's the same situation. Kenneth Walker's fine. He could be Chris Carson. I think that says more about Chris Carson than anything. I think
that's what we thought.
Chris Carson's off the roster, and Penny is in the pass catching role. But yeah, it's bad for Hall because of what he could have been, and it's a death knell to what we were hoping for Michael Carter.
Yeah, the way that I saw it is that Breece Hall is getting most of the carries, and that I have right now. I was doing a little projections update. I have Michael Carter getting more of the receiving work right now. I kind of think it's going to be a 2 down, 3 down back type thing. I think if you're a Michael Carter super truther, though, you could point to the Javonte Williams situation and say, hey, that was an early round 2 trade up running back. And then it was basically a 50-50 split on the line. Though I do believe that Melvin Gordon, who's been a former first round pick, very productive veteran, is more of a stumbling block than Michael Carter. But I think it's out there. But I think it's probably going to be probably 2/3 of the touches going to Breece Hall.
Finally.
And
we got
finally
Malik.
Malik.
Yes, we've been waiting for this. We've only heard it 3 times, but there it is. George is all over it. Malik Willis drafted in the 3rd round, 87th overall by the Tennessee Titans. So the Raiders trade back, Titans move up, and they take Malik Willis. Well, he's not going to start this year.
Oh, no question about it. But this is genius by the Titans. I would have given a thumbs up grade if the Titans did this the 2nd round, because
We thought it was possible.
You have Ryan Tannehill. You have Ryan Tannehill arguably for another year after this. And you know what Ryan Tannehill is. And Ryan Tannehill is better than a bridge quarterback. Ryan Tannehill, for fantasy purposes, we've seen finish as a top 10 quarterback, especially with the play action when Derrick Henry is out there and how much that adds to him, whether or not we question the wide receiver move. But this is brilliant by the Titans because of what Larky just said a few minutes ago and what I agreed with and what you agree with, man. He's like, now, if Willis is crap, oh, well, we tried in the 3rd round and we don't need a quarterback. We probably still don't need one next year. Best case scenario, you hit gold, you develop him for at least a year, and then you're sitting on a franchise quarterback in a year or 2.
And it's also just currency. I mean, if for some reason another team goes,
draft,
my, they see him in the preseason, they're like, oh, Malik Willis, how did we let him slide out of round 2 and round 3? Well, here you go. Like Sam Darnold fetched a 2nd round pick last year. Malik, it's hard to believe that. Like if Malik Willis has a good preseason, I feel like his market value already becomes a 2nd round pick at the very least. So I think that's what's nice is like there's just very few paths to this pick backfiring. So that's why I really like when you can get a quarterback like this in the 3rd round. I mean, well done, Tennessee. I'm not a big trade up guy, but this is like what I said earlier on the show. It's like when you trade up, do it for a quarterback, the most important position in the game. This was very
this is the first trade up you like. I agree. We've been waiting for this for a while. We were thinking maybe late 2nd. Definitely we're like, man, it's got to happen here soon because of some of the things that we've already talked about, right? I mean, just throw them out there, see what you got. Go back in the quarterback market next year, or a good trade chip. I mean, things are going to happen in the offseason. Injuries are going to happen. This could be a trade chip. We're probably not going to see Willis too much as a starter unless Tannehill does suffer an injury. But, I mean, things could happen in the offseason. I think it's good value to get a guy at this point in the draft. Remember when the Eagles took Jalen Hurts in the 2nd? We were all like, wow, what are you doing? You still got Carson Wentz on that roster, and that turned out to be okay, and that was the 2nd. Now we're looking at Willis here in the 3rd. Some people in our chat are saying it's the steal of the draft. I don't know if we'll go that far, but I think this is terrific value. And it may turn out to be one of the biggest steals.
2nd, well, maybe 3rd most. I mean, the Ravens have 2 already in the 1st round. Like let's add to the other the Ravens, every single one of their picks. Like, what the hell is the rest of the league is just like, we'll just give Ravens all the good value. It's cool. They don't even have to trade. Just give them to that.
Amazing. Willis is balling. He's crying. He feels he's finally taken, and it is pick 86, the 22nd pick here in the 3rd round. Arizona's in the clock. We got Dallas, Buffalo, and then Mike Omelan's Raiders. So your draft will start here in a few picks there, buddy. So Breece Hall, we were trying to think from a dynasty standpoint, Jake. With this landing spot with the Jets, would he be 101 in a rookie only? Just like maybe
Breece
single
Hall?
Quarterback, Breece Hall, or would you take a wide?
I would take London. I'd take London. Even
I think I'm with you.
I know the dearth of running backs, but that the fact is like I go back to he's not a bell cow. I think we split a little bit And hey, I'm not going to say I'm 100% right. Like 100% could be wrong, and Larky could be right. But I feel like the split's going to be closer to like a 55-45. If I'm wrong and it's 65-35, he should be. Even if it's only 65, he should be the first pick. And you're right. But I'm going to go London. And then second pick, I'd think about it. I'd probably go Hall second pick. But that I think you could still put an argument out there. But I think second I would. And single quarterback.
I'm just a wide receiver guy. I just view things a little bit differently, I think, than maybe you, Larky. But not saying that you're wrong or I'm right or you know what. We're splitting hairs here. I mean, push comes to shove. If I get the first pick in a rookie draft, and depending on your situation, right? If you're lacking RBs, you get a nice solid RB who could be a bell cow, but Carter is on that roster for quite some time, right? I mean, as a number 2 heading in. But I think I kind of agree that maybe it would be London in there for me. The other running backs, not so like Cook to Buffalo, whatever, right?
No, all that does is kind of, in my opinion, it slightly upgrades Singletary for me. Like, I was never in the camp of Singletary being a bell cow, and I don't think, even though he got some of that work towards late in the year, I think the fact as you saw the Bills, even when it was Daboll calling, even wasn't, even when they were supposed fighting on whether they wanted to use Singletary as the lead, they still tried to get other backs, Breida, even Zach Moss. They tried to get somebody else involved, and they tried to get somebody else involved as a pass catcher, even given Singletary's style. And I think that they came to the conclusion, similar to what we're seeing with Elijah Mitchell, is that while there was some pre-draft profiles of these guys saying, oh, they should be good in the passing game, these teams haven't used them that way, really, truly. So I think this just tells you it's Singletary 60% and probably 30-ish% for Cook. So being in the Bills' backfield, maybe RB3, because you're still talking about you're the third option behind Josh Allen.
Yeah, so I'm going back. I totally agree with everything there. I'm going back to the Breece Hall versus Drake London 101. And so I was in the camp prior to what you were saying of like, I think I'm just going to take Breece Hall 101. There's just not that many young super backs like him. But because I was thinking about the Javonte Williams situation, I was like, you know what? Even in a 50-50 split, his value is so insulated. But I'm thinking more about it. And it was something that you and Chris were saying is that like Carter's not going anywhere. And I guess as I'm thinking more about it, I don't know if Breece Hall has the value insulation Javonte did, even though I think Breece is probably a better running back than Javonte, simply because with Javonte, it was always like, oh, it doesn't matter. Like whatever happens in year one, the hype will build. Melvin Gordon's out of there. I mean, now Melvin Gordon's back, but like the hype could build again next year where it's like, oh, the value goes back up. But with Breece Hall, you are pretty much guaranteed 3 seasons out of the 4 in his rookie contract with Michael Carter. So as I'm thinking more, I'm starting to talk myself into London, where there's a world where London's value is skyrocketing and he kills it as a rookie. I think you basically need a season-ending injury to Michael Carter for Breece Hall to truly rocket ship up, as I'm thinking about it more. So I may switch. I'm gonna be 50-50 on the fence, but I'm thinking about how the value insulation probably isn't quite there actually for Breece Hall.
I think the Jets have done some good things here, today and yesterday, but I would have liked to see Breece Hall, and I've had this conversation with a few people. I would have liked to see him on the Texans. I know it's the Texans and, whatever, they stink. It's Houston, but I mean, we saw Rex Burkhead have decent games last season with the Texans and be a bell cow there. Okay, wide receiver finally off the board here, Dallas.
Real quick, you mentioned, you said, do you know their depth chart right now for the Texans?
Houston? Yeah, it's no one's on it.
It is Burkhead, and then it's Mack and Agumba Wale. Like, so there's
they got to do something.
Touches
I'm
coming.
sure do they have a pick coming up? Like Spiller is still on the board.
Yeah, Spiller is still on the board.
They don't have a pick here in this draft or like in this round anymore.
I mean, 2 of my guys, we still have Brian Robinson and Rachaad White out there. If either of them goes to Houston, I'm going to get irrationally excited for a 4th round pick.
You want me to totally triple sport your show, Chris?
Yes.
Combined no-hitter for the Mets today.
Combined no-hitter.
First ever no-hitter with exactly 5 pitches and the most pitches ever thrown in a combined 9-inning no-hitter. 159 pitches.
Wow. That's
how many
impressive.
walks then? There
That's
must
what
have
I
been.
was just
How many base
that's what-
runners?
I was legitimately just looking that up because holy crap, there was
They could have
only
walked in a
6
run.
walks.
59
Oh, I was gonna say they
pitches.
could have walked in a run for all I knew.
I mean, yeah, only
That's still a
six-
lot of
six
walks,
walks.
6 free
That's
passes.
a lot of 159 pitches. Good
Who
God.
they played the Phillies. Who started
Yeah.
for them? Oh, McGill. Man,
Yeah.
he's good. Anyways,
And his
yeah,
mom retweeted me.
five pitchers. What's that? Who retweeted you?
His mom.
McGill?
His mom's like
Oh, that's right,
His
his
mom's
mom.
like a
Yeah,
sports
yeah.
mom fan. Like she
Yeah,
is
yeah,
so
yeah.
into
I love
his
it.
his games. But anyway, so you
Tyler
were saying there was a
McGill.
wide
The-
receiver or something?
Yeah, the Cowboys took
Jalen Tolbert. I like the
some
guy.
loser. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I do like Tolbert. I just don't like the boys. I was joking. Tolbert's good. I actually think that's a pretty good pick.
I would have taken him over Robinson.
Well, I was
Oh,
gonna say I would take him
100%.
over Robinson. I thought he was going to be the pick
Thornton.
over Velos Jones over Taekwon
Felix
Thornton.
Jones.
That makes
there
I
were
like him
so
over
many
Velus
picks
Jones
where-
too. I'm curious, who did you kind of have in your mind? I had a player comp. I've kind of felt like Adam Thielen with him.
That's
Tolbert?
a good one. I
was a
hadn't
good one.
comped him. I couldn't quite figure out. Yeah, I like that one. I was trying to figure him out with his body type. So what's
Gallup?
weird about Tolbert though is that he's been such a downfield threat throughout his college career. So I'm kind of curious where he's going to be, what his deployment will be in the NFL, because I think he had like 17 yards per reception in his college career. Like it was pretty nuts. So
Yeah, his last few years, 18 per catch last year, 17 and 19.3 in his first, 1,400 yards last year, 8 touchdowns in each of his last 2. Definitely a good route runner and somebody that can make a lot of plays all over the field. I mean, Cowboys, obviously, Amari Cooper is gone. We were talking about Cleveland maybe being in the wide receiver market. We did, bring up Jarvis Landry, maybe potentially going back there, but the boys do get a replacement.
And if you're
Not a bad
casting
free.
off so there's a couple scenarios here, and I was just going to sidebar and say if you're the Giants and you're casting off Darius Slayton, how do you not take Tolbert on top of that? If you have Shepard, Tony, Galladay, what are you lacking? You're lacking a Tolbert. You're not lacking a Wandale Robinson. But anyway, so for the Cowboys, I will say, as of now, I think he's the favorite. I think there's an outside chance. We're just assuming health with Gallup, and I think that's still a question. But on the second part of it too is, I'm still the drafting of Tolbert, especially in the 3rd round, makes my hope go from about this big to about that big, like maybe just like a couple hairs on top of a couple homer hairs on top of each other. But still have a slimmer of hope that Fihoko has some. Like you want to talk about somebody that needed a lot of coaching up and has shown 0 of development yet, but I still have but this doesn't help that.
No. I mentioned Gallup because he kind of reminds me a little bit of Gallup, and Gallup, of course, coming off the season-ending surgery there.
Gallup
so
and Thielen had a kid together.
yeah, maybe that's how it is.
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, potentially. Cowboys are going to be good on offense, even with the Amari Cooper gone. They're going to be pretty solid on offense. I'll get your thoughts on Christian Watson to Green Bay. Jake, what do you think of that one?
So terrific landing spot. I will say that he should be the top 2 wide receiver for the Packers. My Christian Watson concern is we've played this game with a lot of wide receivers. You can go back to the Dorial Green Beckham days. Yes, very, very athletically gifted. He's a matchup problem. I love his potential, but there, in my opinion, is significant downside. We're talking some rough rawness to his game. I think that you look at somebody who needs route work and to get coached up quickly could happen. And, if anybody's going to be able to get the most out of him quicker than most, it's Aaron Rodgers. This is another one similar to the Chiefs. I don't want to go too crazy. If he's ready and, well, let's put it this way. Let's say best case scenario. I don't want to say he's DK Metcalf because he's not DK Metcalf. But what the Seahawks did, you know this, Chris, because we've talked about it. The Seahawks, what they did with DK Metcalf is they said, we don't care about the 3-cone, all that stuff. I'm not even talking about that. But what they did with Metcalf is they said, we know you're wasted trying to run comebacks and trying to run the quick routes. So we won't even ask you to do that. In fact, as a rookie, we're going to play you on one side of the field 99% of the time. If that's what they do with Watson, you could see wide receiver 2 value. But I would say as of today, betting odds, I would say like a wide receiver 3.
So the player comp that I had was pre-draft was actually MVS. So it's kind of fitting that he's now
There you
on the
go.
Packers.
Yeah,
Because the
that
way
is
I
fitting,
saw it is I
yeah.
was like, we have two guys that are 6'4", 208. They run sub 4.4, and it's a pretty limited route inventory. So I feel like when I was doing some quick projections, I think Lazard probably still out targets him by a little bit this year. I think it's pretty close, but it really feels like they basically got a slightly better version of Marquez Valdez-Scantling, which to me isn't super exciting. I mean, like there's the chance he's more like maybe like a Chase Claypool type ceiling, but I think it's kind of uphill sledding if you're expecting a lot out of Watson this year and future seasons. But I mean, a prospect I really didn't like, and yes, like this is probably the best landing spot. Is you go to a quarterback
we
that's very accurate, and that like even if
Yeah.
Watson struggles to get open, like if he trusts him, he'll give him the contested catch 50-50 balls.
Dylan Parham, guard out of Memphis, goes to the Raiders, their first pick of the draft, which is in Vegas. Where do we think these guys are going to fall from a redraft standpoint, Jake? Like their ADP, Watson and Skyy. Like these are two guys that we've had so many conversations on this show. You and I have had those conversations. The landing spot, the quarterbacks that they're going to be on. Maybe more targets available here for Watson in Green Bay than Skyy in Kansas City, but clearly linked to good offenses and good quarterbacks. Like, where do we think that these guys, these ADP-wise, are going to fall? Like, London, Burks, do they fall after those two? Do you think maybe Garrett
Yes.
Wilson is ahead of those guys? I'm thinking that these two, and Watson and Skyy, are going to be like 3 and 4, like for rookies.
I think Wilson just because of talent. And me personally, I'd still take in front of them. If they finish higher because of landing opportunity, I could see it again. But I would actually, so despite talent, this is why I talk about tiers before the draft and then I talk about ranks after the fact, is because right now, Skyy Moore and Robinson are not on the same tier as Garrett Wilson. But now we're having that conversation because that's what matters. So as of today, I would take Watson before I took Moore because of the landing spot. I think is a clearer path. He should be, as we just talked about, it should be Lazard and him as the 1-2. Moore should be the 2 with Juju Smith-Schuster, and potentially not wrong in that Juju might not have much left and might just struggle. You go back, I give you credit all the time to go back to years ago when you questioned whether or not Juju Smith-Schuster could even be a number 1 and get that kind of defensive attention. So I think Skyy Moore's on his heels. I'd still go Wilson before both of them, but if you wanted to argue Watson, I'd say maybe, but I'd go Wilson, Watson, Moore as of today, and I would say 5th round for Wilson, 6th round for those two.
Yeah, I think that's a fair price. I think I'd be willing to pull the trigger on 5 and 6.
I think to go back to your point earlier, I would take all of them over Tyler Lockett just for the upside.
I think 5th round sounds good because 5th round you start to get like the Amon-Ra St. Brown. I know in early drafts was going at like the 5-6 turn, and I think that's kind of the place where I would probably take the Watson, the Skyy Moore potentially over the Amon-Ra at this point, just with what the Lions have done in this draft. So yeah, I think 5th, 6th round is where these guys will start to go off the board. I think London could very well go at the 4-5 turn, just with what we saw from Chase and Jefferson these past 2 years.
I think he goes solidly in the 4. I think
absolutely agree.
We got another running
and
back.
The 4th one, Shad White. So I did say earlier, Larky, that Tampa was going to take it back. We were giving a lot of love to Fournette,
but this is not good because I like Fournette and I like Rachaad White. I do not like having 2 running backs I like on the same team. But I mean, Rachaad White has to just become like the monster handcuff at this point. And I mean, potentially because it's round 3, could ultimately steal more of the touches from Fournette. So this is interesting because I've done a lot of research on the hit rates, and for running back, it falls off a cliff after round 3. There's just something about if a team is willing to invest on day 2 in a running back, I mean, good things can happen. We've seen even like the rawest running back, like an Antonio Gibson, be pretty fantasy relevant right from the get-go, round 3. So yeah, Rachaad White he's very interesting right now.
He is. And we were gushing out over Leonard Fournette a little bit earlier and just the season that he did have. And heading into last season, the value that you had and just the mess heading in with Gio and Ronald Jones was going ahead of Leonard Fournette. and Fournette finishing as an absolute beast, especially in PPR leagues. What does this do for you, Jake, with White there and now Fournette?
It doesn't change my opinion for Fournette. I think Fournette's still an RB2. I know everybody's out there arguing, he just was an RB1, and look at the potential for the RB1 and just all those touchdowns in Tom Brady's offense. And, you go back to LeGarrette Blount and all his touchdowns and stuff. I get it. I'm just never still going to bank on touchdowns for my fantasy production. I want touches, and that's where I'm headed. So that's why he would still be an RB2 for me. So it doesn't change for me. It might downgrade for some people who are and out Fournette as like a solid RB1. But I'm more with Larky on this one. Like Rachaad White is one of the primary backups. I mean, honestly, if I'm thinking off the top of my head, probably a top 5 backup right now, immediately. Yeah. Especially if anything, Fournette, he's been healthier at this point of his career, but let's remember how injury plagued he was to start his career. And we know running backs in general. I mean, he misses time. And Rachaad White's your lead running back. Look what Ronald Jones was, and Ronald Jones had some fine games being the lead running back when he was getting 20 touches because he played for Tom Brady's offense. So yeah, Rachaad White would be. Rachaad White will probably be a 6th, 7th round pick. He's one of the first to take off the board after that dead zone.
Yeah, so I was someone that loved Fournette.
Linked to a really good offense, Larky.
Yeah, going into this draft, I loved Fournette just because the role was pretty outrageous last year. He was tied for the most receptions per game. He got the goal line work. He pretty much, not that I think Ronald Jones is a great running back, but he basically just relegated him to nothing. So I thought there was a lot in favor of Fournette in terms of what that role could be, where if Tom Brady trusts you, you're going to get a lot of that work. But I think at this point, Rachaad White, he's a really good pass catcher. He had over 40 receptions this past season. He had over 1,000 yards on the ground. He runs in the 4.4s at 215 pounds. It's pretty hard for me to see Fournette keeping that bell cow role. So I think at this point, it becomes more of that like 60-40, 65-35 committee, most likely. Like they did just extend Fournette, but I feel like it's basically like a super premium Alexander Madison, where like you like Alexander Madison because if Cook goes down, he gets all the touches. The thing is, like, Madison's not even in that great of an offense. Like we're looking at a top 3, top 5 offense. And we know that Rachaad White is also a really slick receiver. Arizona State lined him out wide frequently. So I think he could very well be like after Pollard, he could be that next handcuff up.
He was really impressive in the Senior Bowl. 48 targets, 43 grabs last year, and the comparison that Ratcliffe has for him is Kenyon Drake. And speaking of Kenyon Drake, there is a question here from Omalon, who does follow the Raiders, and it's not a rookie question, but I'll throw this one to you, Jake, because I think, just you and I have been talking fantasy football together for quite some time, and we've talked about Derek Carr being an underrated quarterback in fantasy, like serviceable. He's great, like maybe a bye week replacement. A few years ago, he had MVP votes when he had Amari Cooper and Michael Crabtree on his roster. Now Devontae Adams moves over there. When you're doing your rankings at quarterback, are you fine to leave your draft with him as your QB1? Where do you have him ranked? Like, is he a top 10 guy? Is he right around 10 or 12? Or what do you think?
No, he's not. I know he's with Devontae Adams, and people get excited about that. But what comes down to Derek Carr is the same thing as Matt Ryan and all the rest just like him. You need 4,500 yards and mid 30 touchdowns to reach that top 10. And the fact is you don't run. And if you're that type of quarterback, I just don't draft you because I take a top 10 quarterback, or if I'm going to wait, I'm not only going to wait and take like last year Jalen Hurts, as I'm taking 2 of you guys because I'm not going to go with the safe. Like I'm not going to pair Jalen Hurts with the safe one, is because I'm not looking for floor. I'm looking to hit a top 10 quarterback. Sure, Carr could do it, but Ryan is the epitome of what Carr could be, and Ryan does it like once every 4 or 5 years. Why do I want to take a 20% chance at a quarterback who has to rely only on his arm, even with the addition of Adams? So I just won't. I'm not faulting anybody and everybody's going to play. This is one of those ones where everybody plays the end game and they're going to come back. Well, like Derek Carr was QB9 last year, and so like Tannehill. So but actually Tannehill ran a little bit. So I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to fault anybody for doing it. It's just, that's not my style when I draft quarterbacks.
The Niners take it back. Davis Price, LSU.
Panthers got a quarterback.
The Panthers did?
Yes.
Okay,
you're waiting. You seeing? You waiting? Matt Corral.
Wow! So
wow.
They traded up to get Corral. Okay, I think the Niners kind of reached here on Davis Price, but I guess
He wasn't even on like my top 15.
no, I don't have him either.
So
I have a list of guys that I thought we were going to chat about, and I think that I went pretty deep with some of them, and he wasn't on here for me. But last year they drafted 2 backs, and Sermon was a disaster.
Which Price?
Davis
Did they
Price.
take Devontae Price or Davis Price?
Davis Price.
Oh yeah, he's in my tier 4, along with the likes of Verdell, Snoop Connor, Kennedy Brooks. Like this is like, yeah. So like, yeah, he's not a good receiver, not very He's just kind of not a complete plotter, but he's a power guy.
So, yeah, he's 230. It seems like I'm seeing that he ran in the 4.4s for his 40. I'm not sure if that's inflated. Oh, that was at the combine. He ran a 4.48. So
I mean that track. I mean, I could have ran like a 4.9 on that track. So
yeah, you have to probably adjust that by like 0.5 of a second. But
5 for me, maybe like a full second. I want to break 6. Like if I break 6, I'm good.
All right, so this doesn't move the needle at all.
No,
at San Fran.
No, this is.
But what about Carroll?
Corral, yeah.
Yeah. What about Corral? What do you think? Starting? No.
I mean,
Playing behind
I
Sam
see his
week
name,
1?
and I see his name, and I want to say Coral. So that should just tell you, like, it's just. So, but
Corral.
no, I think it's just this comes into play if they don't trade for Baker Mayfield. But there's been rumors all night that it's happening. So
I feel like it won't now, though.
So there's 2 things I keep going back and forth with on this. Is like, one is, does Cleveland even really want to, not knowing? I mean, like, there's just this assumption that Watson's out there week 1. That's still not a guarantee. So
No, I don't think it's going to happen. But it's a hard sell to say to Baker to start the season as the quarterback here, and then you know,
get to if.
Yeah, imagine if he started 3-0 and then he just knows, like, yeah, Watson's eventually gonna. I could see him just holding out and saying, you know what, screw you guys, I'm not gonna start here for the first 4 weeks of the season while Watson, can finally play in week 5.
I think it's intriguing if they sit here, but my opinion of Corral is Mac Jones. For fantasy purposes, don't really have any interest. And I would even say, I think Larky, you'll agree with this. He has more concerns than Mac Jones. I was saying Mac Jones is like potential ceiling.
What do you think of the chances, Larky, that he starts week 1?
I don't think he's going to start week 1. I will say Corral has some sneaky rushing upside. He had over 500 rushing yards each of the past 2 years. So, like, yeah, I think the fantasy ceiling is still fairly low, but like he's more mobile than Mac Jones. But yeah, like if you're getting 17 fantasy points a game out of Matt Corral, you're pumped. I don't. We'll see. I do think Darnold probably gets the week 1 start. I just feel like with Carolina, they strike me as like the quintessential like veteran deference organization where they're like, oh, Darnold earned this from his play last year. But I would expect right now, if they don't make a move for a quarterback, I think
Darnold earned this from last year. I think they were they're handing him a clipboard when they're saying you've earned this from last year.
He started off so strong last year too. Remember, he was like a rushing quarterback. Like, what's going on? Yeah.
I think Darnold's first bad game, Corral comes in. I think there's no leash. And that, I mean, if Corral is a crazy good training camp, then they could give him the start. But I think what's most likely is Darnold starts, and week 2, 3, 4, 5, the first Darnold implosion, I think they put Corral in like at halftime and just kind of see what happens.
This is another situation where you take a quarterback here, decent value, you throw him out there and you see what he have, and then maybe you're right back in the quarterback landscape next year, Larky, and what is a better class, right? I mean, they could still take another QB next year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you can totally tank, and it's like, oh well, we have premium draft capital next year, and it only cost us a 3rd round pick.
And I will say this, if you're going to compare roster to roster, Corral has the better weapons than Mac Jones does.
Yes. 100%. We're going to see more out of Terrace Marshall this year or what?
I think so. I think that's somebody who, I mean, he had everything you wanted in a wide receiver, and you talk about needs to be coached up in the NFL. But, injury also sidelines him a little bit. But I'm just looking at the Patriots now. I'd still, even with Terrace Marshall, even if Terrace Marshall doesn't hit, I'd still take. You're getting Christian McCaffrey back, and then you have DJ Moore and Robbie Anderson. And then, just go look at the Patriots wide receivers, and we didn't talk about that. What's your opinion, Larky, on the Thornton pick? I just feel like how many times is the NFL going to do this? Can we stop with thinking that the Baylor freak athletes are going to be something in the NFL?
Yeah, I thought the same thing. I think Tolbert would have been a better fit there. Like if you want the big play guy because you're lacking that, the Thornton profile, we have seen this one like fizzle time after time after time again. You don't want the guy that's the senior who wasn't even all that productive until he was a senior. It's just like the classic speed chasing where you saw the sub 4.3, got enamored, and you're like, oh, think about all we can do with it. And then he's probably going to be Anthony Schwartz.
Yeah.
Which didn't do a whole lot.
I'll give you through the 90. You got one more pick. I'll give you like one more through these picks because I got to jump back and make sure.
Yeah, that's fair. I figured you were going to bounce. I want to get your thoughts. So what do you think? No, running back. Spiller. Like, let's think of some of these running backs that maybe we could see one more go here. Looking at some teams, like the Broncos are on the clock. They're not doing it. Detroit, don't think they're going to do it. The Commanders probably not. Cleveland not. Arizona not. Heck, we may not even get a running back play. Miami's
Arizona
got
might.
like 5 of them.
I actually
Arizona
mentioned this. I said on the Athletic Show I love Spiller in Arizona because I think he would have day one split value with James Conner, and then given James Conner's injury history, he goes down, boom, top 15 running back. I would love to if the 100th pick. You know what? I'll sit here through the 100th pick. We're going to see if he gets to the 100th pick because that's a nice round number. If he goes to the 100th pick, I'm going to celebrate and get out of here on a celebration.
So that's actually, nice. I wrote an article earlier today, like the day 2 players and landing spots to look out for, and I actually had Spiller to the Cardinals as an intriguing destination because, I mean, James Conner really that much of a stumbling block? No.
Okay, I lied.
Like,
what?
No, you keep
You're
going.
Bouncing now.
No, you keep going. Yeah.
So like,
I'm lying because if you're watching the live stream, this ear is now my girlfriend who's listening to me talk to you guys live. So yes, I will be bouncing.
She's tuning in live
after we finish. Nice. Yeah, she's tuning in live.
Okay.
So I think if Leonard Fournette was just extended and then they bring in Rachaad White, I mean, like, what is James Conner really? It's also the Cardinals. I feel like this is a team that has never been afraid to double up. I mean, we just saw that with McBride and Ertz. And like they need another running back. It's clear if Eno Benjamin was going to be a thing, he would have already been something. It was like when Edmonds went down, rather than giving Eno Benjamin like 30-40% of the touches, they were like, well, let's just ramp up James Conner's workload. So like it's clear they want someone that they can trust. And yeah, I think that'd be kind of the nuts landing spot at this point outside of Houston.
Completely agree. 100%.
We'll say goodbye.
Yes. We're going to say goodbye to me. And Nicole, you're in my ear, but I'm live on air, just so you know, as I'm talking to you and just ruining the show for Chris and Larky.
You're not ruining it. It's good. It's been loose. It's been laid back here. It's fun.
Yeah, this makes it fun. Everybody wants to celebrate. When I put, Chris, before we get out of here, when I posted my article on the Athletics saying I'm doing live skill picks by pick and whatever, and we put it out a few hours before the draft, so people had a chance to know it was there.
Sure.
2 of the comments were already congratulations in your love life, so she should celebrate this. She's getting comments on the Athletic.
Nice, and I love it. Yes, I'm super happy for both of you guys too. Yes, Nicole, you're dating a rock star here, live on TV.
Chris said you're dating a rock star.
Yes, and given fantasy advice on the fly, and she does agree. Yeah, I would assume
she might not agree, and you'll never know because she's in my ear.
Yeah, you just flat out lied to us. She's Rockstar, no chance. But we do appreciate you. We would say goodbye to you. And thanks for jumping on, taking the time, man.
This is always. What was that, Nicole? The Eagles suck. No, okay, so all right, no,
whoa, Nicole, settle down.
All right, I'll see you guys later. Right. Enjoy the rest of your draft.
Thanks, Jake.
All right, Jake Ciely, host of All in Football over at FTN Network, also on Game Plus. Got himself a girlfriend now, so he's a little bit busier than normal, I suppose, these days.
Yeah, I feel like as someone that hasn't worked with Jake before, that was like, in addition to his fantasy analysis, like the most personal thing I knew about him was the love life. So I'm very excited for him. I feel like we're all like vicariously living through this experience.
It's been it was been a long road for him recently. He's got some comical stories. It's nice. He's a good dude, so it's nice that he's found somebody that he can spend some time with. So here we go. The last few picks have been, I mean, Corral obviously in there. Zachary Carter, defensive end to Cincinnati. Nick Cross in there to the Colts, safety out of Maryland. So we're waiting on Detroit here. I do like that landing spot, actually, Spiller. You know, it does make a lot of sense. Like you said, you kind of walked through it there for Arizona to kind of double down on another running back. And just looking at some of these other teams, I just don't think that we'll see it, Larky. Like Miami's got a couple backs on the roster. They're bringing Raheem Mostert, Chase Edmonds. I believe they still have Myles Gaskin on the squad, right? So a lot of running backs, a lot of moving pieces there. Cleveland's not going to do it. Washington on the clock here. They got back J.D. McKissick, as you said earlier, looked like he was going to go to Buffalo, and then he's back in Washington. Antonio Gibson still on the roster. The Jets just got Breece Hall and Michael Carter last year. They're not doing it. And then Kansas City, LA, and San Fran to wrap it up. And San Fran, that pick was super puzzling to me. Ty Davis Price, like Jake said, he had him down low on his tiers, and you as well is not somebody that, I mean, he's not really going to be a factor here this season.
Yeah, so I put up 17 running backs. I ranked on FTN in the rankings tool.
And he wasn't one of them.
He was not one of those 17. I just figured I've done a few rookie drafts at this point for all the a couple of those hardcore sicko dynasty leagues where we do the rookie draft before the NFL draft. And I was like, you know what? We don't really get through more than 15 to 16 running backs. I'll just stop at 17 because I don't know any leagues out there that are going 7-round rookie drafts. And that's where someone like Davis Price would have been. So yeah, just a total head scratcher. It's 3rd round draft capital. And this is just the classic one to me where it's okay, let's say that you are absolutely in love. Davis Price has to be on your team. You can take him in the 4th, 5th, 6th round. If no one's talking about this guy, I mean, unless there's some cult I'm not aware of where everyone was gathered around in a circle, just waiting to snag this guy if he made it into round 4. You could have waited. And these are the decisions where I just don't quite get it. I'm like, what? Who were you competing against for this pick? Round 3, sure, it's not the most premium draft capital, but we've seen Ritter, Corral. There's players where it's this could be the future face of a franchise going in this round. Nakobe Dean fell because of medical concerns, but this was a 1st round talent. There's legitimate good players that are going in this round. So to spend it on a running back when this guy would have gone much later, and there's someone even a complete running back like Spiller. And I get he doesn't fit the Niners system. So you're probably not going to take Spiller because you already went that path with the slower running back in Sermon last year. But it's just the idea that there's legitimate, fully formed, complete players out there, and they should have waited. So that's a bad pick.
Dude, I agree. They could have waited. They got another pick here at the end of this round at 105. I mean, they could have potentially got him. Yeah, got him right there. What about some wide receivers? Who are some guys in your list that you expected maybe to go that could potentially go? Detroit takes a safety there. Kirby Joseph out of Illinois. There's a couple guys here. Everybody is gone from tier 2 for me. David Bell into tier 3. We saw Tolbert go. Best. David Bell's the next best for you. Do you see a potential landing spot here?
Calvin Austin's the other one where I just kind of thought Calvin Austin would have been gone by now. He's very small, kind of the profile of he's basically Tutu Atwell for this year. So, I mean, Tutu went round 2. I thought Austin would be gone. With David Bell, I mean, I could see him going to Washington. They could still use another receiver. It's it's pretty thin. I just don't think De'Ami Brown should be getting many reps after what we saw last year. And the other one that I like would be Cleveland, where it's they do need some bodies. I do think Landry and or Fuller is in the cards, but right now you're looking at Amari Cooper followed by Donovan Peoples-Jones. That is a rough depth chart. And David Bell, for everyone that's been making fun of him, and I know a couple of the scouts had the most unflattering things to say. They were the guy moves like he has mud in his feet. You see just horrible things. At the end of the day, David Bell was insanely productive every year at Purdue. He had over 1,000 receiving yards as a true freshman. The guy can ball. And we've seen Landry, Keenan Allen, there's guys that run in the 4.7s that are slower than David Bell become very, very productive NFL players. If there's a position where you can be a total sub athlete and be a high level performer, it is receiver from what we've seen. So
Yeah, I agree. I know I saw those same things that you saw with the mud in the feet. I mean, it was one of the slowest 40-yard dash times among wide receivers, but I do believe I think he's crafty. I think he's got good footwork too. And, he's a volume receiver. I mean, 93 grabs last season, 133 targets. You mentioned the freshman year too, 1,000 yards and over 86 receptions, 128 targets. Actually did get a running back go off the board, as you see there, to the Washington Commanders, Brian Robinson Jr. So when it's kind of filtering through some of the teams, I kind of crossed Washington off. My bad. They do take a running back here. What do you make of this pick here, Robinson Jr. to Washington?
So it's funny because the two guys that I've been hyping up as round 4 players that could sneak into round 3, Rachaad White and Brian Robinson. Of course, they're going to places where they're potentially wrecking a backfield. But you know what? I'll do a little golf clap for myself and my research that I identified 2 players who ended up sneaking around 3. So we missed on Davis Price. We hit on Rachaad White and Brian Robinson. I think Brian Robinson's a very complete running back. What I had to say about him is Brian Robinson does everything just fine, if not well, but he doesn't stand out anywhere. And that he has just like the classic, if the starter goes down, he can be a monster because he can potentially never leave the field. But he's not necessarily going to be pushing for a crazy amount of starter reps at any point. That he looks like a committee back to me, where he's a good committee back, but not too much more. I'm just a little surprised with Gibson and McKissic. I'm not quite sure where he fits into this. I guess they're trying to cap Gibson's touches, clearly. They don't want him to get the 20 carries a game. But this is, for a team with so many holes, this is still premium draft capital to spend.
Yeah, I think everybody in the fantasy community is pushing for Gibson to have 20 plus carries and to, have those catches, right? To be that true bell cow back, wide receiver converted running back. And it's a little weird sometimes to watch the Washington offense, especially in the 2-minute drill. It's McKissic out there, and we know that Gibson can catch. I mean, he's a converted wide receiver. He can line him up
700
wide,
receiving yards in college.
Yeah. What's the deal? And they don't give him the opportunity to really catch. And I know McKissic is a good pass catcher. A couple years ago, he was tied with Kamara with 80 grabs. I mean, he's a terrific pass catcher. Your boy David Bell, Cleveland. Boom. There's another one you can kind of tap yourself on the back there. We kind of called that one too. Boom. Giddy up. But to Robinson, I feel like he's more of a short yardage back, right? I don't feel like he's that explosive. You said that doesn't do anything spectacular. I know he had 30 grabs last year, 30 plus, but maybe not a guy who's kind of breakaway speed. Is just like a short yardage guy, really.
So that's kind of what I thought. And then he ended up running, I think it was a 4.52 or 4.53 at over 220 pounds, which speed score wise, that's very good. So very good size adjusted straight line speed. So that was a little surprising to me, but also though, like we have to remember he's in a backfield with Gibson who ran legitimately in the 4.3s. Yeah. So I do think Robinson is going to be just like the volume back, short yardage guy where like he's going to get 10 touches a game, 8 touches a game. And it's taking the load off of Gibson because if you want the breakaway speed, you go with Gibson, but Robinson was he tested better than I thought. I thought Robinson was going to be in the 4.6s. And I liked the production, but I was afraid there was just no athlete in there. So he impressed me there. And I think that's probably why he snuck in around 3 as the team was like, oh, if you were over 220 pounds and you run in the 4.5s and you were a bell cow, yes, he was a super senior, year 5 at Alabama. But like if you were a bell cow at that level, you have to be something.
This isn't great news for Gibson, though. Like he's still going to be the lead there, but goal line back, it could be Robinson.
Yeah, I think that's the big concern is like, I think what I would have been hoping for with Gibson is like, I've already kissed goodbye the receiving role. So like if they took another receiving back, I'd be like, oh, cool. Like they're planning for like post McKissic, but this is not good for Gibson. I still think Gibson's someone that like you can draft and start in fantasy, but I think Gibson could very well go in the dead zone now. Like he could be like that quintessential, like round 6, round 7 back where ultimately, I probably wouldn't draft a whole lot of him. And I think the theory behind why you don't want that kind of running back is you're probably going to need at this point. So like last year, it was like, it's game on if McKissic gets injured. And McKissic got injured. Gibson had some good weeks, but like now it is.
He did.
What do you want? You're just like crossing your fingers and rooting for dual injuries, which, I mean, you're a horrible person if you're doing that, A, and then B, like you need dual injuries. Like what are we just going to snatch up every third string running back that we like because if there's dual injuries up top, now he's relevant. Like Gibson has a very, very uphill path to difference making upside. And he's probably not going to be someone I draft anymore because
No, for those who follow my work last year, I was pretty hard on Gibson, and not the athlete, just the situation. I just felt like, a lot of, like I said, people were really pushing for him to be a true bell cow and get more passes out of the backfield, and we both agree that he could do that, but it's just not how they treated him, and we saw it right away and really all year long. And Gibson didn't really return value for where he was drafted. Some people were ranking him as like a top 10 running back, and you alluded to some of the games that he had towards the end of the season, and I know he played through some injuries. There was some talk about maybe shutting him down, but we really didn't see the 20-plus touches on a weekly basis until J.D. McKissic did suffer that injury. So moving on over to David Bell, this is something we just kind of really talked about, but it is official now with Donovan Peoples-Jones, David Bell, Amari Cooper on this roster, eventually Deshaun Watson under center throwing passes to these guys, and then we'll see if Jarvis Landry does come back and play a little slot for them. But David Bell, I think that's a pretty good pickup for them. I mean, this is something that they really did need, and dude is linked to a pretty good quarterback. We haven't seen Watson in some time, and we're not going to get into the off-field stuff, but he's still one of the better quarterbacks when he's healthy and he's playing football.
Yeah, like just looking at some of the receivers that went, I mean, we'll just beat the dead horse again. Thornton,
Sure.
Velus Jones. I feel like there was one more. Oh, Wan'Dale Robinson. These are all receivers that I would have taken well after David Bell. David Bell, he has alpha wide receiver size. It's like 6'3", 200. That is pretty much what you want in a receiver. And he was insanely productive. And I feel like the one thing that generally trumps the athleticism is the production. Like Keenan Allen was insanely productive. 3rd round pick. Keenan Allen ran in the 4.7s, was a 3rd round pick, and has been one of the best receivers in the NFL the last 4 or 5 seasons. I'm not saying David Bell is going to be Keenan Allen because I think that's just like, you don't get a lot of Keenan Allens, but like it can happen. Whereas like with a Wan'Dale Robinson, the Tyquan Thornton, like I can't think of an example where I'm like, oh wow, this guy suddenly was a perennial Pro Bowl wide receiver. But with David Bell, like it wouldn't shock me if that's what happened. Where, I mean, like, yeah, he's really slow, but I mean, somehow he was producing, and it's like if you have over 1,000 yards as a true freshman, I mean, you have to be a route running savant at that point. So I think David Bell just happens to be really good at football, and he's going to a wide open depth chart where I happen to think that Donovan Peoples-Jones is best utilized as a situational field stretcher. And at that point, it's just Amari Cooper, David Njoku. I mean, gotta love the athleticism, gotta hate that he just doesn't produce. There's pretty much nothing there. And like, it wouldn't shock me if David Bell was second on the team in targets in 2022. I
agree.
Like round 3 draft capital, that's not bad.
No, it's not at all. I had him right as number 11 in my rankings, but I did have him ahead of Mechie, Thornton, Robinson. I had him ahead of all those guys. Even Pierce, which may have been a mistake, and I do like Alec Pierce, but I did have him ahead of him as well. But yeah, I think this is a pretty good landing spot. Watson, Moore, and then David Bell for me. And Tolbert, I had him just ahead of Tolbert, but I do really like Tolbert as a player, and I do like the landing spot for him as well. And we do have Walter Waddell hanging out of FTN, the host of the College Basketball Super Show. He did say David Bell is a sneaky pick when it happens. Guaranteed he will be productive, and then a few minutes later, he did get selected to the Cleveland Browns. So we have the Jets here about to make a pick, and it's a tight end. It's Jeremy Ruckert out of Ohio State. And then we have Miami, Kansas City, the Rams, and the 49ers. Man, the Jets are picking up some offensive players, dude, here this weekend.
Mm-hmm. They really are. So at this point, like if Zach Wilson, it's going to be kind of fun just in terms of or I guess maybe nerve-wracking for a Jets fan, but like if Zach Wilson doesn't take the big step forward this year, I think it's going to be one of those things where you have enough places or like pieces in place where you go, all right,
yeah,
are we considering a quarterback in 2023? Because I feel like that's one of the issues where like you see it with the Giants and Daniel Jones, and it's like, hey, if you didn't see that much through 2 years, why are you not just moving on already? It's a sunk cost. You already spent the draft capital. And like, is it worth it just building these mediocre teams year after year around these quarterbacks that are clearly not your franchise quarterback? So yeah, Ruckert, I had him as I had him as a tight end that like you should consider in your dynasty drafts, like your last round pick if it's tight end premium going Ruckert. So I don't think there's anything too exciting about him, but I had him down as like he's an adequate enough pass catcher. It's just a little bit unclear exactly what, like, at least for year one, what his role is, since they just gave $20+ million to both Uzama and Tyler Conklin.
Right.
So I'm not quite sure there, but
Not a
just
great
because,
spot for him.
yeah, just because like Ruckert seems like more of a pass catcher from my analysis rather than just like a pure blocker. So that one's kind of interesting. But I mean, yeah, just more weapons for Wilson. And maybe they are worried, like I said earlier, like they couldn't weather the storm with those injuries last year. It was like Moore went down, Davis went down, and next thing you know, it's like, wow, Braxton Berrios is suddenly getting 8 targets a game.
more than that, I think he had a couple double-digit target games.
It wouldn't surprise me if we look back through the game logs and like Braxton Berrios was like second in the NFL 1 week in targets. So I think they're just kind of preparing like this is going to be a deep offense. You know what I'll comp it to? This is the good version of what the Jaguars were trying to do. Where the Jaguars were like, we're going to out-depth everybody. The Jets are like, here's how you can out-depth everyone while also having legitimately good players as your starters.
Yeah, well said. I like Uzama. I think he's a pretty good athlete. I think he's a good player. And of course, he had some big moments last season with a really good quarterback in Joe Burrow. But even a couple years ago, I produced a podcast at The Athletic. Hear that podcast, Growlin', Cincinnati Bengals, Paul Daniel Jr. and Jay Morrison of The Athletic. And there were some great conversations we had with CJ Uzama. We had him on the show a couple of times. Just a great dude. And I remember hearing him say that if the Bengals had won the Super Bowl, he was gonna like take a bath in like the Skyline chili. And I'm not totally interested in dudes getting in, watching dudes bathe in chili, but that's something that I would have really, really enjoyed to see. Not gonna lie, it did not happen for him, and now he's a member of the Jets. Daily Handle in the house. I don't know if you caught. You may have just missed. He said, "Do you guys like Robinson going to the Commanders?" We kind of just touched on that a little bit. We both are in agreement that it's slightly bad news for a guy like Antonio Gibson, as maybe a guy who's going to lose some touches, some early down work potentially. Certainly for me, I feel like goal line work could be a question for him. I mean, he's not the biggest guy, and maybe Robinson would get some of that goal line work, which ultimately does kind of cut into the overall upside of Antonio Gibson. Sam Wallace checks in too. I believe we kind of touched on this, but I'll let you take it away on your board. He just said last few picks, biggest surprises still on the board and still available. And, one of those guys, Sam, was David Bell, who just went right after. So maybe if you throw out a name, you're going to see him get drafted within 60 seconds. You'll look like another genius.
Yeah, so I was going to say that the two names where I was like, how is this guy still on the board based on other selections was David Bell and Isaiah Spiller. I mean, what is going on with Spiller? I didn't even love the guy as a prospect, and even I was like, he's probably someone when he's a young 20, like he's probably someone you want to take. Like I comped him to David Montgomery. I was like, this is a guy that just is naturally good at running back, and it's not sexy. He doesn't have the long speed, but he's a surprisingly good receiver. He's big enough. And I mean, looking at the board right now, this is probably, I mean, if he doesn't go to the Cardinals, the other spot where I think Twitter would go nuts and that I think is actually a smart landing spot. Do you know which one I'm thinking of? Where
I think you're thinking of the Rams.
I was going to say the Rams would be funny. I was thinking the Chiefs. I'm not convinced the Chiefs are staying pat at running back. Ronald Jones is on I think it was a $1 million deal with incentives. Like they could cut him if they don't like him. And then Clyde Edwards-Helaire has just been a certified round 1 bust.
Right.
Like the guy was outplayed by Jerick McKinnon last year. It seems to me like Isaiah Spiller would actually be the well-rounded running back that they clearly wanted when they grabbed Edwards-Helaire round 1 from 2 years ago. So I think Spiller there could be a lot of fun. The Rams.
It won't be. And it won't be. I hate to spoil that for you. It's Leo Chanel is the pick. And I don't want him to go to the Rams. I was just looking at the remaining teams. I am a big Cam Akers fan. Extremely impressive what he was able to do to come back so quickly after rupturing his Achilles and looking really dominant in those first couple games. I know he slowed down a little bit into the playoffs, but yeah, sorry to cut you off there, but the Rams and the 49ers are in there next. The pick is apparently in for the Rams. We'll see what it is. Is this their first pick? I think it is. It was their first pick, right? They were talking yesterday, Sean McVay, about Cole potentially being on the board for them at this pick for the Rams, but we'll see what they do. And then the 49ers are clocking out. I agree with you. Spiller is the fact that he is still here is pretty alarming. Honestly, it's somebody that I thought would go potentially late second, early third. And I know and you've been talking about. I've been listening to your podcast with Ray. Phenomenal stuff, dude. And you know, one of the things that you highlighted in the podcast was just kind of hit rate for certain players in certain rounds. If this guy falls to the fourth, I mean, the landing spot certainly is going to be key. But does that do anything for you? Just the fact that he would fall, even if it's a couple spots outside of the third round.
Oh yeah, it's pretty massive. So if you give me 12 seconds, let me pull this up. It is on. All right, I've got it pulled up. So here we go. So what I did is a little hit rate project. I basically looked for running backs the last 10 years that were drafted within the last 10 years, and I said, hey, you need to play 12 or more games in a season. I think that's reasonable. 12. And I want you to score 12 or more PPR points. I like the number 12. I don't know why. Because I was like, hey, if you're playing 12 or more games and scoring 12 or more PPR points a game, that is someone I am actively starting in fantasy. Round one running backs, the last 10 years, it's pretty nice. Legitimately, I'm not lying, 69% of them hit this threshold. So that is nice. Round two, 50%. So that's good. You roll the dice half the time. The guy hits and is giving you that legitimate fantasy production. Round three, drops, but it's still decent. It's 35%. Okay. That's about 1 in 3, which is cool. Like if you had, I don't know, like you had, we're not going to say David Price because I don't think he deserves it, but like if we had like Rachaad White, Brian Robinson, and whoever the other guy was James Cook round 2 or round 3?
I think Cook was 2.
He might have been second round. So
you know what? Seems a little silly.
Davis Price can get thrown in there then. So I guess it's out of those three, there's a good chance one of Robinson, White, and Davis Price, I'm leaning on Robinson or White, is going to be pretty highly fantasy relevant. So that's 35%. Round 4, day 3, it drops from 35 to 15, which is less than 1 in 6. That's like 1 in 6, 1 in 7 chance. It is more than cut in half. And that is why with someone like Spiller, I mean, do I think he's going to have a higher than 15% chance? Sure. Just like Tyrion Davis Price, do I think that's lower than 35% that he hits? Sure. Like we can choose like above or below the line if we want. But still, like, wouldn't you rather play above or below the line when it's 35% as the baseline with Isaiah Spiller rather than playing above or below the line at 15%? And that is why this is such a critical time for these running backs, is right when you hit round 3, it's like, wow, the cliff is coming. And do you have anything else to add to that, or should we move on? Because receiver, the cliff is even more drastic.
And I'd like to hear it. And the last pick here is a receiver to the 49ers. Oh, it's Danny Gray.
Danny Gray. This is, I know a lot of people have been comping him to, like, if there's the next Darnell Mooney, it's Danny Gray.
Yeah.
The good route running speedster. He's a fun pick.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see if Debo is a guy that remains on the 49ers squad. I think that they want to keep him, and I do believe that they will keep him. But there were some rumors and some reports that the Jets did offer that pick 10, and I think maybe another pick for Debo, and then I said, no thanks.
So Debo will stay on the Niners because there's a primary source. It is Trey Lance. OBJ tweeted earlier today and tagged Debo, and he was like, I've got something that I might spill. Trey Lance quote tweeted it with king emojis and was basically like, it's all good. Makes me think that if Trey Lance is hopping into this conversation, that Deebo Samuel will be on the team.
That's a pretty
So-
good source.
So I thought that
pretty
was a good
source.
primary source there. So I think he's going to stay. But I mean, Danny Gray he's definitely the wide receiver 3 there. Like Jawan Jennings that is not a very good player. I think we've seen enough from him. So I like Gray as the receiver 3 there, especially when he's getting this draft capital. So with receiver, so the cliff, there's sort of 2 cliffs with receiver. So round 1, I did 12 fantasy points a game as well for receivers, 12 games played. Let's keep it simple. 47% of round 1 receivers hit. So significantly less than the round 1 running backs, but also I think that makes sense. Like when you take a running back round 1, you're running that guy into the ground. Like Josh Jacobs was not the best prospect in the world. He was a slow committee back in college, still hit. So 47% round 1. Round 2 is basically the same. It's 42%. So that's why like that round 1, round 2 draft capital is so important. So that is good for those receivers out there like the Alec Pierce. He could potentially step into the pretty hefty role with the Colts. 42% hit rate. Round 3, it drops to 25%. That is a big drop off, but still 1 in 4 hit. So David Bell, I would probably put, especially with the landing spot, above the 25%. Round 4, it drops off a cliff to 7%. Round 4 for running backs at least was 15. For receivers, it's 7. And that is why when you're in your dynasty rookie drafts and you want to take a dart throw, you always take the dart on the running back because they have about twice as solid of a chance of breaking out when they're these day 3 running backs than the day 3 receivers. So pretty much a coffin to the receivers if you get taken round 4. Like this is why I didn't want to draft Amon-Ra St. Brown in my rookie drafts. It's not that I hated the guy. It's purely just like you look at that number and it's like, wow, we're playing above or below the line with 7% for Amon-Ra St. Brown. And like, I mean, the guy's certified good. He broke out at the NFL level, but the next Amon-Ra St. Brown that comes along in round 4, I will once again bet against him. The numbers just aren't in their favor. So that is why David Bell, this is huge. Danny Gray, this is huge. You want to be taken on day 2.
That's fantastic stuff, man. Like the numbers are right there for you. And yeah, the day 2 is very important for certain running backs. And I guess we'll have this conversation another time whenever we see Spiller get selected. There was a comment from Kevin, just like he didn't think that he'd heard Danny Gray until now. I was looking into him just like as prepping here for the show, and he does have speed for days. He is a quick guy. I think he's a little undersized, but he does have a lot of speed. To offer. Before we finish up and wrap up, Walter Riddell is just asking for you, potentially one of us, to kind of roll through some of these guys like Romeo Dubas, Kyron Williams. It's Algier, Tyler. Any takes that you have for any of those 3 guys?
I'll give a take on Tyler Algier. I like him the best. He strikes me as like the upside handcuff. Algier out of BYU, he's a big boy. Like his face looks big too. Like he doesn't even, when you just see his headshot, you don't think running back. It's like if you're pulling it up right now, you'd be like, oh, yeah, pleasantly surprised that this guy somehow has the speed and the change of direction ability to play running back. Like it's a big dude. Kind of had an all-purpose skill set at BYU. I think what kind of sank him is that he ran in the 4.6s, but he does strike me as the kind of handcuff where like you're getting 15 plus fantasy points a game when he becomes the starter, since he does have that all-purpose skill set. So he's the one out of those 3 mentioned that I think I like the most, where I could see it like most likely that you're scrambling to the waiver wire for him. So that's a name to keep an eye on, where like, I think there's a good chance that at some point too, he is the hot waiver wire pickup for that week.
Yeah. And not to say that he would be a bell cow right away off the hop, but I think he does have that ability to be a true 3-down guy if maybe potentially given the opportunity. I think he can catch some balls into the backfield as well, but clearly not going to be a 3-down guy right off the hop as we wrap up round 3 into round 4. Dude, man, Warrior, I love it. This has been a blast, man, to do this with you for the first 3 rounds of the draft. I had a great time chatting it up with you. I feel like I've learned a few things about some of these prospects thanks to you. We appreciate everybody here that has hung out with us this entire time. I see some people here as well just kind of thanking us, and we thank you guys for just hanging out. And again, the people behind the scenes, George, Quan, Fox, Thomas, Sam Wallace helping us with the Twitter. All the guests that we've had here on the show, Jake Ciely hopping in, Adam Pfeifer. A shout out to Benny Ricciardi, Gilles Gallant, Jeff Ratcliffe, who helped us start the show off yesterday as well. And a big shout out to you, sir. I know that you put a lot of work into this moment, into this day. So it's been a fun ride, man.
Yeah, it's been awesome. Chris, I hope that this is not the last time that we get to do a show like this together. Yeah, you have been just an incredible host. I said it to you off air after our show yesterday. Like, it feels really good that I don't have a lot of hosting experience, that I can just give the analysis, give the takes, showcase the research I've done, and then feel 100% confident that if I'm checking my notes or preparing something, that the show will go on. The way you've coordinated the guests, the way you set everything up, I don't know how you know so much about so many different sports. Like when you and Jake do hockey talk, I'm like, you know what? I know these teams. I've heard of these players, but like have absolutely no input. So like you are just a man of many talents, and it's been so fun. Like, I mean, we're still going like 4.5 hours after 4.5 hours yesterday. Like clearly we don't hate each other. We don't hate what we do if we're still here. So it's a privilege to be able to cover the draft and to do this as a job. It
really
wonderful.
is. Yeah, it really is. And you're a great asset to FTN. So we're happy to have you, dude. And respect for the words. I do appreciate that. We will not be here tomorrow, Kev. Unfortunately, we won't be. But, we're going to have a lot of analysis on our site. I mean, we got the live blog. Maybe you and I will be able to chop it up again. Maybe I'll have you on Mean Streets. Of course, you have your podcast as well. Maybe, when the draft is officially done, we can take a look at some of these other guys and maybe give some rankings and stuff. And, of course, make sure you're following Josh on the Twitter machine, Larky Tweets, because he does have some really great stuff coming out for you guys, projections. And, again, another shout out to George, who really was a one-man show for him here all by himself tonight. And he did a fantastic job with this show. It made us look a lot better, honestly, with how slick the show did really look. So thank you guys again for hanging out with us. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the first 3 rounds, and check out FTN Fantasy for the latest. So for Josh Larky, Chris Meaney, have a great night. We'll talk to you soon. Cheers.